the 16, Bohemian Ruby. Scratch 6 and 11 through 16. In the 6th race, scratch the also eligibles. 13, Nebo through 16, Quiet Type. Scratch 13 through 16 out of the 6th. No changes in the 7th. In the 8th race, scratch 4, Sky Kitten. 14, Fun Finder. 15, Invaluable, and 16, Customer Experience. Scratch 4, 14, 15, and 16. In the 9th, scratch 11, Fair Catch, and 12, Yes and Yes. Scratch 11 and 12, and no changes in today's 10th race. Main track fast, turf courses firm. The jackpot carryover in the Empire 6 stands at $142,138. The Aqueduct Opener is coming up in 27 minutes at 11:50 a.m.
It only takes 20 cents to take down an Empire. The Empire 6 is the jackpot 20-cent pick 6 bet that's offered every day at the Big A. One unique winning ticket earns the entire net pool plus the jackpot carryover. Without a unique ticket, 75% is distributed to winners with 25% added to the jackpot. Win big with the Empire 6.
For details on the Empire 6 and mandatory payout dates, visit nyra.com/Empire6 today.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on NYRA Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick in the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on NYRA Bets and the NYRA Bets app. No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and NYRA Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With NYRA Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the NYRA Bets app or visit nyrabets.com.
We're getting ready for another week of live racing here at the Big A. Racing resumes at Aqueduct today as we have a great card assembled for you. Coming up later on in race 9, we'll see Duress looking to stay unbeaten at Aqueduct as last win did come last November here at the Big A for Tom Albertrani, who's been having a strong meet as well. We'll also be having the full card from Churchill Downs this afternoon. Still no turf there underneath the Twin Spires, but in race 8, Sir Alfred James has been very good on the Churchill main track. He'll be stretching out in distance today for Al Stahl, seeing if that can help him get back to his winning ways. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing, as we have a great sunny day. A little bit chilly out there, but it's a nice one as well. So thanks for joining us today. I'm your host, Acacia Courtney. Sunny but cool day here at the Big A as we're looking forward to having live racing resume here in New York for the first of 4 live racing days. Again, we'll also be bringing you racing from Churchill Downs. Fun show coming up as I'm pleased to welcome in New York Racing Association handicapper and analyst Andy Serling. And Andy, some more stakes action coming up this weekend. Speaking of Tom Albertrani, he's got Sadler's Joy waiting in the wings.
He does. Sadler's Joy is looking to win the Red Smith for the 2nd year in a row, and Tom had a very nice, actually, half-brother to Sadler's Joy. Break is made in the dirt impressively first time out over the weekend. So things are going well for Tom, and Duress, he looks a little too good in that race. Yeah. That's the only knock on him. He's clearly the horse to beat. We'll
see if Duress can get back to the winner's circle today. But coming up before that, in race 7 today, we have a nice little rematch of a couple of good horses on the dirt here at Aqueduct. It's Americanus and 3 Technique coming out of that race on October 23rd. Both of them finishing behind Money Moves, who ran in the Kentucky Derby for Todd Pletcher. This will be Americanus' second start off of the layoff, Andy, and also his second for Shug McGahee. His 3 Technique was the second place finisher here.
Yeah, layoff or not, he's got a lot of ground to pick up if he's going to beat 3 Technique today. Certainly not impossible. 3 Technique's a little more accomplished, but both these horses have run well. Not exactly sure how the winner came back to win. He looked like he'd been left for dead by those 2, but he was resurgent and stretched to win. 3 Technique is logical, and they're all meeting a runner for Linda Rice. He's the one inside of 3 Technique, who's coming off a very solid effort, albeit on a wet track.
Tis he the one, second last time out on the slop at Belmont. We'll see if he takes a step forward today. An interesting 7th race coming up a little bit later on as we'll take a look at what's on tap today. Today's races, as always, brought to you by our friends at Claiborne Farm, as we'll have races 1 through 10 today at the Big A, Fast and Firm here in South Ozone Park. Races 1 through 9 at Churchill Downs, fast main track and still off the turf there, at least through November 22nd. As mentioned last week, you can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. We'll have the first race at Aqueduct to kick off the show. It's a $14,000 claiming race. Horses looking for the 3rd win of their careers, going a mile on the main track, and currently 1-9 on the number 2 Economic Policy, Andy, who won his last 2.
Yeah, that's a little bit ridiculous. He's not that good, and he's not that reliable. I picked him on top because I frankly had trouble finding an alternative, but that doesn't mean he should be this price in here. We'll see what happens. We'll see if any interesting bets come in this race, as we've seen in some first races throughout last week.
Double digits so far, and everybody else in the field, while Economic Policy is 1-9. We'll see if it stays that way, and we'll talk more about the opener at Aqueduct after this quick break on America's Day at the Races.
This proven son of Giants Causeway has sired 4 millionaires, including Claiborne Farm stallion Lee. Recent top runners include graded stakes winner Plum Ali, Sharp Samurai, a graded stakes winner and runner-up in the Grade 1 Pacific Classic, international graded stakes winners Birdie Queen and Shamal Nibraz, plus these standout performers. In the ring, his yearlings sold up to $260,000. First Samurai, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
America's Day at the Races continues, brought to you as always by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit NairaBets.com to get started or download the app. We're getting ready for the opener here at Aqueduct, about 12 minutes away. There's a look at the field of 7 to start things off as Economic Policy continues to be your 1-9 favorite. He looks like he is far above the one to beat in here, Andy, but did you see him as potentially being vulnerable at all in this spot?
Well, I think anytime you have lower level horses, there always can be a bit vulnerable. He is undefeated in the dirt. Now, obviously, he's met easier fields than he met in his turf races, but he's also obviously been a better dirt horse than he was a turf horse. It's funny, last time out, he actually was relatively close early. He dropped back like he might not do much running. Then there was a pretty quick pace in here. But you got to see him. He just blew by the field. I don't know how much he was flattered by the fourth horse coming back and winning. It wasn't a particularly strong race the other day. I think a couple horses ran well out of that race. But the problem is, it's one thing to say, okay, you know, I think any handicapper looks at a race and you have to start by looking at the favorite and saying, where do I stand in the favorite? Is he vulnerable? You want to ask yourself, because you want to try to beat favorites because it throws the odds in your favor. That doesn't mean you're supposed to make up reasons to bet against them or just say, I'm going to bet against the favorite. That's a foolish way to approach things. So the question, you look at him and you think, he's a lower level horse even for Chad Brown. How reliable is he? How forward is he going to be in this race? But I started looking through the race, and it's like, okay, the 5 local council, well, he lost his form, and he hasn't been out since March. And the 7 Magnetron, who has run some okay races going back, he does switch to Rob Atras. Maybe he's a little bit interesting, but for me, they weren't interesting enough to bet against Economic Policy. And I'm not going to pick against horses that I'm not going to bet against.
1-9 on your favorite right now. We'll see if he lives up to that billing as we welcome in the third member of our team, Richard Migliori, down in the paddock, getting a good look at the horses for the opener. Richie, short price on your favorite right now. What do you think?
Yeah, short price. He's a horse, though, that's kind of a very narrow slider kind of horse, doesn't carry a lot of weight. That may be just in character for him. I really don't have anything to compare it to. I mean, he certainly looks good, as you expect all of Chad Brown's horses to look, Economic Policy. But a couple I thought were a little bit interesting, starting with the one, King of Ranch, making his first start ever on the dirt. 13 starts exclusively on turf. He looks great in the flesh, like all of Rudy Rodriguez's horses, carries good, solid weight. He does kind of have that look of a turf horse, though, with the flatter foot, longer, kind of slacker pasterns. But talk to Rudy about him. He says he trains really well on the dirt. They're taking a shot. He says, if you were picking on looks, you'd pick him. I agree. He said, but he goes, it's not a beauty contest, and I agree with him. It's not a beauty contest, but I thought he was worth mentioning, particularly because Rudy does say he works well on the dirt. Now we'll see if he actually performs on it in the afternoon. The 4-horse Bozzini from Jeremiah Englehart Barn, again, from a physical perspective, really drawn to him. Very attractive horse, looks great, carrying beautiful weight, great coat on him. And he just looks really, really healthy, a horse that's radiating good health, as is the 7 Magnetron. Rob Atras does a terrific job. His horses all look good. His horses got dapples coming out. This is the time of year. You know, their coats change because it gets cooler. They want to be, you know, just naturally Mother Nature. They want to stay warmer. Horses' coats grow out a little bit, so you tend not to see those dapples. But it really speaks to overall good health, general good health, when you see one with the dapples popping out of that. And just so you guys know, it's a little chilly down here. Absolutely beautiful day, crystal clear, but chilly. And the riders will be getting up at 5 minutes to post, so shorter post parades because of the chillier weather.
All right, Richie, thank you. It's Magnetron to the outside coming in from Finger Lakes here. Just a little bit of a light breeze out there today. It's not as bad as it has been in the last couple of days, Andy. We're happy to have the sun out, even though, as mentioned, when we start with the earlier post, it does hit us right in the eyes up here from the Equestrious restaurant. But Richie mentioned the 7 Magnetron going first time out for Rob Atras. This one's a big price on the board, as is pretty much everybody besides the favorite. But this is a barn you have to take a look at.
Right. I think there's probably 3 horses you look at in this race if you're trying to beat the favorite. And Magnetron is one of them. It's just because of the switch to Rob Atras. This horse's recent form at Finger Lakes, though, is horrendous. And just going on the assumption that, oh, Rob Atras is a trainer that moves horses up, he's going to win here, is a slippery slope. Now, he's not going to be 25-1. The board's going to mitigate. Economic Policy will probably drift up to, if not 2-5, very close to that. So you'll see these odds come in. Listen, you want to take a shot in that angle? I'm not going to knock you. I certainly would use this horse defensively as a C and pick 5s. But, boy, the recent form is so bad. The weird horse here is kind of the one King of Ranch, right? And I think you're inclined to kind of want to bet that horse because just the assumption that, well, he hasn't proven to me that he can't run in the dirt. The problem is he's had some sharp connections, you know. Mike Maker, Rudy Rodriguez has had him for 5 starts. They've never wanted to run this horse in the dirt. I don't want to hear that he works good in the morning on the turf. That's trainer speak. And the other thing is, he's in lousy form even for the turf. It's not, he's coming off just an awful race down at Monmouth Park. He's running in the bottom level down there. And so I think not only does he have to handle the dirt, he's got to improve on the dirt off his form to win. If this horse improves in the dirt, we're going to have to ask Amador Sanchez, Mike Maker, and Rudy. And it's a fair question. I think they would ask themselves, why weren't we running this horse in the dirt? Now, listen, prioritized for Jimmy Bond. Spent his career in the turf. Jimmy put him in the dirt, and I'm sure Jimmy said to himself, what's going to be so long to do that? Cigar is a funny story because he had run 2 very good races on the dirt early in his career, and for whatever reason, they just dismissed the idea that he could be. I mean, there are examples of that, but I think it's unlikely this is going to be one of them. Doesn't mean it can't happen.
There is the question that I think gets brought up at this time of year as turf racing is starting to wind down for a trainer that does stay in New York year-round and having a horse that can be effective on dirt. But when you have a horse that isn't in good form, do you feel like that raises some more questions as well?
Well, sure. No, I mean, your point is very well taken. You're going to see trainers at this time of the year leave them in if a race comes off the turf, or like Rudy, run this race in the dirt because you're, like you say, King of Ranch is only a 3-year-old. Rudy's thinking, well, if he runs well enough here, I can keep him around in the winter and get some checks and pay some bills with him. But he's got to find out. He doesn't need to do that if this horse can't compete in a race like this. I don't like it when they come into the race on bad form because then it says, you know, it's one thing if you've got a horse that's kind of a better turf horse than these horses are on the dirt. You say, all this horse has to do is handle the surface a little bit and he's going to be a factor. This horse needs to improve, and I'm just not going to bet on that. He's also not going to be 12-1. Once again, we're on the board, the prices are going to mitigate a little bit. We'll see. Not my kind of horse, but I won't fall out of my chair if he runs well here.
Switching surfaces for the first time today. The one that does have speed figures on the go back, though, that would stack up in here is the 5 Local Council taking a drop, but off of a significant layoff since March.
Yeah, I mean, there are a number of things to worry. He's also a horse that has no speed, and he's going to have to find, you know, be able to work out the right trip. Economic policy may not be a speed type, but he can put himself into the game. Local Council, there was a time where he would be heavily favored in this race. That time is not now. I mean, his resume from early in October, and then he comes back in March, he just didn't run a step. He drops the bottom off a layoff for Mark Hennig. I picked him second, though. I still think in a lot of ways he's the second likeliest winner.
Last ran for $35,000 when we were at Aqueduct back in March. Hasn't been seen since then. Seemed like with the pandemic, he was put to the side as many horses were at that time. It unfortunately missed the whole summer and fall as well.
And he's dropping down to the lowest level in this category because he's a non-winner as a 3 lifetime. And back in the day, 14,000 used to be the lowest level here. We have some lower levels now, and we used to have a saying, an angle back then, first time 14. It used to work out because one of the reasons when you drop down to, let's say the bottom level is 10 now, horses that are running for 14,000 or 20,000, it's fair to say that's what they're worth. Whereas if a horse is running in the bottom level, they can sort of be worth anyway from 0 to 10. And that's why in those races, you'll see a horse that's running for $5,000 claiming levels out of town might be competitive because it's sort of, they're worth 0 to 10 at that point. A lot of these horses just don't have much value as racehorses. Not looking to be critical of them as racehorses. It's a simple fact of the game. It's economics. So when you drop down to the lowest level from a higher level, a lot of times you'll see horses wake up because they're going to look around and go, well, I found my friends.
This is not as tough as what I've been facing before, as here's our post-parade. We'll kick things off with that turf-to-dirt runner, King of Ranch.
It's just a crapshoot whether or not this horse can run and improve a little bit in the dirt. There's not a pedigree to suggest it, but it can always happen.
Here's your favorite, Economic Policy.
Economic Policy at 1-5. There's kind of a joke there in there somewhere. He's the worst to beat for live connections, but how good is he really?
Won his last 2 starts. Here's the 3, True Blue Giant.
This is a horse that even on his best race doesn't appear competitive, at least recently.
Seems to have trouble getting out of the gate, too, as we look at the 4, Bozzini.
Bozzini, at least for Bozzini, has some, you know, forget about the last race on synthetic. 2 and 3 back has run figures that put him somewhere within hunting distance of the favorite.
The layoff runners, the 5, Local Council.
Listen, can he find that form he once had? And can he get the trip that gets him to the race? He is, to me, the biggest danger of the favorite.
And the 6 mandatory payout is next.
Mandatory payout, by the way, is not a winning type. He's just 2 for 25. He likes to run third, but he's another one that at time runs figures that at least they sort of lean towards the figures the favorite's running.
And we wrap up the field with the 7 Magnetron.
If you're betting this horse, you are counting on trainer Rob Atras getting him back to his once former glory. Certainly not impossible.
You can play against your friends and fellow fans with the Showdown, a free-to-enter handicapping contest. Place your picks now and watch your name climb the leaderboard to earn real prizes. Visit NYRA.com/showdown to get started. Always fun to be part of all those contests. Free to play as well, so make sure you check that out. This horse is on the track warming up. For more on the one King of Ranch, who's now 8-1. Let's head down again to Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. Yeah, and the horses are coming right on the racetrack and making a right and heading right off to the starting gate again. Short and post raids because of the, chilly, breezy weather. It's really not too bad out, actually, though. It's a beautiful day. The one King of Ranch looked good in the paddock, looks good on the racetrack, and I know he's trying a different surface for the first time, but he does appear to be, to me anyway, on paper, potentially the main speed here, and I think that's always a good thing, right? If you can get loose and get comfortable. I thought he might be interesting if he can get really comfortable and the rider can hold him together. Sometimes horses that are a little more prone to turf can carry it a little bit further, but he's making a great impression. Left the pony, just really moving well. Really like what I'm seeing from the one King of Ranch. The 2 Economic Policy looks better under tack. Certainly looks good. No surprise that he's such a short price, but I'm trying to beat him, and the other alternative to me was the 4, Bozzini, and I like what I'm seeing from Bozzini as well. Just it caught my attention in the paddock. I was going back and forth between the 1 and the 4 as a potential upsetter, and I landed on the 4, Bozzini. Not going to be surprised when Economic Policy wins, but if I'm going to take a stand, it's with one of these 2 guys, and I landed on the 4.
All right, Richie, thank you. 8-1 on the 4 Bozzini, as that this one, he last won in February of 2019, but making a nice impression out there, coming in from the Finger Lakes and Presque Isle.
With a lot of these horses, you can go back in their careers and find better races. Certainly the case for Bozzini. This is a horse that ran in the Federico Tessio in a distant third behind a kind of neat horse named Always Mining.
Love that horse.
Just last year, yeah, he's a really neat Marylander. He ran in the Preakness, right?
He did, yeah. I actually got to go and spend some time at his owner's farm in Pennsylvania. Some of the nicest people you will ever meet, and they had tremendous luck with him and a couple of other horses, and their son, who has developmental disabilities, absolutely adores this horse, and it was one of the greatest stories. That's an aside.
That is great. That is great. He was a really neat horse, Always Mining. He probably still is. I mean, imagine he's still running.
I believe so, yeah.
Yeah. Listen, I think that's one thing. I'm not trying to beat this favorite. I'm also not running window to bet him. I don't bet horses at short prices like this. I just feel an obligation. If I'm going to pick a horse against a horse like this, I will be betting my money on him. And if I'm not going to do that, I'm not going to just take a shot and put a horse on top. But when you look for a horse to try to beat an Economic Policy, you find a horse like Bozzini and say, well, at least there was a time when he was fast enough to win it. That time probably isn't now, but maybe Economic Policy doesn't run his race, and he runs a little bit better than he's been running recently. Richie likes the way he looks in the paddock, suggesting that maybe he feels, and obviously does, that he can run his good race today. And if Economic Policy, who isn't the most reliable horse, none of these lower-level horses are. But on the other hand, Economic Policy is coming out of Chad Brown's barn, so you are getting a horse from, arguably the top trainer in the country. He's won 4 straight Eclipse Awards for a reason.
Economic Policy now at 2-5 on the board. Did get a good setup last time, but I wanted to circle back to something you had mentioned in that he actually broke sharply if you watch that race back from the beginning. So he doesn't need to be one that's the victim of how a trip plays out. He can be involved.
I think that's a great point, Acacia, because what you're saying is he didn't get lucky last time. The race didn't fall apart into his lap. He did the running in there. Everything, all the pieces sort of fell into place behind him, to be honest, because you say he was closer early. He ended up dropping back. Maybe the pace was heating up a little bit for him in the second quarter, as it often does, going down the long straightaway in those routes at Belmont Park. But he made his own trip. He split horses. He made the lead an early stretch in that race. So you're absolutely right. He wasn't a beneficiary of race dynamics. He, in a way, made the race dynamics.
Won an off-the-turf race at Monmouth 2 starts back, came back with a dirt meant race, and seems like he's kind of found his home now on the main track as they move towards the starting gate. And I always find it interesting, Andy, as you brought up a couple of other examples of big-name horses who's maybe started their career on the turf or vice versa, and just kind of finding the surface that they actually are a little bit more effective on. These horses, they're tough to read. You realize this is a job you're trying to figure them out their entire career.
The best trainers in the game make mistakes sometimes. There's no question about it. Horses fool them. There's trainers who will tell you they have a good horse in their barn, that they never really liked the horse, didn't show them anything in the morning, did whatever their quirks were. It's one of the fun parts of the game is that even at the highest level, horses fool people.
They know how to keep you humble. That's one thing for sure. Well, we'll see if Economic Policy can make it 3 dirt wins in a row as they load into the starting gate for the opener here at Aqueduct, and we'll send it in to the voice of New York racing, John Embriel, for the call.
Waiting for a mandatory payout and Magnetron. They're in the gate. And they're off. Bazzini away well, Magnetron on the outside, and at the rail it's King of Ranch, and then Economic Policy as they race up the chute and head for the backstretch. King of Ranch, Bazzini. Those two now heads apart for the lead with Magnetron sitting just off them in third, and then the big favorite, Economic Policy, in fourth. Mandatory payout on the outside is next in fifth. At the back of the pack are Local Council and True Blue Giant. Opening quarter mile in 23 and 4/5 seconds. It's Bazzini now with a head in front of King of Ranch. A break of 2.5 lengths to Magnetron in third. Economic Policy is right alongside of a mandatory payout. Then a break of 3 back to True Blue Giant. And Local Council is the trailer. Opening half in 47-1. Bazzini is the leader here. King of Ranch down at the rail runs in second. Magnetron is gaining ground from third. Mandatory payout moving up from fourth. Economic Policy is fifth, 5 lengths from the lead. It is Bazzini challenged here by Magnetron, and they are heads apart as King of Ranch drops back at the rail. On the outside is mandatory payout. Economic Policy is being asked for more. 3/4 in 112-1, and the field is in the stretch, and it is Bazzini with the lead here. Bazzini in front by 2. Magnetron on the outside runs in second, and mandatory payout is next in third. Not today for Economic Policy. A 16th to the finish. Bazzini down at the rail. Magnetron on the outside. Bazzini and Magnetron. The two of them come down for the finish, and it looked like Bazzini held on. Bazzini, Magnetron, and then mandatory payout.
2 horses that recently raced up at the Finger Lakes at 1-2 down to the wire. It was the number 4 Bazzini. Looks like he held on under Jorge Vargas as he was put on the lead, Andy, and managed to be very game down to the wire.
And a good job not taking the speed away from Bazzini by Jorge Vargas, getting the job done. Magnetron, I think 2 horses that were right on top of the pace the whole way were the dominant forces in here. Obviously, the horse in the rail, King of Ranch, just didn't handle the wet at all. They ran, and the favorite was never running. You could see the favorite wasn't running. That'd be fair. Some would have said last time he wasn't running as well. Faster pace last time, though. Got out in the clear and did no running. Favorite absolutely brutal at 2-5. Bazzini, good call by Richie.
Absolutely. 7-1, Richie. Nice pick as this horse was tenacious down to the wire.
Yeah, he really fought for it. He got stretched late by Magnetron. But just a little note going forward, guys. We've got a pretty steady tailwind down the backstretch, so that 23-4 is pretty slow, you know, with the aid of the wind at their back down the backstretch. And he got so comfortable. I was so happy to see him up on the pace because I was kind of looking for a horse that was going to be close to the pace, because I just thought it would be very moderate. I think that this pace was even slower than it might appear on paper, guys.
Something to take into account is Bazzini and Magnetron. Some nice prices there on the board. Mandatory payout does get third with Economic Policy, your 2-5 favorite, checking in fourth this afternoon. But there's a look at Jeremiah Engelhardt as he has a little fist bump there. Gets the win in the opener with Jorge Vargas Jr. aboard, as you mentioned, Andy, doing the right thing in using the natural speed of this horse.
Jeremiah Engelhardt with in five races on today's card, at least entry. I didn't see if they're all running. Nice start of the day for him, and Jorge Vargas getting it done.
Busy day coming up. Kicks it off with a win, which is always a good way to start the day. We'll have more live racing coming up after this quick break on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us.
Spun to run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to run, new for 2021, standing at Gainesway.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick and the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
I was born inside this delta.
Win, you win. Has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
I was raising horses.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Shine through. Gotta get in, it's a winning. All the world's been waiting on you.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
America's Day at the Races continues on Fox Sports 2. Glad to have you with us as the first race at Aqueduct is in the books. It went to an upset runner, the number 4 Bozzini at 7-1, who was game to hold on down to the wire for trainer Jeremiah Engelhardt, winning the opener as he's standing by now with Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. And Jeremiah, you've put together a good year in spite of the pandemic. This was your 56th win of the year. Bozzini kind of found his form again, found his speed again a little bit too. What was the key to victory here?
I thought Georgie did a really good job of getting him into the race early, and you know, he's the type of horse he wants to run against the bridle, and there wasn't a whole lot of speed, so I think, like you had mentioned, we used the tailwind down the backside to kind of get a little bit of a break while he was out there. Even though it was 23-4 and 47, it's probably not as fast as it would seem, and he was able to hold on at the end and hold off the 7 at the end. So.
Now, you said something to me off camera that the horse was doing really good and you like to run your horses when they're good. What is it that specifically points out when a horse is doing so well?
Yeah, a lot of, most of the time, just in the mornings, how they're training. And he's a horse, he's aggressive in the mornings. And I liked what I saw from him last week after his work and coming out of that work. So it was actually a race that, we put him in late in the race. And the racing office needed to make the race, and they asked if I would consider it, and I thought, you know what, I might as well give him a shot. So, it worked out good for me, for sure.
Now, you've got 4 more in today. Anybody specific we should look for?
Well, everyone, I thought 3 Technique was probably my best chance today. I have a couple first-time starters in that are doing well, and I'm looking forward to Dusk Gets in Your Eyes and Boom Kitty Bye Bye. Those are the 2 New York bred turf horses. They've been training well, so hopefully they can show up well in their first start.
Maya, thanks so much for taking time. And guys, after he gets done work, saddling all these horses, he's going to grab some dinner. Then he's going to head 200 miles home, trying to keep that balance between personal and professional. He's doing a good job of it.
Absolutely, Richie. Thanks. And starting the day off with a win, $16.80 winner here, Bozzini, to start things off. And yeah, a couple of interesting first-time starters for Maya to look forward to a little bit later on in the card, Andy.
Yep, Maya's a big fan of the show. I'm a big fan of Jeremiah's too as well, a good guy, and we text and talk occasionally, and it's always good to hear from him. Glad to see him do well, and he's a loyal viewer of our show.
Love that.
Yep.
Thanks, Maya.
Yeah, absolutely.
Turning the page now for the second race. We're on the turf here, going 6 furlongs in this maiden claiming race. And T in China, who was about 43-1 last time out. Now we are 5-2 favorite, but we're going to have a turf distance race to look forward to on Saturday. As we mentioned it a little bit at the top of the show, the Red Smith, looking forward to that one. Grade 3 event going 1 mile and 3/8 on the grass, and we've got a couple of Grade 1 winners in there, Andy and Aquaphobia, and of course Sadler's Joy, who won this race last year, and it is our America's Best Racing Race of the Week.
And nice to have a race named for Red Smith, a longtime sports columnist for the New York Times, is about as famous a sports writer as you can find, especially in New York, and the race named for him every year. Aquaphobia, I'm trying to figure out where that United Nations came from.
Right.
He ran terribly last time at Keeneland, but we know he's better than that. Sadler's Joy won this race last year. I think Joel Rosario is a perfect rider for him. Joel has a great sense of timing, and he can be a tricky horse to ride. He is absolutely the horse to beat. Red Knight, who he beat last year, coming in this race in good form, got a very good trip, but got the job done at Keeneland as well. I do think, though, there's a fair argument that he's got a tougher field today, Sadler's Joy, than he did last year. Doesn't mean he's not the horse to beat.
I would imagine to be very validating, as a win in the Red Smith would give Sadler's Joy his first official win of 2020, as he did cross the wire first in the Bowling Green and was disqualified. Has run well in all of his starts this year, though, coming out of a third in the Grade 1 Turf Classic at Belmont, going 1.5 miles behind Channelmaker, who ran very well in the Breeders' Cup too.
And I don't think Sadler's Joy ran badly in that race. He was compromised by the dynamics. He's a deep closer. The race was won on the front end. 3 turns here have not been a problem for him. Tom Albertrani's barn is going well, and Tommy deserves a lot of credit for the job he's done with this horse. And he's just a really, really cool horse that stuck around. He's the one to beat. I think the Graham Motion's horse, Zayad,
Yep.
I believe that he's going to run a lot better in this race. He just was wide to nowhere the whole time, and he is a very talented European if he can get back to those races. It's an interesting race. Red Knight is in good form. Can Aquaphobia bounce back off that race? Is North Dakota improving for Shug McGay? Maybe he didn't like being buried down the rail last time, but no matter how you cut it, Sadler's Joy at 8-5, he is the horse to beat.
He is, as Aquaphobia, also a Grade 1 winner. He won the United Nations. He was claimed for $62,000 back in January by Mike Maker, and we've seen this movie before, I should say. You think of Zulu Alpha and what he's done as a former high-level, though claiming horse too, but Aquaphobia coming off of a poor performance in that Sycamore, which was run by Red Knight.
And he was right on top of the slow pace that was set by Postulation, who finished a close 4th in there. And he just didn't run a step in there. I don't know how you can endorse him off that race, but good trip or not in the United Nations, he ran well enough to win this race, so I wouldn't want to completely dismiss him as well. But last time out, Aquaphobia did no running. I may try to beat the favorite in here, Sadler's Joy, but I'm not going to try to beat him with that horse, Aquaphobia.
We'll see if he can bounce back, and we'll see if Sadler's Joy, the 7-year-old by Kitten's Joy, can defend his title. As we take a look at the weekend stakes schedule, we have the Red Smith, Grade 3 on Saturday as the highlight, and a couple of nice stakes to look forward to on Sunday for the New York bred Staten Island and the Thunder Rumble.
Yeah, Thunder Rumble, good old Thunder Rumble won the Travers going way back. I think Herb McCauley rode it. I know Richie's ridden him before, though. I think Herb McCauley rode him and won the Travers.
That's awesome. Looking forward to those
Gio
races on Sunday, as that'll be fun. And we have, of course, the Red Knight on Saturday. 3 turns here on the turf. Back today, though, we'll be sprinting on the turf for race 2, $40,000 maiden claiming race. And T in China, who seemed to be just off a little bit slow and then knocked at the break last time, ran a very good race. Back to sprinting on turf is a big price that day, though.
Yeah, I don't understand the chart comment there. I thought that was sort of nonsensical, and I know you agree from your comments. He was a bit awkward. I do wonder if this horse would be favored if Irad Ortiz wasn't riding her.
I'm sure that is definitely an appeal as he picks up the mount. This one going first time out for Eddie Davis, taking a drop in from Restricted Stakes Company to the 40,000. We'll talk more about this race. There's a look at Divided Sky turning back. Stay with us for more on America's Day at the Races.
Set for the start of the Vanderbilt. And they're off. Volatile is right on the lead. Volatile with the lead as they come down for the 8th pole. Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. Won by 2 lengths.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. We're getting ready here for race 2 at Aqueduct. We're about 13 minutes away for this maiden claiming on the turf. Sprinting here is T in China. 3-1 still on the board. Coming in first time out for Eddie Davis. And for more on this filly and the rest of the field, let's head down to the paddock and check in with Richie.
Yeah, Keisha, the 2T in China, she was a handful to saddle, really was revved up, took a couple of hands to kind of hold her on the ground. Once they got the tack on her, though, she settled in nicely, seems very composed now in the paddock. It was just getting the saddle on her that was a little bit difficult. Eddie Davis kind of did a real good job hanging on to her and able to get the saddle in its proper place, and she looks good from a physical perspective. I'm glad that she settled down. I'm going to keep an eye on her on the track just to kind of see if she keeps on in that vein, but she certainly looks good. The 9-horse Buyer's Remorse making a really nice impression. I have to say, Antonia Arriaga's horses always look good, very well turned out. Coat couldn't be much better. Filly that showed good speed on the dirt with Luis Saez. Would expect Luis Saez to be aggressive here again. And then outside of her, the 10-horse Celestial Dream making a really nice impression. A filly that they feel like the turn back will help. She has a tendency to want to get keen at times. She's been a little bit rank in the mornings, but they said they've got her settled down now, and she, gone from kind of running off to really being much more tractable in the morning, and that just means she'll save more energy. She's going to have to work out a trip, though, from post 10 with Dylan Davis. I'm not a big fan of those outside posts on turf, but hopefully she can get the right kind of position and follow the 9 over, who I believe should show some good speed here.
All right, Richie, thank you. As favoritism has now shifted over to the 6 Divided Sky, who turns back in distance today for Abel Castellano, as we were just talking about Andy, the younger brother to Javier Castellano, a former rider himself and doing well in his training career. Nice to see him with a starter here in New York.
Yeah, and a starter for E5 Racing, who owns Rushing Falls as well, Bob Edwards, E5 Racing. And I think he is the horse to beat. By the way, speaking of Abel, I actually texted Javier on Monday, and he was already back home from the hospital. He said his surgery went really well, so we wish him the best, and we wish him a quick recovery, and look forward, you'll be seeing him down in Florida, hopefully riding in January. I like Divided Sky in this race, who's dropping down, who's faced better horses. I don't think the cutback should be a problem for a horse who ran sprinting first two times out and ran against better horses. I think this is a very, very logical horse who showed speed going a mile, who should be the horse to beat in here. I think he's the right favorite. He is second choice to T in China if you look at doubles, though.
The half-sister to Grade 1 winner Lady Prancelot off of a big layoff, came back at Monmouth last time out and took back behind the pace setters. Kind of a weird trip last time, too. I mean, kind of took back, then rushed up, and then seemed a little bit empty. A little bit of a strange trip last time.
But I thought ran enough and suggested that distance is probably a problem, thus the cutback for Abel. I think T in China can win this race, but I do prefer others near. I prefer the 4 Kiss and Run as well as the number 10 Celestial Dream, who Richie was talking about. I mean, T in China did have, here's the race down the stretch. I thought that, as you said, she didn't really have trouble to start, and some people may see that and be misled by that. She ran fine. She got a very good ride and trip after that. She just turned to be second best to a horse that was, I think, 1-5 in that race, or a heavy, heavy favorite, right?
Very short price on the winner in there, Virginia Beach, who, when she switched leads, managed to just hold off T in China, who was running, but yeah, it seemed to be just off a half step slow and then knocked a little bit around at the start, but the top 2 were much the best in that race, as well as What the Beep, which is a funny name.
Yeah, actually, was it What the Beat that was 1-5? Was it the third place
I had
finisher
written
that
down
was 1-5?
actually that the winner was 3-1.
Yeah,
so
I think that What the
Mm-hmm.
Beep, who ran third, was the one who was the heavy favorite. I apologize for that. Still, I just don't know how good she is overall. The number 6 in here, or number 4, excuse me, Kiss and Run, I think is a little bit interesting. Going to Rob Atras, who was a narrowly beaten second last time the trainer switched off the claim. Excuse me, Sandy Goldfarb. It's a very sharp owner, has been in the game for a long, long time. The problem with a horse like the number 4 Kiss and Run is, even in turf routes, he has no speed. So she has no speed. So in all likelihood, even with blinkers on, how forward can she be in this race? And you're talking about getting lost in turf sprints. And unless she's just been put in the wrong races, because closers can win turf sprints, I think she may be up against it, cutting back in distance.
And that is a big question, as she at one point went for $375,000. She was claimed last time, gets back on what appears to be her preferred surface, but sprinting for the first time. We'll see if those blinkers do help. But as we talked about, and she is coming from a good barn, to be fair, claimed off of Steve Asmussen, but Rob Atras does seem to be very sharp as to where the horses are spotted off the claim as well.
Can he get more speed into this horse? We'll see. You know, Richie mentioned the speed with the 9 Buyer's Remorse, who could be the speed here, and I think Sebastian Saez has to be aggressive with this filly. I tried her on the grass 2 back, and she really didn't have much speed. I didn't think she particularly loved the surface that day 2 back. Now, the competition may be a little bit easier than it was that day, but still, I didn't like the race she ran, and I thought, with her natural speed, if she was really a turf horse, she would have had more zip early, and she really was only sort of second by default.
Especially, you see a rider that tends to be a little bit more aggressive out of the gate, and Kendra Carmouche, who was bored that day. She showed, I thought, actually more speed last time than she did on the turf 2 starts back. So we'll see as she tries the grass again today, half-sister to 3 siblings who won on the turf, as she'll try that surface once again. And do you think that that's a reason why there is maybe some more money coming in on the 2 T in China? She does have some natural speed.
Yeah, no, that's possible. I mean, she's not particularly quick,
No.
to be honest with you. I think that there's much faster horses. I think Canarsie Girl on the inside could outrun her in this race. I think the number 6 Divided Sky with Kendrick is supposed to be in front of her. I think she's naturally faster. I think when T in China has been forward, the paces have been extremely slow. That doesn't mean she can't be forward here, but I don't know that she's supposed to be forward. I think a wild card in here and a horse who can be forward is the number 10 Celestial Dream. Even though she's coming out of longer races, she's got some natural speed. And as Richie suggested, if Dylan can follow the number 9 horse over, who theoretically is supposed to be speed in here, I think then he can get the right kind of trip in here. I don't worry about the outside posts and the turf courses, but it does seem, even with the rails coming out on the outer turf course, that in general, inside has been good. I feel like the rails, are they out a little more than they even were last week? I can't tell.
It looks a little bit more.
Yeah,
From
it
our
looks a little
vantage
more.
point, it does.
But, you know, so far the outer turf races have been dominated by horses with inside position. Whether or not that's been a bias or just been a case last week, especially with the rails out, of just sort of situation, I don't know. There weren't that many races.
We saw Kendrick Carmouche there, talking a little smack in the paddock as well, maybe causing a little bit of trouble, but always one of the nicest guys, most fun guys, always seems to be in a good mood that you'll meet at the racetrack. Leading the jockey standings here as he really kicked off things in a great way at the start of the meet here at Aqueduct.
Oh, he had a great first weekend, and congrats to Kendrick, who, as you say, to know Kendrick is to like Kendrick. He's an upbeat guy, and he's a fun guy to talk to, and I'm a big fan of Kendrick as well.
He's aboard the number 6 Divided Sky, who's currently 8 to 5, on the board right now as they head out. Those two, the 2 and the 6, taking some more attention. The one Canarsie girl you mentioned is this one who switches back to turf. She'll kick off the post parade, coming back in just 6 days.
In her only turf start, she tried 9 furlongs, which is way too far for her. The question is whether or not she really is a turf horse at all. And she also comes in this race off a 6-day layoff and 2 poor efforts off the layoff.
Here's the 2, T in China with Irene Ortiz.
She won't be 7-2 by post time in all likelihood. She may even be favored by post time. I thought she had to improve a little bit, but she's one of the players.
Big Price Idaka tries the turf for the first time.
First time out is a half to 1 horse to win on the turf. It's really more of a dirt pedigree and taking no money.
Kiss and Run, the 4 will be next. First off, the claim for Rob Atras.
I feel like the dam may have been trained by Gary Siaka. Lemon Splendor was a turf horse. I think it's an interesting horse, but I don't know if she's going to be a sprinter.
Here's the 5, Roma Carpe.
Going to have to improve dramatically off of her turf efforts.
Big Price on the board as we go next to your current favorite, Divided Sky.
I do like her. I think 8 to 5 is being overbet in here, but I think that she is the horse to beat.
Here's the 7, Rapido Gata next, as she'll also turn back in distance.
She finished ahead of the number 9, Buyer's Remorse, when they met a couple races back in a turf sprint. She's just had so many chances.
0 for 11 on the career wins. Here's the 8, Carefree Highway.
Didn't see anything to like about a horse cutting back in distance. She once ran a race fast enough, but her recent form has not been good.
The 9, Buyer's Remorse, will switch back to the grass today.
I think she could be a speed here. I just don't know if she really is a turf horse based on her one turf race.
And here's the 10, Celestial Dream, off the layoff.
Probably the overlay in this race at 8 to 1. I mean, I thought the race was mostly like I had it between 2, 4, 6, and 10, and I think the 10 at 8 to 1 is probably the value in that group.
Nice price on that one right now. Filly by Noble Mission for Mike Maselli on the outside. Well, the cross-country Pick 5 includes racing from Aqueduct and Churchill in one Pick 5 sequence every race day for the remainder of November. Today's sequence starts in race 8 at Aqueduct. Look for the bet as XCP5 in your wagering menu and visit naira.com/cross-country for free past performances. Always a great wager to take part in. Gives you a lot of action in a short amount of time. Horses on the track warming up here for the opener as we're about 2 minutes away. Again, fast main track, and we'll be on the turf for this one as the turf is firm. Richie, what are you seeing out there as horses get their warm-ups in?
Yeah, I'm going to kind of stick with the theme of what I saw in the paddock. First starting with the 2T in China, who was pretty revved up until she got the tack on, settled down nicely. Love what I saw from her on the racetrack. She went off nicely. She's moving well. She's giving me that good energy that I like to see from a horse. And so she's ultimately going to be my top selection. I really like what I'm seeing from the 2T in China. Getting back to the 9, Buyer's Remorse. Excuse me, she just looks as nice as a horse could possibly look. Her coat is so rich and hydrated. She really looks like she's glowing with health. Like I said, Antonio Arriaga does a good job. His horses are always very well turned out. And then the 10 horse, Celestial Dream, she looks terrific. Like her energy. She looks good on the track. She got a little revved up now with the pony, but, for a filly that they said in the morning could be a bit keen. So they got a really good exercise rider, kind of got her to settle down. And sometimes that's all it takes, especially a filly that, using up all that energy in the morning just to save some of it for the afternoon. But as the 2 T in China jogs by me here, I'm pretty comfortable with my pick here. I like what I'm seeing.
Touting herself out there on the racetrack, Richie. Thank you, T in China. Dropping in class from that restricted stakes company last time out. A good effort at Laurel. As the 7 Rapido Gata, we haven't really touched on, Andy, getting some attention at 6 to 1, ran 3rd in turf sprint, 2 starts back.
Nice to see Charlie Marquez back as well. He had a win over the weekend, so good to see him back after he was out for a little while with a wrist injury. This is a horse that's run some good races and run against some good horses in her career. I think she's probably actually a better dirt horse than she is a turf horse. That's the problem. And maybe they'd be better suited finding a level she can win out of the dirt. She will appreciate the cutback, as she went a mile 16th last time, and she is more suited to these sprints. And we've already seen Jimmy Ferraro win with a couple of very big prices so far. I think 35 to 1 and 62 to 1.
Yeah, that first-time starter the other day in the Nightcap.
And a winner while you were at Keeneland as well, with a big price winning. So Jimmy's a trainer who always seems to win a lot of his races at Aqueduct. In the past, and already started out. I think he's looking to have a positive ROI for the Aqueduct meet, maybe for the year.
I would certainly think so with some of those big prices in there. Barn to look out for as Rapido Gata turns back in distance. The 9 Buyer's Remorse got some good comments from Richie as to the impression she was making. Antonio Arriaga with a rather limited number of starters, I guess, as we've seen here, but a trainer that I've noticed as well. His horses always look the picture of health.
He's a trainer that's done well off the claim. My concern with the 9 Buyer's Remorse is I'm not convinced she's really a turf horse. Yeah. That's what concerns me. I understand the logic. If she can clear in this race, maybe she gets brave. I tried that 2 times ago. It didn't work. Maybe it'll work here. The competition's easier. You know, the one Canarsie girl, I understand the logic to try to make this horse as a long shot in the year, because the one time she went on the turf, she went 9 furlongs, and she couldn't get 9 furlongs in the back of a flatbed. My problem is she couldn't even make the lead that day in a slow pace. She's supposed to be in front. Now, maybe Junior wasn't aggressive with her. He's not the most aggressive rider. Having said that, it wasn't the right distance. The problem with her is she's been absolutely abysmal in her 2 races since coming back, and now she's going to a surface where she's not even bred for it. You look through her pedigree. It's not no production over 2, including this horse. Golden Sense has some success, but he's an into mischief. The Dam's a broken vow, who's not a great turf influence. So you look at her and think, what about her suggests to you that she's supposed to be a turf horse?
The pedigree does not suggest it. The one try was disappointing, though it was at a distance. That's not her best. And one thing we talk about, too, with horses that are not in good form currently, when there's a change made, it's almost feels sometimes like that's when you have to be perhaps a little wary of, because it's almost a last resort.
It's an act of desperation.
Let's see if a surface switch will help.
Well, no question about it. I mean, listen, it's not critical to say that a trainer's getting desperate with a horse. All you're saying is they're just trying to they're trying to check every box, you know, turf, dirt, sprints, routes, everything you can possibly find to make sure that somewhere in there isn't a right place to run the horses, and you can't knock Bruce Brown for trying this spot.
Bruce Brown, whose barn has been in a good groove lately, too. We'll see if this one, Canarsie Girl, switching back to the turf today at a nice 20 to 1, can make a splash. The big prices, Tea in China and Divided Sky, continue to take the attention here in the second race. We're sprinting on the turf here for this maiden claiming event as they load into the starting gate, and we'll throw it up to John and Brielle.
Waiting for Kiss and Run, Roma Carpe, and Celestial Dream. In the gate. And they're off. Celestial Dream from the outside, along with a Buyer's Remorse. A Docker is now moving up from 3rd. Carefree Highway is there. Canarsie Girl down at the rail in 5th. Alongside is Kiss and Run in 6th. Then it's Rapido Gata in 7th, followed by the Gray Tea in China in 8th. Then it is Divided Sky, and Roma Carpe trails the field in 10th. As they race up the backstretch through a quarter in 22 and 3, and big long shot Adaka leads here by 3/4 of a length. Buyer's Remorse on the outside, second by almost 3, and it is Celestial Dream next in 3rd. Another 3 lengths to Canarsie Girl in 4th. As they come for the top of the stretch, Buyer's Remorse up on the outside of Adaka. Celestial Dream is in 3rd. Then it's Canarsie Girl. Kiss and Run down at the rail. On the outside is Tea in China, who is making some progress. The half went in 46 seconds as they move down for the 8th pole. Here's Buyer's Remorse now to take the lead. Tea in China gains, and Divided Sky is making a run now. And on the far outside it is Carefree Highway, a 16th to the finish. Here comes Divided Sky to take over in deep stretch, and Divided Sky will be an off-the-pace winner. Tea in China was second. Buyer's Remorse 3rd.
Divided Sky on the drop in class and turned back in distance. She was a lot further back than might have been anticipated, but she finished up with a flourish in here to get the win, Andy.
Yeah, you and I were really kind of watching her in the race because we were both a little surprised that she was so far back. And then, as you know, I was saying to you, maybe they're just going a little quick for these horses early in here, and you could see that very, very good ride by Kendrick because he didn't want to lose ground with her, and he was this is almost, you know, kind of rides that we're very complimentary of Joel Rosario when he gives. He saved ground, he was patient, and he was able to inch his way out and get that room. He never panicked, he never acted like, I better get room now, or I'm going to split between horses. I want to get outside in the clear to make the run. The number 2 T and China may have gotten the jump, but at the end of the day, Divided Sky was just the best horse in this race.
She finished up nicely, Richie, as we talked about that ride from Kendrick Carmouche. Gave her a good one to give. A nice win here for Abel Castellano in New York, too.
Yeah, nice to see Abel come in and get a winner. He was riding here actually with the injury that ended his riding career at Aqueduct, so he is picked up and doing a good job as a horseman, training them now. And this horse, you know, Andy said it, just a nice, patient, I've got time, I've got horse, let me take my time, save ground, come out in the stretch. And that's what turf racing's about. When you've got the horse underneath you, take your time, come with that last run. The 2 T in China got a terrific trip, hit the front just about the 16th pole, but was no match for a much the best Divided Sky, who finished with good energy. I think there's some give to the turf guys. It looked to me like some of the horses on the backstretch were bobbling along a little bit. Something we kind of maybe keep an eye on going forward.
Divided Sky 2-1, the Irish bred for E5 Racing, and Abel Castellano, the winner here, as she finished up with that good energy Richie talked about.
And I like Richie's making that point about there being some give in the ground. There's going to be give in the ground for the rest of the meet here. It's never going to get warm enough. It's never going to. Courses they're not going to grow as well as they grow in other times of the year. And Richie's point is very well taken. A firm course in November is not a firm course in July.
It's all relative, right?
Everything in racing is relative, and that's, you know, once again, it's a little trickier with the seasons, but I really wish that we would go to sort of a number surface because we run 85 to 90% of our races in this country on firm turf. They're not all the same. We need to find a way to differentiate.
Different firm turf today, perhaps, than you might find at another time of the year, but didn't matter for Divided Sky filly by Society Rock, the Irish bred, who gets the job done here into the winner's circle for Aqueduct's leading rider, Kendrick Carmouche, and we'll get her picture taken today. We'll bring you prices and talk more about what's still to come on America's Day at the Races after this.
Flatter. This prolific son of A.P. Indy has sired 6 millionaires, including Eclipse champion West Coast. He's adding even more stakes winners to his outstanding record, including Sovereign Award winner Avies Flatter. His yearlings have topped the Fasig-Tipton July sale 2 years in a row and sold up to $900,000 at Keeneland September. Success on the track, success in the ring. Flatter, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It only takes 20 cents to take down an Empire. The Empire 6 is the jackpot 20-cent pick 6 bet that's offered every day at the Big A. One unique winning ticket earns the entire net pool plus the jackpot carryover. Without a unique ticket, 75% is distributed to winners with 25% added to the jackpot. Win big with the Empire 6.
For details on the Empire 6 and mandatory payout dates, visit nyra.com/Empire6 today.
America's Day at the Races continues here on Fox Sports 2 as we saw the second race at Aqueduct just take place. It went to the number 6 Divided Sky, who ended up going off as your favorite, dropping down in class and turning back in distance. Filly by Society Rock and trained by Abel Castellano, who's in the winner's circle now with Richie.
Yeah, here with former jockey Abel Castellano, now successful horse trainer. And Abel, your last ride as a jockey, unfortunately, was here at Aqueduct. Your riding career ended because of a riding accident here. How satisfying is it to come here and get your first ever Aqueduct win as a trainer?
Well, first of all, thanks God for this opportunity, and I'm very happy. I'm so happy today because I just got a win as a trainer here in Aqueduct. This place, it reminds me so much of my last accident here. Thanks God, fortunately, it was my last ride as a jockey, but now I'm glad that I got it done as a trainer. So I'm very happy and very happy.
Well, so maybe quickly, could you tell us what's the biggest difference between being a trainer or a jockey? What's the difference between being a trainer and jockey, and which is harder?
I think both sides, I think they both hard. Jockey, you have pressure to give it the best to the trainer and the owner. And trainer, you hoping the horse is 100%, and plus hoping the jockey give it good ride, and also you give it good. Give it a lot of to the owner too. You know, hopefully the horse run good for the owners, and both sides they're pretty comparative, I would say.
And how did you get this filly?
The owner, E5 Racing, Bob Edward, is a good friend of my brother, and good friend mine too. And he just called me one day and he said, "Hey, I'm gonna send you one filly on your way." And one day I find out that I had that filly in my barn. They knocked my door. I said, "Hey, well, Bob Edward, you send the filly," and I was so happy that day. They went.
Well, it looks like they made a good move. Congratulations, you guys. It's all about getting an opportunity. I rode with Abel. He was a terrific rider. Seems like he's got a big future as a trainer.
Absolutely, Richie, thanks, and big congratulations to Abel Castellano. Again, of course, the brother to Javier Castellano, the regular rider of Rushing Fall for Bob Edwards E5 Racing, and keeping it all in the family. Nice to see E5 with a horse with Abel and having success with this filly as well.
Yeah, very generous exacta by the $28. The favorites running 1-2, and I agree. Nice to see Abel doing well, a good guy. Nice to see him win a race in New York. Big moment, I'm sure, for him.
Congratulations to those connections of Divided Sky as we talked a little bit about the stakes action coming up at Aqueduct here this weekend. There he is, celebrating in the winner's circle. Good to see him back here. Talked a little bit about the stakes action coming up at Aqueduct this weekend. We also have some stakes action to look forward to at Churchill Downs on Saturday, the Grade 3 Choluki for fillies and mares. Here's a look at the field here, Andy, as you've got some nice fillies with some good credentials in here, including Finite and Grand Cru Classe, who come out of that Grade 2 Raven Run.
And Choluki, the race the horse is named for, I believe she ran one of the fastest buyer figures in her debut. It's around 110, 111. Wow. The fastest McLean's Musical, 114, but that was much later. Wayne Lucas, and she was a runner. We're taking a look at the Raven Run from Keeneland last time, where Finite came up a little bit short, coming down the inside. A lot of people thought the inside wasn't the place to be that day. I don't really have much of an opinion. Watching the races, I couldn't make that case, but doesn't mean it's not true. You see on the outside Grand Cru Classe, who's run well here for Bill Mott, finishing a narrowly beaten third. And I thought Finite ran especially well in here because she was trying to close into an extremely slow pace that day. So if you think the rail was bad, that moves her up even more. She looked good early in the year. Can Steve Asmussen get her back on track after she had that disappointing effort in the Fairground Oaks?
It looks like that Raven Run was a big step forward for Finite, who's 8-5 at morning line. Both of those fillies running behind Venetian Harbor last time out, who set that pace. So looking forward to seeing that matchup between the two of them. The Choluki goes as race 9 on Saturday and a mile on the main track, as our friend Tom Amos also has Risky Mandate in there off the back of a win.
She's dangerous.
Yeah, she absolutely is. She's in good form right now. Back here at Aqueduct right now as we get ready for race number 3, a mile mile on the inner turf here coming up. $30,000 claiming race. Non-winners of 2 in life. Maribel May, currently the favorite here, Andy, as she will try to take a step forward today after flashing red wired the field last time out.
We saw John Terranova get realistic dropping a horse here a couple of weeks ago that was an easy winner, and Maribel May is clearly the horse to beat.
We'll talk more about this third race at Aqueduct coming up. We're sticking on the turf here for the third. Stay with us on America's Day at the Races.
Whether you like it hearty, hot and spicy, smooth and creamy, or loaded with veggie flavor, the Petaluma Creamery offers the highest quality 100% organic, non-GMO cheese money can buy. Made with the utmost respect for our happy cows and the land they roam free. Visit SpringHillCheese.com and shop our extensive line of delicious cheeses and dairy products. Pick your favorites and we'll ship them right to your front door. Petaluma Creamery. The best dairy products come from the happiest cows.
To be a champion, compete. To be a great champion, compete with the best. Bahrain International Trophy, where champions meet.
Bahrain International Trophy. You can watch it Friday morning at 7:30 on Fox Sports 2. Make sure you tune in as we'll be able to see that race with 5 Group 1 winners in there too. So looking forward to that. Make sure you check out all of the information. You can find that on our website as we get ready for race 3 coming up here at Aqueduct. We are again a mile on the inner turf in this $30,000 non-winners of 2 in life claiming race. Maribel May still currently the favorite favorite as Mapolka, the number 6 who we were just looking at. Looks like she'll be a big part of the early speed here, Andy.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. I think sometimes the riders are not aggressive enough, and they just concede leads. Well, Polka's not fast. When she's been in front, they've been very tepid paces. The number 2, Stuytown Baby, has enough pace if Dylan wants to be aggressive. Jose Lizcano is usually aggressive, and Big Al's Gal has some speed. I'm not a big Mapolka fan in this race. Now, she's a big price if you like her. I'm not trying to beat Mirabelle. Is it Mirabelle Mai, I believe, the number 7?
Sure.
I thought that if you wanted a long shot, the number 1, Strike Magic, was a little interesting.
11-1 on Strike Magic right now is your favorite. Still 8-5 as we welcome in for the first time today Maggie Wolfendale down in the paddock. Maggie, welcome to the show. What are you seeing here for the third?
Well, seeing some horses that some look better than others here in the paddock, but it is a glorious fall crisp day here at the Big A. And Mirabelle May, or Mai, still undetermined as how you're supposed to say it. She looks best here. And 2, she's a filly in the past that I've seen just become very nervous and a bit edgy prior to her races. And I remember back at Belmont, they had a saddler on the walk. Same thing up at Saratoga too. She walked right into the saddling stall today, didn't move at all. They got the tack on without any problem, and she has just been the perfect actor thus far. I think she was compromised last time by a horse who wired the field that day, and just kind of tough to make up ground, and she was the only one to do so. So she's much the horse to beat, and she backs it up here with how she looks physically. A horse that's going to be a big long shot in here is number 2, Stuytown Baby, whom doesn't have many good races to go to. Yes, but she is turning back from the 9 furlongs, which I think less ground is better for her. She's just one that's never really grown. She hasn't really gone on from 2 to 3 physically. And furthermore, she's one that in the past has a little bit of trouble holding her weight, doesn't look very strong, and developed behind the saddle. Horse's engine, you want them to be well filled out in that area. And today, for whatever reason, as she is third off the trainer change, she looks probably the best I've ever seen her look. And 2, she's not too nervous as well. Miles suits her better. She's a big long shot in here. I know she's a tough one to trust on paper, but like I said, noticing a big difference at least here in the paddock, Acacia.
That's a positive, Maggie. Thanks. She's a nice, generous 32-1 Stuytown Baby, third time out for trainer Ray Handel. And as you had mentioned, Andy, she does have a little bit of natural speed. If Dylan feels so inclined to use it, that could certainly be to her benefit.
Yeah, I don't think she's good enough to win this race, but she's not good enough to win this race if she's not ridden properly. So that I do know.
3-2 right now on your favorite, as there's a look again at Mapolka, who has gotten away with some good trips recently and some slower paces. Last time set the pace and was just run down by Micro Million, going 9 furlongs at this level of competition.
Yeah, the 9 furlong races at Belmont Park are very much conducive to speed, and one of the reasons is they often do feature these slow paces. She was able to get away with Murder towards the front end. She ran fine, she's improved. The problem is the pace should be a little bit quicker here, and honestly, I'm not sure she isn't meeting a better field.
This seems like, though you have a 3-2 favorite, this seems like a pretty contentious field where you can make some arguments for a couple and some that do have some good races on their resume. Clearly the company of Mirabelle Mai, the horses that she's faced recently, gives her an edge.
I mean, I think you have to be careful because sometimes, horses races will be elevated by running in stake races, and obviously Duopoly we saw in the stake, Lashara, Speak to Me a Summer, Stunning Sky. These are horses will be 1 to 9 in here. But she does have a race where she beat maidens when she was in against the right horses, where she still ran the same kind of figures. And in general, she's just a little faster than these, and I think she met tougher horses in Flashing Red, who's running in a race later in today's card against much better horses. That was a race dominated in the front end, and I just think she's a very logical horse for John Terranova, who, as we said before, we saw him win a race quite easily and impressively with a short price towards dropping. He's dropping her where she can win.
In from the 50,000 where she finished third last time out, there's a look at the 8 Little Red Frog, who's taking some attention at 3-1. She was disappointing last time out.
Yeah, and I think we're getting back in that territory where people are over-betting horses just because Irad Ortiz is riding. She is coming in this race in poor form, though obviously her good races give her a chance.
Let's kick off the post parade, starting with the number 1, Strike Magic, who stretches back out.
We'll expand on this a little bit after the post parade, but I think she's run against some tougher horses in her races going long.
Here's the 2, Stuytown Baby.
She's supposed to be forward in here. You'd like to think that Ray Handel and Dylan Davis got together to use her speed. Whether or not she's good enough remains to be seen.
Big Al's Gal goes back to turf today.
The only time she won, she controlled the pace in the front end and ran fast early to do it. Why would you not try that again?
Here's the 4, Tradable, dropping in for 30.
I think she'll benefit from a little bit more distance, and she does have some races that are good enough to give her a chance to at least get a piece.
Stretching out from the 7 furlongs last time as we look at a big long shot, the 5, Cold Hearted Cat next.
Just seems a little bit too slow for these horses in her last race, and almost 40 to 1. She was well behind Mapolka.
And she's a New York bred. Kevin Boniface keeps her here. Speaking of Mapolka, here she is.
Yeah, I mean, listen, Mapolka's been running reasonably well, but she's been doing it while having everything her own way.
Next will be your favorite, the number 7, Mirabelle Mai.
We'll see if this class drop helps her. She's just been running against horses that are way too good.
8 to 5 currently on her under John Velasquez, warming her up there on track. Here's the 8, Little Red Frog next.
The problem I have with Little Red Frog was, even though she ran reasonably well 2 back, how well did she really run in that field? We'll see. She does get some class relief, and I can understand why she's taking money.
Been a long time since she's seen the winner's circle. Here's the 9, Sterling Beauty.
Sterling Beauty is one of the few 4-year-olds actually in this group, and we'll see if the Dave Donk magic that's been working at Aqueduct continues, because she does need to get back to her best races.
And the 10-Minute Mouse will wrap up the field.
Goes out for my friend Steve Bix, DT Stables in here. She's got 1 race, 3 back. We could get her part of the Super, but overall she seems a little slow.
19 to 1 on that one, as that's the field for the 3rd race. Join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to earn that $200 deposit match. Horses warming up on track, your favorite still 8 to 5. Let's go back to your long shot that you liked, Andy, as we take a look at the turf course here, as this one will be run on the inner turf. You see the position of the starting gate looking in great condition. Strike Magic will break from the inside, stretching out.
Well, I mean, if you take a look at her race, the race is 2 and 3 back going long. If she's going long today at a mile and a mile 16, she ran against horses Bean Counter, Princess Fauza. These Come Storming, Princess Fauza again, Ocean Fire. These are just significantly better horses than these. And she didn't run great, but she didn't run that badly, losing by a few lengths. She's dropping down from those races. I'm not going to hold her last race against her. She's not a 6-furlong horse. She's much more effective going longer. She got... she's just sort of in the middle of horses, 3 wide the whole way, and just sort of shuffled around, mostly because she's not fast enough to keep up with those horses, so she never got to be in comfortable rhythm. Now she draws the rail, which can't hurt her in this race going a mile. Keep miles a mile. So going to hit the turn a little bit faster in those mile 16th races out of the chute. And she should find herself in reasonable position. And I think her race 2 back is fast enough to give her a chance. And she's a big price and draws the rail again. So I thought she was kind of interesting at a price.
13 to 1 right now. Very generous price on a filly by Into Mischief, touting herself nicely out there on track. As the 3 Big Al's Gal, as you mentioned in the post parade, her best race was when she came setting the pace. Who do you think is going to be up there up front with her?
Yeah, well, the problem is that even that race is good enough to win. I don't know. You know, is Mapolka, is there going to be just sort of an assumption, and an incorrect one, that she's just faster than these, we can't run with her? I think that would be a mistake, because she's not that quick. And at the very least, I think that both Stuytown Baby and Big Al's Gal are supposed to show enough speed that if Mapolka really wants to make the lead, she's got to work for it. And if she does that, then the field stretches out a little bit and you see a fairer race. But even a horse like Big Al's Gal, you're supposed to at least try to be aggressive. If they go too fast for you, so be it.
Pace scenario interesting here as they step onto the turf. For more, let's check in quickly with Maggie.
Yeah, it really is, Acacia. A horse that doesn't project to be necessarily part of that pace, though, is number 8 in here, Little Red Frog, who is gaining or taking a lot of attention on the board. She did not show up last time. Now, the course was listed as firm. It had a little bit of give in it. It was definitely not the pristine course that we're seeing here at the Big A, as we were late in the meet that day over at Belmont. physically, she looks great, but she always has looked well. She does get that rider change to rider tease. Is she going to show up today? I don't think it's worth taking 7-2 to have that answer and have it come out. Know that she is a horse that's heading in the wrong direction. But Acacia, beautiful warm up on your 3-2 favorite, Maribel May. She is the horse to beat by far.
She's your heavy favorite, Maggie. Thank you. As she warmed up under John Velasquez, we'll try to get her back to the winner's circle today as they load in for the third race here. We'll send it up to John and Brielle for the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Unseating the rider at the start, number 1, Strike Magic. We have a loose horse at the back of the pack. Jockey Nick Juarez is up and moving around under his own power. On the lead here is Mopoka. Mopoka takes the field into the clubhouse turn with Big Al's Gal racing in second, and alongside next is Tradable in third, followed by Stuytown Baby in fourth. Little Red Frog now moving up on the outside from fifth. Minute Mouse follows that move from sixth. Cold Hearted Cat down on the inside is next in seventh, and Sterling Beauty in eighth. And Maribel May is the trailer in ninth. And then you have that loose horse. The quarter went in 23-3. Mopoka leads here by a length and a half. Big Al's Gal, Tradable, and on the outside, Stuytown Baby. Those three are all together. And then it's a break of 2 lengths back to a Little Red Frog, who is racing in fifth. They're all chasing Mopoka, who ran the half in 48-3. Stuytown Baby on the move now and up into second. Big Al's Gal is in third, followed by Tradable, and then Little Red Frog, Minute Mouse, and Sterling Beauty. Farther back is Maribel May, who's beginning to pick it up, but still has 8 lengths to make up. The trailer is Cold Hearted Cat. 3/4 went in 1:12-3. It is Mopoka down on the inside, leading by a length and a half. Big Al's Gal runs in second. Little Red Frog down at the rail. On the outside, it's Tradable, Minute Mouse, and Maribel May. But in the meantime, Mopoka has gotten it wrapped up. Mopoka will win here by 4.5 lengths at the end. Maribel May came up to get second over Little Red Frog.
It was Mopoka who had things her own way on the front end, and just quickly wanted to mention the 1 Strike Magic did drop rider Nick Juarez at the start from our vantage point here. Watch the outrider catch her Strike Magic safely secured as she followed the rest of the field and saw Nick Juarez walk off, which is good news. But Mopoka, Andy, left to her own devices on the front end.
Yeah, congrats to Matt Scherer and Carlos Martin getting the win with Mopoka, and another win for her. And listen, give them credit. They're determined to have the front. It's not their fault that every other rider here just abdicates leads to other horses. This horse was allowed to absolutely waltz the second quarter after a little bit of pressure early. Nobody wants to run with these horses, and when that happens, you can't blame the connections for taking advantage of it. I just wonder why they feel that a horse like this shouldn't be run with. And with all due respect, I don't know if something went wrong. Why was Maribel May as far back as she was? I mean, she was basically losing contact with the field until around the 5/16 pole.
She ended up getting second, Maggie, at 8-5, but nobody was touching Mopoka, who got so comfortable on the front end.
I mean, I echo Andy's sentiment. It gets old. It gets old that nobody goes. I mean, we thought there would be more speed in here. There looked to be more speed on paper, but good job by Eric Cancel taking advantage of Mopoka and her early speed. Shout out. I want to say that's Miguel out there, but I'm not totally sure. Miguel Gutierrez, our lead outrider, I think, was the one who apprehended Strike Magic here. Nick Juarez bounced right up, was on his feet, and walked off the course under his own power. But congratulations. Good to see Matt Scherer in the winner's circle. And Acacia, guess what she's wearing? The good old cheek pieces.
Gotta love those, the cheek pieces. Carlos Martin has had some success with them on a couple of his horses as Mopoka gets the win there in the third at Aqueduct. When we come back here on America's Day at the races, we'll have the Thursday opener from Churchill Downs. A beautiful sunny day there in Louisville, Kentucky as well.
It's a Motown, the son of Uncle Mo, to win the Remsen.
Motown flying. Motown will win a Thriller. Motown to win it. And Motown has won the Hollywood Derby.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
Two of the best of their generation. What connects them? Bernardini. The sire of one is the broodmare sire of the other. See his influence, his beauty, in the Bernardini yearlings at the sales. And remember this, Bernardini has sired more $500,000 juveniles at the 2-year-old sales than any other stallion ever.
$1,450,000. Thank you very much.
Bernardini, the height of summer, the height of class.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We're getting ready for the first race at Churchill Downs here, starting off with 6 furlongs on the main track. It's a $20,000 condition claiming race for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Currently, the number 4, French Rose, is your 5-2 favorite as it just shifted over to the 6, Dominette, as we'll get ready to kick off our post parade here, Andy, starting with the number 1, Field Daisy.
Yeah, Field Daisy has absolutely no speed in this race, and that could be a problem as there's a lack of pace. Taking a lot of money off the 7-month layoff.
And she is 7-2 right now, as she hasn't raced since April 5th at Oaklawn. Next will be the 2, Lil Miss Hot Mess.
Yeah, I mean, she really seemed to have stepped up. It's odd last time they moved her up in company at Keeneland, and she improved dramatically. Can she run back to that race is the question.
Big performance from the Gray filly by race day. Last time out as Tyler Gaffalione stays aboard. She's 7-2 on the board. Next will be the 3, Free.
Improved off the claim shipping to Indiana last time out. Maybe she was the right horse last time, but I thought she was the one to beat today.
Got a 74 buyer speed figure for that performance, won by 3 lengths as the favorite. Next will be the 4, French Rose.
She drops down off her last race, and she needs to drop down. She's just been running a little slowly lately.
She's 7-2 right now, was taking some attention. Pretty evenly matched board, as the biggest price on the board is this number 5, Stolen Beauty.
It's interesting. She figures to be the main speed in this race, and you have to imagine that they'll send her. She just doesn't look, she's very good, but she does drop down, and she is the potential speed.
We'll see if she can sustain that speed under Adam Beschizza. Next will be the 6 to wrap up the field, Dominette.
Look for Joe Talmo to be aggressive, this one who didn't run badly going from turf to dirt last time out. She's never won in the dirt, but she has run competitively.
Twin Spires is the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and offering you a $200 new player bonus to bet the races today. Download the Twin Spires app or visit twinspires.com and sign up with the code GET200 to start your $200 new player bonus right now. Dominette, currently your favorite, as she is 0 for 6 on the dirt. 3 seconds, though, including last time out, where she was beaten by 5 lengths, but did show a little bit more speed. Looking at the number 3, though, Free, as she won last time out at Indiana Grand for the 16 non-winners of 2 in life condition. Certainly did prove to be a fruitful claim right away.
Yeah, I mean, I think you have to ask yourself how much you trust this race. Because if she runs back this race, she's a very likely winner of this race. But where did it come from? Was it just the trainer change, just the claim? It's not as though it's a trainer who has some huge numbers off the claim, but she doesn't have particularly high percentages in general. But Free, and I know it was out of town at Indiana Grand, but she ran, and I think if she runs back to that race, she's the worst to beat. I'm surprised that she's not a shorter price.
3-1 on the board right now. She'll try to make it 2 in a row off the claim. She broke her maiden with previous connections at Ellis Park for $16,000 back in July. Has been overall consistent too, as a little bit edgy on track there, but Rafael Bejarano going to be aboard. The 2 Little Miss Hot Mess, as you mentioned, took a big step forward last time. One of the speeds won, as there was a little bit of a pace duel that she sat right off of, but she ran a good second that day.
I don't disagree. You know, I'm not sure what to do with her. What do you make? I mean, you look a little hot mess. Where did that race come from last time? You know, I just don't. It's kind of so dichotomous to the other efforts. I wonder if that fig ends up being a little high. There were no fractions. Could there be a timing issue? It's a little bit strange. She's one that I would play against in this race. I like the number 3 here, the 3 and maybe the 6, but I actually like the 3 free. I'm going to bet she runs right back to that good race. We'll see.
1 off the claim last time. We'll see if she can make it 2 in a row as they load in for the opener at Churchill Downs. We're going 6 furlongs on the main track as we'll send it up to track announcer Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Dominant. Alert start straight to the front. Free comes on to be second. Here comes Little Miss Hot Mess advancing inside from third. Stolen Beauty is on the move, moving up a couple of spots to be second and coming after Dominette. So these two hook up after a furlong. Dominette on the inside, Stolen Beauty the outside. They're head and head for the lead. Little Miss Hot Mess toward the rail is racing third. Free is fourth. French Roses fifth, and Field Daisy at the back in sixth. There's 4 furlongs to go. The opening quarter in 21 and 4/5 seconds. Far turn run. Dominette the leader, hounded by Stolen Beauty. Dominette short lead, 3 furlongs out. Stolen Beauty's right alongside in second. Little Miss Hot Mess angles to the 3 path and comes with a 3 wide run up into third. Freeze racing fourth. Field Daisy and French Rose off the turn into the stretch. Dominette turning for home in front, but it's a tenuous lead. Little Miss Hot Mess to the attack. These two head in head. Stolen Beauty's in tight behind them. Then it's Free in fourth. 1 furlong to go. Little Miss Hot Mess strikes to front. Dominette tries to battle back, is doing so, but Little Miss Hot Mess with a short lead and 50 yards to hold. Dominette keeps on trying, but Little Miss Hot Mess has the advantage and wins. Little Miss Hot Mess the winner. Dominette was second, Free was third, and Stolen Beauty fourth.
Well, turns out that the last race from Little Miss Hot Mess was indeed a big step forward as she comes right back and gets the win today.
I agree. I mean, she absolutely showed that last race was not a phony, and she got it done today. A great ride by Joe Talamo and Dominette to clear the lead is not the speed. It almost provided him with a victory, but good ride by Tyler Gaffalione as always, saving ground and angling out and getting the money with a Little Hot Mess, proving her last race was no fluke.
The number 5, Stolen Beauty, it looked like didn't get off that quickly as she ended up then rushing up to try to be part of the pace. Seemed like she bumped slightly, but overall broke fine. We'll see if that did hinder her. Looks like she checked in 4th there with the number 3, Free, who ended up going off as your favorite, grabbing 3rd, but that did change the pace scenario.
Yeah, I was wrong about Free. She didn't get an absolutely perfect trip, but she was just 3rd best in this race.
It was the number 2, Little Miss Hot Mess. Big step up last time and came right back with a win. Comes back with her ears pricked under Tyler Gaffalione for trainer David Vance. Congratulations to the Connections as back here in New York at Aqueduct. Taking a look at the replay from the 3rd race here, it was the number 6, Mopolka, who did end up getting comfortable on the front end under Eric Cancel and took it all the way to the winner's circle.
Speed kills. In this case, she was able to control on the front end. Mirabelle Mai, the favorite, actually ran amazingly well to finish second in this race, considering the way the race was run. She was running in a different race, but Mopolka, nice job by Carlos Martin. Congrats to him and the Connections.
The favorite, as mentioned on the turn, didn't look like she was going to be anywhere. Came flying late, but just not enough for that pace setter, who paid $7.40 to win for owner Matt Shera. Trained by Carlos Martin, as mentioned, and ridden to victory by Eric Cancel. We'll turn the page now, getting ready for the 4th race at Aqueduct coming up. 7 furlongs on the main track, and this allowance optional claiming for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward, and currently the number 2, Gone Glimmering, who won that off-the-turf race at Belmont back in October, is your favorite at 2-1. We'll see if she can make it 2 wins in a row off the claim for Rob Atras. We'll talk more about this 4th race at Aqueduct coming up after this quick break on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us for more live racing action after this.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. Use code GET200 to start earning your $200 new player bonus when you join Twin Spires today. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Grade 1 winner and track record setter Lee. Like their sire, his runners have excelled on both dirt and turf, including these standout performers.
Setting the mood as she draws off to win by as much as she wants. Gibberish for E5 Racing Thoroughbred. She won by 5 in the end.
With juveniles selling over $400,000 and yearlings bringing up to $650,000. The sky's the limit for this promising young stallion. Lee, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Our program, as always, brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit nairabets.com to get started or download the app. 4th race at Aqueduct is our next order of business. Gone Glimmering, still your favorite here, as this filly looks to make it 2 for 2 off the claim for Rob Atras. For more, let's head down the paddock and check in with Maggie.
And Acacia, she's been a filly that has been well entered, I think, in a lot of her spots as kind of an MTO entrant. And she is one that you look at her and you just automatically think, wow, she's one that will like a wet track. So she's getting a fast one here today. But there is an argument that can be made that she's a filly that's just continuously getting better. And she kind of backs it up with the way she looks physically here, in that she is dappled head to toe. She's really well conditioned. She just seems to be thriving. And whether that gets her to the winner's circle today, it could. But this is a fairly contentious field. A lot of horses you can make some positive cases for, as we'll jump towards the outside with number 5, Our Circle of Love, who is second off of the layoff for Michelle Nevin. Ran fine behind Gone Glimmering last time while setting the pace. She is one that I thought possibly needed that last start. She looked pretty fit. She looked about 80% there. and she's benefited from that start coming out of it and moving into this one today. She's more tucked up, she's more defined, and I like the fact that too, now that she's also an older mare, a 5-year-old, that she seems to be taking her racing a little bit more in stride. She used to get somewhat wound up prior to her efforts, and now she's just kind of relaxed here, and I like to see that with her. But Acacia, like I said, Gone Glimmering, she fits the billing, at least physically here in the paddock, as the favorite.
All right, Maggie, thank you, as those two will get a chance to rematch today, as Gone Glimmering finished ahead of Our Circle of Love in that off-the-turf race last time out, Andy, and some positive comments for Our Circle of Love from Maggie as to how she really seemed to benefit from now having that race under her belt.
Yeah, I don't particularly like either one of these horses coming out of this race, so I wish them the best of luck. But of any of my per hour Circle of Love, because I think she'll be the speed and she'll probably benefit from that race. The problem is I don't think she ran so well to suggest that her poor races behind in her previous 2 starts before the layoff were necessarily behind her. I don't know that she's the horse that she once was. She obviously has some real talent. I just don't know if she's going to show it again. She does seem to be the speed. I think Gone Glimmering has been very opportunistic. I also think that when she won, Rob Atras was going through a very, very good run where every horse he was putting on the racetrack was basically winning. And I think she's meeting tougher horses. The 3 Persisto, I think, is better, and the 7 Jen Emily are better. I just think those are the right 2 horses in here. Not going to be great prices, but to me, Gone Glimmering and the 5 Hour Circle of Love, more so Gone Glimmering, are maybe fighting an uphill battle.
At that time, when Gone Glimmering won, I think Rob Atras over that 6-week stretch, about 50% of his horses, or so it seemed, were winning, as Jen Emily to the outside turns back in distance today to the 7 furlongs as she finished second last time out behind Foxtail at Belmont.
I just think she's very logical off that effort. She draws well towards the outside with Kendrick. You know he's going to keep her within shouting distance of Our Circle of Love, and she's consistently run speed figures that just make her logical. She's met some better fields, and I think she's a very logical horse in this race coming into it in good form, but she's not the only one.
Now, last time we saw Jen Emily here at Aqueduct, she ran a 90 by her speed figure for that open length win here in February. But all in all, has been relatively consistent too. And this looks like a potentially good spot for her. She'll be a little bit better price at 5-1.
Right. I think that cutting back to 7 furlongs will help her. Another horse, we'll see if it helps, is the 3 Persisto, who's been in good form for Kelly Breen. His horses seem to run well pretty frequently, especially in New York. She comes off a big win against much, much lesser competition, but maybe she too will appreciate a cut back in distance as she goes from 2 to 1 turn.
Won by open lengths last time at Delaware, as mentioned. That is a 2-turn race. She'll be ridden by Joel Rosario. There he is in those lime green silks. Tried the turf 2-back, which was to no avail. And before that, had a couple of solid races at Monmouth.
Yeah, I think she's very logical. I don't think you're going to get much price on her. She's not going to be your 6-1 morning line. She's one of the favorites. A lot of these horses are similar prices in doubles. The 6 Flash and Dynamite is really the question horse in this race. At the end of the day, she's run 3 straight buyer figures in the 80s. She cuts back in distance, which can't hurt her in here. And if she runs back to those numbers, she's very likely to win this race or be extremely effective. The question is, can she bring that form to New York? Her trainer, for what it's worth, he's only started 13 horses in New York over the last 5 years. No wins, but 6 of them hit the board, and only 2 of them were short prices. And when she ran here at Aqueduct on November of 2019, she didn't run well, but she wasn't in great form then. Her form has improved. If she can transfer that form here to New York, Flash and Dynamite's the horse to beat. I think a lot of us wonder if she can run those races here.
And on that day, she ran behind Mrs. Orb, who is a New York bred stakes quality mare too, so she kept some good company that afternoon. We'll see if she's able to transfer that form, as Jorge Vargas Jr., her jockey, does already have a win on today's card, took the opener. So we'll see if he can bring that momentum in with this 5-year-old mare by Flash Storm.
Yeah, I mean,
we see often here.
All those are reasons why I think both the 1 and 5 are meeting a much, much tougher field than the off-the-turf race they were in last time. I don't know where Gone Glimmering's races are that are necessarily good enough on the dirt to win this race. Our Circle of Love at least has back races to get back to, and she's potentially the speed.
Well spotted, as Maggie mentioned, has Gone Glimmering been, as she'll kick off our post-parade.
I think she's a terrible favorite, and people are deferring again to Irad Ortiz horses. In my opinion, she's way up against it today.
Next will be the 2 Slimy, who finished behind the top 2 finishers in that off-the-turf race.
Well, most of her success has come on wet tracks. It was probably situational. The problem is dry or wet now, and even her last race was wet. She's in bad form.
We'll look next to the number 3 Persisto off the back of that win.
Cutting back from 2 turns to 1 turns off her last race for a hot barn in Kelly Breen, definitely a player in here.
Here's the 4 Ujai for Mike Maker turning back.
Yeah, she just doesn't have races that are necessarily fast enough to get it done. Not sure where she's best.
A little bit of a wild card type of horse. Not sure what to do with her as we look at the 5, Our Circle of Love.
She has the back races, so if you think she needed her last race, and that'll help her. She is the controlling speed. Of the 2 out of that race, I think she's a much better bet than Gone Glimmering.
9-2 right now on that one here's the 6, Flashin' Dynamite.
Yeah, I mean, once again, as we were saying beforehand, she's in great form. Can she bring that form to New York?
Next, to wrap up the field, we'll look at the 7, Jen Emily, who turns back.
I love the post. I think she's going to get the right stalking trip in this race, and she's my preferred selection. She'll come down from 9-2, in my opinion, and she should.
The cross-country Pick 5 includes racing from Aqueduct and Churchill in one Pick 5 sequence every race day for the remainder of November. Today's sequence starts in race 8 at Aqueduct. Look for the bet as XCP5 in your wagering menu and visit NYRA.com/cross-country for free past performances. Has been a lot of fun having those cross-country Pick 5 sequences every day here throughout November. Makes things interesting too. Get a lot of action in a short amount of time. We're about 3 minutes away from the 4th race here at Aqueduct. Taking a look at the number 2, Slimy, right now, who's a big price on the board. But seems like this filly, Andy, who had been keeping some big company last year, seems like she might have tailed off a little bit now.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how good she ever was. I mean, she obviously has a solid figure 3 back, but that was a race that collapsed, and I think it made her race look better than it was. I don't really like her. I think she's one of these horses. It's a good example of people thinking she's a wet track horse because she has 4 wins. The reality is she's no better on wet tracks than dry tracks. She just was in the right spots when she won.
Sometimes you find your friends, as you mentioned, as horses getting their warm-ups out there on track, and we'll check in again with Maggie.
I'm struggling with this race because there are a lot of horses in here that I think are just really interesting and probably more interesting than your favorite in Gone Glimmering. As number 3, Persisto, she does turn back. I'm usually one that thinks, turnbacks can, be beneficial. At least looking at her from purely my perspective, which is purely physical, she doesn't look like a horse that would benefit necessarily with less ground. She's very long, rangy, scopy filly. And she dusted a field. I mean, she made this wide, middle, premature move in that Delaware race because she was just that much better. She looks great overall for Kelly Breen, but I just don't see where it really plays into her hand necessarily unless there's some huge kind of pace meltdown with her. But then again, she could be fairly tactical as well. Number 4 is Ujai for Mike Maker. One that is going to have to improve. She's the longest shot on the board, but goes out for dangerous connections. The last time I had seen her, which albeit was last year and early last year, she's really washed out, had this long drab kind of coat on her. That's not the case now. And she's never really grown, though. She looks great. She's not washy, coat's rich, hydrated, but she's smaller. And I think she's one that should find herself liking a little less ground to dictate today. And the winner just kind of ran her and the rest of the field off their feet last time, going the 2 turns at Delaware. Then from the outside is Jen Emily, who I think just really has a post position that benefits her. I don't think she's one that loves being inside, and 2, she just can see what's happening to her what's going on to her inside, and she looks best here. If I had to, blindly pick a horse who looks best in this field, it would definitely be Jen Emily. Acacia.
Maggie, thanks. 7-2 on Jen Emily. Maggie and Andy both landing on this filly by strong mandate for Steve Asmussen. Does have that outside post where she can kind of let things unfold to her inside.
Yeah, I think in handicapping a lot of races, but particularly this one, sometimes you have to do it by process elimination. I don't like the race the 1 and 5 are coming out of. I think the 5 has a chance because she's the speed and has back races, but generally want to play against. I don't trust the 6 to bring her form from out of town, and she can win, and she's a square enough price. But after that, I sort of looked through and I said, okay, it feels like Persisto, the 3, and the 7, Jen Emily, are the 2 I want in here. And that's sort of, and I think both of them coming into the race in good form, project to have reasonable trips in here. That's sort of how I landed on those 2 horses, and I slightly prefer Jen Emily. It's a tough race, though. Maggie's not wrong.
Very tricky race here for race 4 at Aqueduct, as Jen Emily will turn back is more consistent perhaps than a couple of the others that she meets today. We'll see how this race does unfold as they load into the starting gate here for race 4 at Aqueduct. We'll send it up to track announcer John Embriel.
Waiting for Flash and Dynamite and Jen Emily. They're in the gate. And they're off. Our Circle of Love shows first down at the rail. Gone Glimmering is now moving up. And on the outside, it is a Flash and Dynamite who's up close. Gone Glimmering goes on with it. Now to take over the lead from Our Circle of Love. Flash and Dynamite on the outside runs in third. Ujjayi is next in fourth, followed by Jen Emily in fifth. 3.5 lengths back to Persisto, and then another 8 or 9 back to Slimy, who is well behind the field in seventh. The quarter 1 in 22 and 4. Gone Glimmering leads by 1.5 lengths. Our Circle of Love running in second, and on the outside, Flash and Dynamite is next and third. Another 2 lengths to the duo of Ujjayi and Jen Emily. And then it's Persisto. Way back is Slimy. Gone Glimmering ran the half in 45 and 1/5 seconds and leads now by 3.5 lengths as they come for the quarter pole. Our Circle of Love in second. Then Ujjayi and Flash and Dynamite with Jen Emily. Persisto's down at the rail. It is Gone Glimmering in front with less than 3/16 to the finish. Our Circle of Love on the outside of Ujjayi. Gone Glimmering holding on to a 3-length lead. Ujjayi's in second. And then it's Our Circle of Love in third, followed by Persisto in fourth. Gone Glimmering tiring. Ujjayi surging on the outside. Gone Glimmering holds on by a 1/2 length over Ujjayi. Farther back, Our Circle of Love and Persisto.
Gone Glimmering, she went off at 5-2 as your favorite. Irad Ortiz took her up to the front, and she managed to hold on after setting the pace.
I'm dumbfounded. This is a completely different horse than she was in other people's barns. It's very clear she has improved dramatically for Rob Atras off of the claim. Her last race, obviously not an aberration. If anything, it was much worse than this effort. I don't know where she got that speed. She's never had speed like this in the past. She's hinted at it, but she's really sharpened her speed, and she's just a completely different horse. I couldn't have been more wrong about this filly, and she just ran huge here today. I have no idea.
Ujjayi coming out of those restricted stakes races at Delaware and Parks almost got to her but had to settle for second as Gone Glimmering, Maggie. She managed to make it 2 wins in a row off the claim.
She literally just ran them off their feet today. She went fast early. She was aggressively handled by Irad Ortiz Jr. And she's just a horse that keeps taking a step up each and every time she shows up to the races this year. And I thought a really valiant performance by the runner-up in Ujjayi, longest shot on the board at 12-1. As we often see a lot of horses not necessarily loving to run through kickback, and she took kickback the whole way down on the rail. Yeah, she was a beneficiary of saving ground, but really the only horse to make up any sort of significant ground late. And I think that the turn back really helped her out today as she made her 3rd start for Mike Maker. Acacia.
You can see those white blinkers are pretty dirty as she took quite a bit of kickback, but it was the number 1 Gone Glimmering who moved up to set the pace under Irad Ortiz Jr. and got the win here in the 4th race at Aqueduct. Back at Churchill Downs, we have the 2nd race coming up next. We're going a mile on the main track in this $16,000 claiming race for 3-year-olds and upward. Currently Rare Form, Andy, is even money as he drops in class again, second off the bench. Actually ran very well considering how the race played out last time.
Yeah, he's the speed. Here's a stat I found for what it's worth. Stretching out from a sprint to a route, and this horse goes from 6.5 furlongs to a mile today, second off a layoff on the dirt for Dale Romans. He's 2 for 32, 6% with a 38-cent ROI. He is the speed. Maybe Firewater Jake going to the dirt. We'll see if he shows speed. He gets blinkers on. And maybe the feeling is that Rare Form will just run him off their feet, and that's entirely possible. I'm not betting there to see it happen. He seems overbet to me.
6-5 right now as we get into our post parade, starting with the number 1, Pickford.
Pickford comes in from out of town for Larry Ravelli, who's a dangerous trainer, second off the claim, and we'll see how hot the pace is. But this horse has races fast enough to win. I think a player.
Always a barn you have to look out for. Is off the layoff is the 2, looking for 8.
Yeah, off a claim and a layoff. I never love seeing that 8 months since the last race for what it's worth. The horse does have fast enough figs to compete, though, but comes out of a sharp barn that he was claimed from.
Bit of a drop in class for the 3, Street to Indy.
This is a pivotal race for a horse whose form seems to have completely left him since he was claimed but from Robertino Diodoro.
Next will be your favorite, Rare Form.
Have to imagine that he'll be out winging up front. We'll see if Firewater Jake puts some pressure on him. He's the speed. I don't trust him, though.
6-5 on Rare Form. And speaking of Firewater Jake, he's next going turf to dirt.
This is a turf horse. I know the horse has a credible-looking dirt race, but it was an off-the-turf race. Only probably pace pressure, if anything.
He's 8-1 on the board as he tries a fast main track for the first time. And here's the 6, Bobby Baby.
Has a fast figure 4 back at Canterbury, but can he duplicate those kind of races at Churchill? He did not run well going 6 furlongs in his Churchill debut.
It's time now for the Twin Spires Market Mover. That's the horse attracting the most support late in the betting, and no surprise, it is the number 4, Rare Form, who's 6-5 on the board, stretching out in distance, and does seem to be the controlling speed, taking another drop in class, second off this layoff. To bet the Market Mover or any horse you like in the next race, Twin Spires is offering you a $200 new player bonus. Download the Twin Spires app or visit twinspires.com and sign up with the code GET200 to start your $200 new player bonus right now. Getting set for the second race here in Rare Form. He did run that solid race last time. It had been a bit of a layoff for him, too. He came back sprinting, going the 6 furlongs, and had been facing the toughest fields. He was just nabbed for 3rd last time, Andy, but did run a pretty solid race. We'll see how he handles it second off the bench.
He's quick, and you know that Dale Romans and Joe Talmo just want to go to the front, and maybe that will be enough to get it done. At least he showed some life last time. He takes a big drop for Dale Romans, and on the drop, as the speed, I understand why people feel he's the horse to beat. I don't trust this horse at all. I feel like Dale is sort of showing his hand that he's dropping him. I mean, why necessarily drop him so sharply off that last race? He ran well enough that he could run against better horses, supposed to be better second off a layoff. And it's almost like, well, we put the commercial out to show you that he can still run a little bit. Please claim him. I don't want short prices. Please claim me. He absolutely can win this race. But of the 2 horses getting play, I prefer the 1 Pickford.
Speaking of Pickford, as we take a look at him, ran at Hawthorne last time when first off the claim for Larry Ravelli, comes back to Churchill Downs where he won 2 starts back. Taking a look at that race, that was the race that Larry Ravelli did claim him out of, but a very sharp outfit that he's with now.
Yeah, and I like that he cuts back from 2 turns to 1 turn. And it's not that he's just a Churchill Downs horse by any stretch of the imagination. Even though 2 of his 3 wins came here, he's run plenty of mid to low buyer spike 80 buyer speed figures at Oaklawn Park and other tracks as well. Didn't run as well last time out. I don't know. I thought the winner was a speed horse. Maybe he just kind of got run off his feet a little bit in that race. He's got too many good races for me to ignore. His last race is the worst figure he's run in the dirt, though, in quite a while. Can he improve off that? I'm banking he can and will.
Second time out for this barn, back in for the 16,000. Tyler Gaffleone back aboard too, who did pilot him to a victory. And we've talked about this a little bit in watching some of the Churchill races, and certainly no knocks on any of the riders. But it does feel, Andy, and you've brought this up, that horses ridden by Ricardo Santana or Tyler Gaffleone, the top level jockeys, we really see them really kind of dominating the jockey standings there.
Yeah, I mean, it's obviously a function of getting the best mounts, but also giving very good rides consistently. Look at the last race, the first race ran at Churchill. The first and second place finishers were pretty much on the rail for the majority of the race. And Tyler stayed inside as long as he could with the winner until he had to angle out towards the stretch. But he's putting his horse in the right spot. He's moving at the right times. And once again, he draws the inside. And I imagine that Tyler's not going to look to get off the rail until he has to.
Inside with Pickford as he'll team up once again with Larry Ravelli. Taking a look at the number 3, Street to Indy for Chris Hartman, who's 9-2 on the board right now. He was one that you mentioned, just the last 2 races were just so disappointing versus what he was.
Yeah, and this is a good, sort of a poster child for why a lot of handicappers are reticent when horses get claimed from very sharp claiming outfits. Because this horse was consistently running big Spire speed figures, consistently running well for Robertino Diodoro. Claimed, and then 4 weeks later, completely turned into a pumpkin. And okay, he was running a bit high, but he run well in that level for Robertino Diodoro. But Chris Hartman drops him. And Chris Hartman's no dope. This guy wins. He's good off the claim, and he's a good trainer. And last time out, he showed speed, and he just stopped in that race. Slow pace. He was awful last time out. Now he drops again. And listen, does he have races give him a chance? Yes. But it's very hard to be confident you're going to see that race today.
You wonder which version of Street to Indy, the 7-year-old gelding, will we get today as he takes another drop in class. 3-2 still on the number 4 Rare Form. As I'm with you, Andy. I get it. He is the one to beat. He's faced good company, but he just is not the winning type either. I know that he's been running against better until he came back in his last couple of starts, but he's just not really a winning type either.
No, I can't argue with that. He's just not, and I'm just that's the problem. You want to find horses that can win. There's something about that, and it's hard. I found this to be a very tricky race.
Yes,
because
agree.
I can't bet Rare Form. I could see him wiring this field, just getting the front and just running off from these horses. We'll see how much speed James Grant shows in Firewater Jake. I prefer Pickford. I don't like his last race. But once again, I'm splitting hairs in 8-5 and 3-2 shots. I don't see where the juice is in this race.
Tricky to find out who might step forward today. We'll see how the race does play out as they load in for the second race at Churchill Downs. Getting ready for just a couple more left to load, so we'll send it up to track announcer Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. And Rare Form's racing to the lead. Pickford away well toward the inside. Looking for 8 is also there. Street to Indy and Firewater Jake. But it is Rare Form, the leader down the chute and toward the main track. Here comes Street to Indy, keyed up, and Firewater Jake is not far behind. And so too toward the rails, looking for 8. So they're onto the main track now, and Rare Form, after that good beginning, is out there setting the pace. Company, though, Street to Indy, keeping the pressure up, running in second, a margin of 3, to looking for 8, who comes away third. Pickford is up into 4th now. Firewater Jake is back into 5th, and it's 6 or 7 back to Bobby Baby, who's been outrunning the opening half mile. The opening quarter goes in 22 and 2/5 seconds. They're racing for the far turn, the half fast, 44 and 4. Enterprising fractions for Rare Form, who's onto the far turn, leading by a length and a quarter now. Street to Indy's on the chase from second. Looking for 8. Looms on their outside while third. Pickford is picking it up toward the inside. 4th within 3 lengths of the lead. 5 lengths back to Bobby Baby. Firewater Jake is out of it. Around the far turn at the quarter pole. Rare Form trying to see it out. Turning for home in front by 2. Looking for 8 in a drive second. Pickford is third. Racing for the 8th pole. Rare Form still there. Rare Form opens up again, now by 3. Pickford runs up into second. Looking for 8 is back into third. They're at the final 16th. Rare Form is rolling by the 16th pole. Pickford trying to close in from second, but runs out of time. Rare Form goes gate to wire. Wins by a length in the end. Pickford was second. Looking for 8 was third. And Street to Indy 4th.
Rare Form finally gets back to the winner's circle today. Pickford put in a valiant effort, but just couldn't get to Rare Form, who found the right spot to get that win again.
And the inside runners, the 2 favorites, but they did both save ground almost the entire way around the racetrack. And we saw with Tyler Gaffleone, he didn't lead with Pickford until he absolutely had to late, but Rare Form able to control. And listen, that was a solid pace. I mean, they went just under 45 to the half. It's not as though this horse was getting any major favors in here. A moderate first quarter, but not for this level. Got it done. Dale Romans dropped, probably lost the horse, got the win. That's the way you play the game.
Rare Form back to the winner's circle for the first time since August of 2019. Found the right spot today. good to see him show that life in the last couple of starts, as we had mentioned, as he does have plenty of back class. But the one, Pickford checking in second off the claim for Larry Ravelli. Back here at Aqueduct, we're getting ready for the 5th race coming up next. It'll be the 2-year-olds on turf here for the New York breds. We'll talk more about this 5th race after this quick break on America's Day at the Races.
Constitution is best up-and-coming sire.
He's beautiful, he's well-balanced.
He's throwing classic-type horses and horses that can go on to be stallions.
This horse has a chance to be very important.
There's really nothing not to be excited about. He's done everything right so far.
He's going to have a big career as a sire, even much better than he did it as a racehorse.
Whether it be long, short, grass, dirt, they can do it all.
He's over-delivered as much as any horse that I've seen.
He's really a dream of a stallion.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit nairabets.com to get started or download the app. 5th race is coming up next on the turf, a 1/16 for the New York bred maidens. It's the 2-year-olds here in this maiden special weight, and Pulpus currently 7-2, second-time starter for Jonathan Thomas is the 2-year-olds in the paddock. And this will kick off our Empire 6. For more, though, on these 2-year-olds, let's head down and check in with Maggie.
My favorite kind of racing, Acacia. It's all about the babies here. We have a couple first-time starters, more posted towards the inside, and we'll begin with number 1, Perpetual Change, a son of English Channel. The dam went 3 for 10 on the turf, and also the half-sibling was a 4-time turf winner. So this guy probably has the most, substantial turf pedigree of any of the horses in here, and he does look fit. And he fits the conditions well, given his physicality. The problem is he was very wound up. I mean, they had to saddle him on the walk, which typically you don't see with first-time starters because you're kind of catching them a little bit off guard. They are well behaved because they are just kind of like, okay, we're just going through the motions. They don't exactly know what's going to happen. And this guy is just nervous because he's a nervous horse. And you don't necessarily love to see that with the debuters. So from a fitness perspective, he does look ready. Moving on to number 3, Dust Gets in Your Eyes, a son of War Dancer. The dam broke her maiden on the turf as a 2-year-old. The half-sibling wasn't much, broke his maiden, I think going 4.5 at Charlestown. But War Dancer is a more influential at least this is his freshman crop, but has obviously produced more turf runners like himself. And this horse looks well suited to the turf here for Jeremiah Englehart. Good looking type. I like the way he's behaved himself. I like the way he's put together. The only problem, wearing front wraps here for debut on the turf. Turf racing, you don't often see horses wearing front wraps or wraps in general because, you know, they're not as prone to run down on the turf course as they are. And run down is when they get that abrasion on their fetlocks from the dirt because more of an abrasive surface. So that's a little reason for concern. But overall, I like what I'm seeing from him, as some horses who are making their second or third start include number 7, Tanner's Neck Lane. He'll stretch out. He is very green in the paddock at first time out. What a difference second time around. Fitter, much more professional as those blinkers go on. I like more ground. He's a big, rangy horse. I think this guy is very dangerous in this spot. Is number 8, Pulpus. He'll switch to the turf, which I think he'll like. The problem is there's no change from first to second start. He was green in debut. He's still a little bewildered in here, although I will say with the blinkers on, he seems a bit more focused. But fitness-wise, Jonathan Thomas is a guy whose horses tend to always look fit. He just hasn't necessarily moved forward as much as I'd like to see. So at a short price, I'd be willing to look elsewhere. And ultimately, the horse I'm going to pick here is the horse going out for Jimmy Jerkins, getting on the turf, Noble Journey. This horse has a massive turf hoof to him. He looks as though he'll handle the stretch out and distance. He looks fitter from last start to this one. And Kent Sweezy, his previous trainer, well, he was Jimmy Jerkins' former assistant. So there's really not that much change going on here. But I like this horse in this spot, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. Noble Journey, currently 9-2 as we get ready for the post parade here. Andy, starting with the one Perpetual Change.
There's turf pedigree for this horse to handle it. We'll see a 3-year gap since the last foal, though. I don't like that.
Colt by English Channel, 9-1 right now on the board for trainer Kelly Breen. Next will be the 2, another first-time starter, Big Little Risk.
You see Big Brown, you see more ready. You think turf. The dams produced 4 to try it. None of them did any running.
We'll see if this one handles the grass today. Another firster will be the 3, Dust Gets in Your Eyes.
Yeah, you do see War Dancers, the sires. There's turf there and a Proid mare, but really it's more of a dirt pedigree as far as production from the dam.
6-1 right now on that firster. One with experience in the number 4, 8 weeks long is next.
She made a big move, middle move in a fast-paced race last time, but ultimately no running.
Beaten by Step Dancer, who did go on to be a stakes winner. Here's the 5, Western Advantage.
Best dam side turf pedigree in the race, 3 for 4, all solid runners. The dam was a good turf horse herself. Competitive edge, though, is not one you think of as a turf sire.
Here's a second-time starter, Tanner's Neck Lane.
And this horse has a pedigree, could stretch out, slow pace last time, green first time. Definitely a player in my opinion.
Another second-time starter, Pulpus, tries the turf.
Will be favored at post time. Another big tip going around in this horse who has a modicum of turf pedigree.
Next, we'll look at the number 9, Noble Journey, who gets on the grass for the first time in with Jimmy Jerkins.
Good things to say about this horse from Maggie, who doesn't scream turf in the pedigree, but you do have a noble mission, so perhaps he'll get it from that sire.
On the last of the field here, the 10, Hump Day is next.
I like Hump Day in this spot. I thought that he ran well despite being green, and John Velasquez really had to. This is not the horse, John Velasquez. I just thought this horse ran very well after breaking slowly with a wide trip. Excuse me. I'm thinking of a racehorse in a later race, the next race.
Good. Called by Exaggerator there. Want to remind everybody that you can join Naira Bets today and play all of the action on our program while earning up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members can use promo code MATCH200 when signing up and get back up to a $200 deposit match after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And join now at NairaBets.com to get that $200 deposit match. Kicking off the Empire 6 here in race number 5, and Hump Day off slow in that debut there, going 1 mile and a 16th here at Belmont. Taking a look at the start here, Andy.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to see Hump Day's going to break a good length to a length and a half slow and just drops way out of the race in here and is out in the middle of the racetrack, never really gets inside the 3 or 4 path, and is really just completely and totally out of the race. And even though the chart has the horse sort of last and has it accurate, I think watching the race gives you an idea how far this horse was out of it. Actually made a run and got mildly competitive with a wide trip there before not getting it done. But I just think this is the kind of horse that will probably be much more professional second time out.
And called by Exaggerator, which doesn't exactly scream turf. There was one sibling, Ice Princess, who was a stakes winner along on the dirt. And then you have another sibling that was a 6-time turf winner. So you can understand why they put this one on the grass and has every right to improve second time out, as we do often talk a lot about pedigrees with these 2-year-old races, as it can give you a clue a lot as to how these horses will handle perhaps a particular surface or distance.
Oh, yeah. I mean, listen, pedigree's just one guide. Looking at it, I think mostly it's helpful, I think, for horses going from dirt to turf first time to see if they have a pedigree that suggests that they rate to move up on it. You know, it's interesting in here. The 8 horse is going to be favored in here, Pulpus. There's obviously a tip. Jonathan Thomas's horses, they do seem to run when there's tips on them. On the other hand, this horse does not have a giant turf pedigree. The dam was 1 for 10. She wasn't much racehorse. She's produced 2 to try it. One of them won, nothing special. Or it's been okay as a turf sire, but it's not like a screaming sire. And this horse is 5 to 2. Now, maybe it's all information now. Maybe everybody knows the last winner went off the favorite despite not looking like the favorite on paper. And Mapolka took a lot of money. He got a controlled pace. So maybe the tips are all that matters. But, boy, this is a tough horse to take a super short price on. You've got nothing but horses with pedigrees. The 5 in here. The 7 ran 5 first time. Maggie liked the 9. Now that horse is clearly taking money as well. I think the 10's a little interesting. Maybe Pulpus will just win, though. Jonathan Thomas horses seem to run well when they get bet.
We'll see how this one will potentially take a step forward. Maggie Pulpus, 5 to 2 right now on this one.
Yeah, look, I'm not one that's just because he doesn't have any turf experience. He didn't run well first time out in the slop, albeit going a mile. And as Andy said, there's not much pedigree. I didn't notice much difference in him in the paddock, but out in the racetrack I did. He actually warmed up so much better, so much more professionally and into the bridle than what he did first time around. So with those blinkers on, I'm wondering if this guy's going to show a little bit more speed as he switches to the turf today, as he just kind of gave that impression in the warm-up. Now, number 5, Western Advantage, you heard the dam side pedigree. The competitive edge is just not a good influence as far as the turf or even going long for that matter. And he looks as though he should handle it. Watching that Fasig-Tipton Timonium sale, he worked 10-4, which is a bit on the slower side. It is on the dirt. He just kind of looked big and slow. It's kind of what I'm getting here. He just looks as though he's going to benefit from a start as well. Now, he's a bigger type of price at 9-1, but I'll take the wait and see approach, as number 10 is Hump Day. I think cleverly named in a way because he's pretty sway backed. So it's kind of the opposite of a camel. Big dip in his back. He was good first time as far as his appearance and his behavior. He didn't show it in the race, but you would think with that experience, he's going to move forward from that, and not a bad looking character either, despite that confirmation flaw, Acacia.
5 to 1 on Hump Day. All right, Maggie, thank you. As number 7, Tanner's Neck Lane. Andy, I know you wanted to touch on this one, who does get blinkers on to stretch out second time out.
Lauband's been an effective sire so far. Jitney the Dam was a nice turf horse for trainer John Hertler. And watching this horse's first race was compromised by a slow pace for a trainer who rarely wins first time out. And I thought was very green in there. I expect a more professional performance today.
Hopped up at the start a little bit, too, as we heard Maggie talking about the 5 Western Advantage. Has some pedigree, but could potentially benefit from a start.
I never understand why they would breed this kind of turf dam to a sire like Competitive Edge. Not knocking him as a sire, but you don't think turf. Considering the dam herself and the success her foals have had, shouldn't you be looking for sires that are much scream turf much more? I just don't get it. Surprised.
We'll see how that influence comes into play here as you get a look at the sway back of Hump Day. Horses can certainly still run with it, no problem. As he's going to be the last to load, we'll send it up to John and Brielle.
And they're off. Dust Gets in Your Eyes and Perpetual Change. Those two go for the lead. Extreme outside. It is Hump Day. And now moving on through is a Noble Journey along with Pulpus as they go into the clubhouse turn. Dust Gets in Your Eyes and Pulpus. Pulpus goes on with it to take the lead. Dust Gets in Your Eyes is running in second. And then it is a Noble Journey. On the outside is Hump Day. It's a length and a half. Back to Tanner's Neck Lane, who's racing in 5th. Perpetual Change down on the inside, runs in 6th. And 8 Weeks Long is on the outside in 7th. At the back of the pack are Big Little Risk and Western Advantage. Midway up the backstretch after a quarter, 22 and 4/5 seconds. Pulpus has stepped away here. Pulpus is in front by almost 4 lengths. Hump Day in second, down on the inside. Dust Gets in Your Eyes is next in third. And then it is a Noble Journey as the field heads for the far turn. The half went in 48 and 2/5 seconds. Pulpus continues to lead, but the lead is down to a length. Dust Gets in Your Eyes moving up down on the inside. And on the outside, gaining ground is at Tanner's Neck Lane. Tanner's Neck Lane is right alongside of Dust Gets in Your Eyes, and the two of them are together. Pulpus is now back running in third, then Hump Day and Noble Journey as they come for the top of the stretch. On the inside, Dust Gets in Your Eyes. On the outside, it's Tanner's Neck Lane. The two of them are together. Noble Journey has now gained into third. And on the outside is Western Advantage in fourth. Now an eighth of a mile to the finish. Dust Gets in Your Eyes, clear by 2. Then Tanner's Neck Lane, Western Advantage on the outside. Perpetual Change making a late move. Here comes Western Advantage to take over. And Western Advantage, the first-time starter, will win it at a price. Perpetual Change, closed to be second.
Western Advantage, first-time starter, had a huge turf pedigree on the bottom side by Competitive Edge. Didn't matter. He got an impressive win here today.
Yeah, now got the pace to close into, as did the one Perpetual Change, as this race completely fell apart in the late stages, and we'll talk about that in just a moment. But this horse got it done. It didn't matter, Competitive Edge. This dam's now 4 for 5 with her production. They've all turned out to be runners, and George Weaver, always a dangerous trainer. This horse is a nice price and had the pedigree, at least on the dam side. This was a funny race. The 9 taking all that late money. The 8, yeah, there was a tip, but the horse blew out. It was too fast a pace. This race, the whole field went. My 10 got strung out 5 wide. The 3, Dust Gets in Your Eyes, ran the best race of anybody, even though he was saving ground the whole way. He was the one that was in the teeth of the pace. In the 7, you could argue Tanner's Neck Lane moved prematurely, but he didn't hold on that well. And the number 3, I think Dust Gets in Your Eyes ran a very good race for Jeremiah Englehart, because this race was just falling apart late. And I'll tell you, Noble Journey, he got a perfect trip in this race, and he came up empty, the one that all the money came to.
Took that money, but it was the first-time starter as we see the number 7, Tanner's Neck Lane there, trying to get out a bit in the stretch. With the number 3, Dust in Your Eyes, setting the pace. But Maggie, the first-time starter, Western Advantage, he was ready to roll at first asking. Got a good trip, but he finished up nicely.
Yeah, I was completely wrong about this horse. He didn't look that fit to me. I was right in the fact that he didn't have much early speed, but that played into his benefit today as they went pretty quick up front. And as I'm standing here and they break, there was a lot of screaming and yelling going on because a lot of people trying to get position, a lot of people trying to get position forward, and it just left the 9 and the 10 strung out very, very wide into the first turn. And I think the first-time starter that you want, obviously, out of this race, as Andy pointed out, is Dust in Your Eyes, who just, in all fairness, ran too good to lose. That was very impressive by him, as we do see Jeremiah Englehart here on track today. But congratulations, doing his mother proud, I would have to say, as number 5 at Western Advantage. Quite the pedigree on the bottom side for the turf for this New York bred.
Absolutely. She's had 4 out of her 5 foals to win. Here's a 5th one, and she's been quite a producer. Western Ransom, that mare who was a Grade 3 winner in her own right, but Western Advantage, her son here, getting the win at first asking. Got some big prices there in this trifecta. Andy is your 9-5 favorite. Noble Journey checks in 4th.
Well, this is what happens when you get competitive races early. The races can fall apart, and that's exactly what happened here. And with Western Advantage and Perpetual Change, they had no speed, and they fell back. When you saw 5 going, you knew that this was going to be fast early, and it was. I'm not going to knock riders trying to be aggressive. It just turned out that way. And, the tip horse, the number 8, that was just too fast a pace. I don't think it would have mattered. Very good performance, though, by Dust Gets in Your Eyes, who was right there the whole way. I mean, no knock on any other horse in this race, and congrats to the Connections. The winner got the job done, and that horse could be okay. But Dust Gets in Your Eyes for Jeremiah, that horse ran.
That's one to mark down and watch for next time out, as I don't think Dust Gets in Your Eyes will be a price next time, but a big effort for that first-time starter. It was another first-time starter, the Western Advantage, who got the win here under Dylan Davis. Congratulations to those Connections. We'll bring you prices and talk more about what's to come after this.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery won impressively in his 2-year-old debut at Santa Anita. From there, he captured the Grade 3 Bob Hope Stakes and completed his juvenile campaign with a dominant performance in the Grade 1 Los Alamitos Futurity. At 3, the top-rated son of Candy Ride sizzled in the San Felipe. Now his much-anticipated first-crop yearlings are bringing top dollar in the sales ring. Mastery, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Be a part of the racing action Saturdays at Aqueduct with live money contests available online through Naira Bets. A $250 buy-in adds $125 to your contest account, while the other $125 goes to the all-cash prize pool. Follow along with the races on America's Day at the Races while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabets.com/contests.
You couldn't compose a better pedigree. A half-brother to Beholder.
Beholder's going to go all the way.
A half-brother to Into Mischief.
Into Mischief wins the Cash Call Futurity.
The most versatile performer from this brilliant family.
Mendelssohn's going to do it. Mendelssohn has won it by a length.
What a win by Mendelssohn. Mendelssohn by a conservative 17 lengths.
Scat Daddy's best-bred son at stud. Mendelssohn.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. Acacia Courtney, Andy Serling, and Maggie Wolfendale, happy to have you with us as the 5th race at Aqueduct in the books. It went to the number 5 Western Advantage at Churchill. That's next on tap. It's the 3rd race coming up, maiden claiming 6.5 furlongs for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. And the outside, the number 7 Arencia for Brendan Walsh is currently your favorite at 3-2.
Yeah, I'm surprised this horse. I mean, I guess, you know, has the better races, the better figures, drops down a little bit. This horse does sort of figure to be chasing a bit outside in a racetrack, and that's been kind of speed. I thought the 4 Ready and Waiting was very dangerous as far as from a speed perspective, though I like the 2 Twirling Dervish.
Twirling Dervish, second-time starter. Hopefully will be out of the gate a bit cleaner today, as was last time out. We'll get into our post-parade, though, starting with the number 1, a lot more action.
How can you not love a Washington bred coming in from Emerald Downs?
That's awesome. Dropping in for the 40,000 today, 9-1 on the board. You got horses from everywhere in the show today. Here's the 2 Twirling Dervish.
Yeah, I thought Twirling Dervish was very interesting after that break last time. I think will run a lot better as it moves up, actually, off the debut.
Second time out for trainer Rusty Arnold. Here's the 3. She's a little edgy.
Yeah, she's a little edgy. Improved on a sloppy track last time. Was it the slop, or is this horse just improved?
Another one who was off slow last time out, one that has second off. The layoff is the 4 Ready and Waiting.
Yeah, I think Ready and Waiting is supposed to go the lead. I don't know how good this horse is, but looks to be the controlling speed on the inside.
Here's the 5. 5 is scratched, excuse me. Here's the 6, Kiss Mo.
Yeah, Kiss Mo has had plenty of chances on the dirt, is just too slow.
Turning back in distance today is here's your favorite, Arencia.
Yeah, I mean, I get Arencia, good trainer, has run against better horses and running respectable figs, but has also failed at short prices. Will this horse work out the right trip?
Twin Spires is the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby and offering you a $200 new player bonus to bet the races today. Download the Twin Spires app or visit twinspires.com and sign up with the code GET200 to start your $200 new player bonus right now. The number 3, she's a little edgy as we take a look at this one. Off slow last time out, and I think it was because she was off slow as a result, ended up kind of getting bumped on either side. Did almost get second that day, but it was a wet track, as you mentioned.
Yeah, I mean, the problem with the 3, she's a little edgy, is how do you trust the race, because it was so much better. She had trouble at the start, and then she ran her best figure, dropping or not. She runs her best figure by far on a wet track, and this is when I think you have to think there's a real possibility that the track had something to do with it.
Here's a look at that race there as she did finish third under Rafael Bejarano, who will stay aboard Super Cat Lady, the winner there. Still mad I didn't just bet that horse as a hunch bet as being your resident cat lady here. The number 3, she's a little edgy in this spot, is currently 5-2 as she was there closing on the outside.
Yeah, like I said, I won't be shocked if she's turned it around. It was only her 4th career start. She dropped this level for the first time. But I think you have to be a little wary when a horse improves that much as to what track. I like the 2 Twirling Dervish and do want to talk about her a little bit. You watch her first race. She broke a length slow. She just got kind of taken out of the race down on the inside. It felt like she never really was in the running. And I like the fact that despite a big price, they still move her up a little off that race. She strikes me as one that's going to run a lot better with her in her second start.
The winner of that race wired the field, and she was off slow up against it early. We'll see if she's out sharper today as she's 7-2, moving up a bit from the $30,000 to the $40,000 level, but it's still 3-2 on the 7 Orencia to the outside as we'll take a quick pause to welcome in our regional networks. You're watching America's Day at the Races. If you're just tuning in on Fox Sports Prime Ticket or San Diego, we're glad to have you with us. Acacia Courtney and Andy Serling on set as we're getting ready for race number 3 at Churchill Downs. That's our next order of business here. They're loading into the starting gate. Who are you leaning on here, Andy?
Like the 2 Twirling Dervish and used in the exacta with the 4 ready and waiting.
Your favorite, Orencia, to the outside, has had a few chances so far. We'll see if she lives up to that favoritism as they head into the starting gate. Again, going 6.5 furlongs on the main track in this maiden claiming as we send it up to track announcer Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Orencia off that outside post quickly out to grab the lead. Ready and Waiting comes on to be second. Kismo's pulled back off to pace and settles in third. Out of the chute down to the main track, and it is Ready and Waiting on through to the front. The leader by half a length. Orencia is right alongside in second. 4 lengths back. Kismo's under pressure. Here comes a lot more action advancing inside with Twirling Dervish. They're now 3rd and 4th. Kismo's back into 5th, and She's a Little Edgy is 4-5 wide past the half-mile pole. 4 furlongs to go. Ready and Waiting onto the far turn, hounded by Orencia. The opening quarter goes in 22-3, and it's 5 lengths back to She's a Little Edgy, who's now 3rd and making some progress. And then it's a lot more action under pressure with Twirling Dervish. Kismo is the trailer. At the quarter pole, Orencia puts in a bid and grabs the lead off the turn and suddenly opens up to lead by 4. Orencia opening up by the 3/16. Ready and Waiting fights on but has lost ground. She's a Little Edgy is now 2nd. 1 furlong to go. Orencia has spurted clear by 6 lengths at the 16th pole. And Orencia is cruising through the stretch. Much the best, Orencia by 5 in the end, maybe a little bit more than that. She's a Little Edgy was 2nd, tight for 3rd, Ready and Waiting or Twirling Dervish.
Your favorite gets the job done here at Churchill Downs. The number 7, Orencia, for Brendan Walsh, and Corey Lannery pulls away to win race 3.
And a lot more aggressive in here. Corey sensing with a scratch of Harbor Sunset that Ready and Waiting be controlling speed, and Corey said, I'm riding the best horse. None of that. Took it to her, and she proved much the best. A decisive winner. A favorite, but best horse.
Big performance over the runner-up, the number 3, She's a Little Edgy, who checks in second, a distant second as they were all strung out there. Orencia gets the job done, and a smart ride by Corey Lannery, as mentioned. As we didn't get a chance to say hello to you earlier, welcome in to those of you joining us on our regional networks. Acacia Courtney alongside New York Racing Association analyst Andy Serling, as we are well underway with the cards at Churchill Downs and Aqueduct, and still some really nice 2-year-old racing to come at the Big A as well.
I agree. A terrific late pick 5 coming up, starting out with these 2-year-old New York breds. We saw the Colts in the last race. We'll see the fillies in this race as well, and an excellent late pick 5. Big fields all day. Super racing right now at Aqueduct. You can expect it throughout the weekend.
Lots of great betting opportunities as we've seen a couple of prices throughout the day too. We had an upset first-time starter in the boys version. We'll see if it will be one with experience to take the fillies version of Sassy Melissa. There's a look at her making her second start for trainer Dave Donkus. We'll talk more about the 2-year-old fillies on the turf after this. Stay
Crystal Ball continues to battle on down towards the rail. On the outside, it's Paris Lights. Antoinette is in third. And now they're inside the 8th pole. And it is Crystal Ball and Paris Lights. And we've got a thrilling stretch duel in the Coaching Club American Oaks. The 2 fillies come down for the finish, and it's going to be Paris Lights.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Song Hill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Visit nairabets.com or download the app to get started. We have the 2-year-old fillies on the turf coming up, going a mile and a 16th. It's the New York breds taking center stage as we welcome in Maggie Wolfendale. Maggie, we just got to see the 2-year-old boys. Now it's time for the girls to have their chance in the spotlight.
Yeah, let's see if we get the girls more accurate this time around. As a second-time starter is number 6, Sassy Melissa. And talking with her trainer and watching her first start, she was very green, as Dave Donk said himself. And 2, she wanted to lug in pretty badly down the lane. So I asked Dave if he changed the equipment with her, and he said yes. He went from his typical D-bit type of snaffle bit, which is very mild in most horses. That's what they run in. But ones that have a propensity to maybe want to lug in or lug out or get a little headstrong, your first next step is a ring bit. So that's what she is wearing here today. It's just, it's a snaffle with the ring, a metal ring attached to it that goes around the horse's chin. And when you pull back, that bar just kind of will come up a little bit. And so it provides a little bit more leverage for the rider. Now she is going to try to go 2 turns here from the 7/8 in her debut. That's fine. I just didn't think she looked that fit in that first start. And today she's a bit more tucked up. I can't say that I'm overly enthralled with the fact that we're going longer with her, but she is a war dancer and they seem to want more ground. So I think we'll see a more professional effort from her. As number 11, Pop the Bubbly, she gets on the turf as she was meant to actually debut on it back in September on the 24th, she was a late scratch. She actually went up in the gate, and as a house rule here at NYRA, if horses' hocks hit the surface, then they are automatically a late scratch. And so that's what we saw with her. I do like her getting on the surface here from Michelle Nevin. She's a big, good-looking filly. I think she suits the conditions well. She's very fit. She's moved forward from what was supposed to be that debut race from the second to now the third here in the paddock at least. So hopefully she behaves herself because I think she has a legitimate shot in here. But a first-time starter that really caught my eye is number 9, Eau Claire, for Tom Bush. Daughter of Point of Entry, nice dam side pedigree as well. Half to Pecatonica, who, I mean, she's fine, but she's a 2-time turf winner. Dreaming of Kara won on the turf and was stakes placed on it, and there were 2 other turf winners in the family. She comes in, she's big, she's well muscled, she looks fit. She looks even more fit than several of the other horses who have run before here in the paddock. Massive turf hoof to her. I like this filly on debut. And then I just want to touch on a very odd looking thoroughbred here in the paddock. That's number 8, Saluki, for Dominic Scatino. And this, she's not labeled it, but she could be a registered paint horse, as she is out of a Damn Colorful Seattle, who's by Airdrie Apache, who is a registered thoroughbred paint stallion. So that's where you get that interesting marking from. I've seen some of the other siblings. Some of them have it. Some of them look like her. Some of them are plain bay horses. It's a recessive gene that sometimes it comes through, and definitely did on Saluki, Acacia.
She's fun to look at, Maggie. Thank you. You don't see many horses like this on the racetrack, or at least in thoroughbred racing as well. She'll be tough to miss there in the race.
She's listed as a bay. I'm trying to
well,
figure
they don't have any sort of differentiation as far as the jockey club for horses like this. So
great.
Yeah.
That's great.
That's awesome.
How can you not love that horse?
That is very
It's
cool.
funny about Eau Claire that Maggie was talking about, the 9. This horse has so far and away the best pedigree in this race, it's not even funny. It's half to 4 turf winners from 4 to try it. They were all okay, including Pecatonica, but other horses as well. Point of Entry is obviously a good turf influence. Irad Ortiz is riding, and the horse is 20-1. If the horse wins, we're going to feel like idiots if you don't bet it. When the horse runs 8th, you'll say, they knew.
Right. I guess because you don't ordinarily look for Tom Bush as a first-time starter, I would imagine. But with the pedigree, with the presence of Irad, you'd think that this one looks pretty live.
A little strange.
Well, here's our post-parade, starting with the number 1, Galena.
Speaking of 4 for 4, this dam is 4 for 4 with her production on the turf as well, and the dam a multiple winner for Jimmy Bond.
Next will be the number 2, Mendham, who gets back on the grass today for Todd Pletcher.
Did very little running in the one race in the turf, but the experience perhaps is her one advantage.
Finished 3rd, beaten 5 lengths in that lone turf start. Here's the 3, Kara's Dreamer.
If you want experience, it's Kara's Dreamer. She runs all the time. Her 1 turf race was disappointing, or 2 turf race. She actually ran better going shorter.
I wonder if maybe she's more suited to sprinting.
The factor.
But here's the 4, Boom Kitty, Bye-Bye.
Don't see a lot of Kitten Joys in these New York bred races. There's turf pedigree, the dam 1 in the grass, 2nd foal, and a Kitten's Joy I'm using.
We heard Jeremiah Englehart mention this filly earlier today when he won the first race. Here's the 5, Massou.
Didn't mention the 1 in the 5th, and that horse should have won. Massou is first time in the grass. Unlike a lot of others, a minimum of turf breeding at best.
Sassy Melissa will be next, now 7-2.
I do like Sassy Melissa, who was hard to handle in green first time out and learned better, but she's likely to be favored at post time.
Mon Chéri is next.
I think this horse is not impossible. Mike Stidham has decent numbers stretching out. As this one stretched out and ran a little first time out. Not a lot, but a little.
Finished 5th that day, 18-1 on the board, and here's that paint-looking filly, Saluki.
My question is, isn't she more chestnut even than bay?
She almost looks it, yeah.
Right? That's
you know, it's the recessive gene, as Maggie mentioned, because you can see flex sometimes with a chestnut, almost even turning gray. Yeah.
Wow. A lot going on there.
Here's the 9, Eau Claire.
Well, we're all going to, I mean, gone down to 14-1 since we've been talking about her. Now 13-1, so people are coming in. The pedigree is there. You're right. Tom Bush is a very good trainer. He doesn't win a lot of firsters, but he doesn't have a lot of firsters with pedigree like this one.
That's very true. And certainly familiar with the family as he now has Pecatonica in his barn. Here's the 10, BC Bell.
He has experience as an edge, but she hasn't run that well in those races. I'm not sure the distance will be her friend.
11, Pop the Bubbly will be next, as she is currently your 3-1 favorite.
And she's the international tip in here, getting onto the turf, a war dancer. Ran too well in the dirt first time out, so taking money, but is a big tip.
And we wrap up the field with the 12, Home for Christmas, as it's getting to be about that time.
Yeah, there aren't a lot of Christophe Clement firsters that haven't done much running. This was one of them. This horse is bet for all the wrong reasons. Unless you think she needed that race first time, she did no running.
Stuck with an outside draw once again as she's 7-1. Then this will kick off our late pick 5 here at Aqueduct, about 1 minute away from the 6th race here. Taking a look at the 6, Sassy Melissa, as we will look at her debut race. She kind of tried to weave through traffic a little bit. Here's the look at the start, though, as she's asked there coming out of the gate.
Well, what I liked about her was she didn't break, and Johnny just asked her a little bit, and she just sort of very facilely brought herself into the race, and I think that's a good sign. She got that position. As you're going to see in the stretch, Johnny had his work cut out. He definitely earned his pay on her because she's probably tough. She's kind of lugging in a little bit. He wants to get her outside. You see how hard he's hitting her. And he's more trying to direct her. I think this is a good example. They talk about the need for a whip in this situation. He wants to get all the way to the outside. That horse, the Blue Silks, the number 6, prevents him from doing that. So right there, she kind of gets half-blind switched. I think that inhibited her from continuing to move. She's also getting in a bit. Now, he did kind of stop riding at the end, and it cost her 4th money as that horse came from out of the clouds, but she was really giving him a hard time. A lot of times these horses will be much more professional second time out.
And I think you could even see it, too, in the distribution of his own body weight as he tried to steer her a little bit. As riders don't have the use of their legs, even where he was trying to keep her in a straight line and moving forward. As we look at a first-time starter, Boom Kitty Bye-Bye, filly by Kitten's Joy, certainly pedigree to suggest she's on the right surface here.
Yeah, my play in here is I keyed the 6 Sassy Melissa with the 4 Boom Kitty Bye Bye and the 9 Eau Claire. I think she's interesting in the pedigree. The Dam did win in the turf. There is some turf going back in the family. You've got a Kitten's Joy. You don't see a lot of them, and he's as fine a turf sire as there is, at least in this country. So I thought this horse could be dangerous, but maybe Jeremiah had his good one with the boys, and we'll see if this one running with the girls in this leg is as good.
For more on this filly as they step onto the turf, let's check in again with Maggie.
Yeah, she's kind of your typical Kitten's Joy, not that big, but well put together. Really good mover out here on the racetrack. Very professional as well. I don't see any reason to not think she's somewhat live here in this spot. As we'll also take a look at Christophe Clement's charge in here. Home for Christmas, I agree. She did no running first time out with Andy, but she was also just kind of not on it, if you will, just really not clued in her debut today. She was much sharper, much more awake and alert. We'll see if that has any bearing on how she runs here today. She's a Christophe Clement trainee. They're always going to take some money as one that's a huge price, the biggest price on the board. Just a quick mention, number 5, Masu. Looking through my notes, I'd written last time, massive turf hoof, looks as though she'd like it. So I don't know, maybe you throw her in underneath at 74-1, Acacia.
All right, Maggie, thank you. We'll see how she handles it as they step onto the turf. There is a look at Home for Christmas, stretching out in distance from the 7 furlongs to the mile and a 16th in here as Sassy Melissa is back to your favorite, as she will be your selection. Andy, run us through again the other horses that you thought to use with her.
I boxed 4, 6, 9 in here and keyed the 6 Sassy Melissa with Boom Kitty Bye Bye and the 9 Eau Claire. I'm a little scared of the buddy coming in for the number 11 Pop the Bubbly. The tips have been right on, and this horse does have more of a turf pedigree. The Dam was a multiple winner, 9 of 18 first and second, 85 buyer, and gets to War Dancer, so I won't be surprised when that horse runs better for Michelle Nevin.
We'll see if she takes a step forward today. Pop the Bubbly will be the top pick for Maggie as they load in. This kicks off the late pick 5 at Aqueduct. 2-year-old fillies on the turf as we send it up to John and Brielle.
Waiting for Pop the Bubbly and Home for Christmas. There in the gate. And they're off. Mendham, Kara's Dreamer, Saluki is there. Now moving up is Masu with Sassy Melissa and Mon Cherie. Kara's Dreamer comes away with the lead. Sassy Melissa and Mon Cherie They are heads apart, second and third. Then down on the inside is Mendham next in fourth. From the extreme outside, Home for Christmas has moved up and is gaining ground from fifth. And it's Saluki in sixth. Pop the Bubbly is next in seventh. Massou's down on the inside, now back running in eighth. Then it is BC Bell in ninth, followed by Galena. Boom Kitty Bye-Bye. And trailing the field is Eau Claire in 12th. The quarter, 25 seconds. And they're moving up the backstretch. Kara's Dreamer leads here by 3/4 of a length. With Mon Cherie racing in second, and on the outside, Home for Christmas is next in third. Sassy Melissa has moved up and is gaining a few spots from the rail in fourth. Then it is Saluki, followed by Mendham and Pop the Bubbly on the extreme outside. Then BC Bell and Massou. Farther back it is Galena. Boom Kitty Bye-Bye. And trailing the field still is Eau Claire. Half mile in 51-1. Kara's Dreamer has the lead as they race midway on the turn. Mon Cherie is in second by a length and a half. Sassy Melissa down at the rail. Pop the Bubbly on the outside. Then Home for Christmas, Mendham and BC Bell. The field comes into the stretch, and Kara's Dreamer has opened up now by 4 lengths. And then it is Pop the Bubbly, Mon Cherie, Sassy Melissa's down at the rail. On the outside, it is Mendham, Home for Christmas, and Massou. Kara's Dreamer in front, and it's going to be a double for Dylan. Kara's Dreamer and Dylan Davis. And it's a photo for second between Pop the Bubbly and Mendham.
There were quite a few trips in this sixth race, but the cleanest trip of all went to your winner, the 3, Kara's Dreamer, who set the pace under Dylan Davis, and he got his second win today.
Second win for Mitch Freeman at the meet so far as well. And she's a horse that a lot of us liked, including myself, when she ran the turf going long 2 back, and she was awful. She sat atop of a moderate pace and just backed up. Not today. Maybe getting to the front made all the difference. She was obviously able to get away with a ridiculously slow pace, but at the end of the day, a lot didn't run behind her. I mean, you know, the 6 Sassy Melissa had a good trip on the rail. She could have at least been second. She was bad in here, a bad selection by me. The 11 made a little bit of a run, but she had nothing. A little bit of run from the 2, but Sassy Melissa, slow pace, and just waltzed and crushed the field.
Persistence paid off, Maggie, with Kara's Dreamer. They've tried getting her onto the turf many times, and she finally got to get back going long on grass and took them every step of the way.
Yeah, this is what she's always wanted to do, and what a complete opposite effect that we had from this race to the previous one of the boy 2-year-old New York breds, as the pace completely melted down. Yeah, 2 different turf courses as well, but Kara's Dreamer, congratulations. Her persistence paid off. I do think Pop the Bubbly, she did not get to save any kind of ground whatsoever. She was out wide the entire way, as we are waiting for a photo between her and Mendham as they hit the line well behind Kara's Dreamer today for that place honor.
Yeah, no doubt about the winner. It was the number 3, Kara's Dreamer, and Dylan Davis to get the win there in the 6th race, kicking off the late pick 5, and that means they're playing our song, Andy. It's time for us to say goodbye.
All right, it's been fun.
It certainly has, as Richard Migliori and Greg Wolf will be coming up on the set to take you the rest of the way, as we have a lot more live action from Aqueduct and Churchill still to come on America's Day at the races. Stay with us for a lot more live racing after this.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Triple Crown dreams can dawn anywhere. This one at Sequel, New York in the Hudson Valley, when Twin Creeks Racing foaled a handsome son of Constitution. Saratoga Stables chased the dream at the Fasig-Tipton New York bred yearling sale in 2018, when they outbid competitors to land 'Tis the Law. And at the 152nd Belmont Stakes, it was time to test the dream.
'Tis the Law, and the New York bred is gonna win New York's Belmont Stakes.
Make your dreams come true with the registered New York bred.
We're back. We're actually stepping on for the first time. Greg Wolf here and Richard Migliori on America's Day at the Races. Good to be with you with continuing live coverage from Churchill Downs and the Big A here at Aqueduct. Again, Greg Wolf, that's the MIG. Good to see you, former champion jockey here. We have some really competitive races coming up at both racetracks, including that turf race here in New York. We're going to have Duress down on the inside. He's faced a couple of really good ones last time out. We've got an interesting horse coming in from Laurel, too, in Lynchburg.
Yeah, very interesting horse for Lynchburg. And, yeah, you bring up Duress. He was second to Faya, who went on to Laurel and won the stake. And Tommy Albatrani's had him in good form. But trips in turf racing, it's what it's all about. And I think it's a very intriguing race from how it will be run tactically.
We'll talk much more about it coming up. Yeah, Duress is going to take a lot of money in that race as the inside post in race 9 on the card. Back to Louisville, though. Mile and an eighth, 2 turns coming up in this $25,000 claiming race. You see Knight's Cross is scratched. That's a big one, too. One of the main contenders in this race. Hard to be good. Favored 6-5. It's Tom Amoss off the claim.
Well, and I think that makes it even more attractive. This horse's last race on the dirt certainly was good enough to win. And if he can even improve a little bit in Tom's barn, that kind of makes him a layup, doesn't it?
That last dirt buyer was huge, no question. We'll talk more about him in a sec. We're going to see Casanova first. Joe Sharp, second off the claim with this horse who's been on turf of late.
On turf, coming out of a 1.5-mile race where he had no speed, he looks like he will have to hope that he gets some pace to run at in front of him.
Harvey Wallbanger, 9-5. He won the Holy Bull back in 2019 for Kenny McPeak, now with Grant Forster.
That's a really nice horse. I remember when he broke his maiden in Saratoga, he ran second up there. I always thought, though, maybe a little shorter was better for him.
So that strong dirt form for Hard to Be Good. He's now in the Tom Amoss barn. That came at Indiana Grand.
And he's the speed of the speed here. There's really nobody that can entertain him on the front end, so that makes him even tougher.
Ransack, 7-1. Gabriel Saez aboard here for Waylon Cundiff.
Yeah, a horse that can lay up a little closer. He just doesn't look fast enough on paper.
And Take Charge Doro. He was in that battle with Knight's Cross, who, again, would have been one of your favorites in this race. He wound up third, beat a half length. He was claimed by Jason Barkley.
And he is a horse that can show speed at times. We know Jimmy Graham can be aggressive. Another one, though, from a buyer's perspective, would have to improve.
That's your field for the 4th. Starts the single 6 jackpot. Our market mover here, the 4th at Churchill. None other than our colleague Tom Amoss is Hard to Be Good. Amoss first off the claim, 17% with that maneuver. As Mig mentioned, this is the horse to catch. That dirt form, the recent dirt form, it is stellar at Indiana Grand. Can he transfer it here to Churchill Downs? We will find out. 6-year-old son of Hard Spun. If you want to bet the Twin Spires market mover or anybody else in this upcoming race, get signed up, start it. Go to twinspires.com. You can also download the Twin Spires app. The code to use it, sign up, get 200. And as it says, you'll get $200 in your account to fire away with and play this 4th race here at Churchill coming up. So 6-5 MIG on the horse likely to be out in front. And that turf to dirt move here with this horse just looks like he's going to be so good getting back on the main track.
Yeah, you know, and you just look at his overall record on fast dirt track, 6 for 19, and 10 times in the money. Fastest buyer figure on a fast dirt track, 95. I have one question for you, and this is just me reaching a little bit. He was claimed for 25 last time. He's back in for the 25, so he's had a month off. Horses have to run for a bit higher after they're claimed for 1 month. They call it being in jail. He's out of jail, and Tom elects to run him back for the 25. So does it make you feel like, well, you know, okay, great, we claimed him, but we're not afraid to lose him for the same price? Is that a vote of confidence or lack of confidence?
Tom's so sharp at this game.
No, I know, and that's my question, though.
Yeah, and you know, it's just the horse wasn't very popular in the claim box, was he? I mean, they got away with it time after time after time with this horse. I would think he's probably safe. But
yeah.
Or they figure if they get a win and a claim, they win anyway.
Well, and that's how you play the game. And Maggie Moss has been a successful owner for years because they play the game that way. You know, it's just interesting. He is a 6-year-old horse, soon to be 7. All thoroughbreds turn a year older on New Year's Day. I just wonder if he doesn't have some, you know, little aches and pains, physical infirmities, nothing obviously to keep him from running, but that let someone else have to worry about it if they take him.
Is there a 6-year-old who doesn't?
Well, no, exactly, exactly.
Yeah.
You know, you think about in terms of people, 6-year-old horses getting older, particularly in terms of an athlete. I know I certainly have my share of aches and pains.
Can imagine. I got my own, just getting out of bed in the morning. As you get a little older, it gets a little tougher. He is 4 to 5 right now on the board. He's going to be the controlling speed, you would have to think. But as you mentioned, Jimmy Graham could be aggressive. He's on the outside. Take charge Doro. It doesn't look like anyone has any kind of ability to stay close. And that's why the scratch of the 3 was huge here as well, because it really just made things a lot easier for Hard to Be Good.
Yeah, it really did. I mean, he was a horse that could show some speed and keep him honest at least. I think Hard to Be Good is going to get a free ride on the lead, and you know, sometimes it is hard to be good.
We'll see how good he is here at odds on. 4th from Churchill. It's the 4-horse for Tom Amoss with David Cohen, the one to beat and the one to catch, likely. Travis Stone with the call. Well, as you can see, this 5 here, Ransack, Mig, he is not cooperating. What's it like being on a horse like this? We saw him fire out those hind legs, dangerous position for the gate crew. But what's it like as a rider going through this?
Yeah, you know, you could see he's gotten mad, the horse. He was getting pushed, and then he started to fight back. And that's when you want, as a rider, you want to tell him, guys, let's just give him a chance. Give him a second. Let him clear his head a little bit. And they got him in good order now.
And they're off. Take charge, Doro. Good start. Hard to Be Good and Ransack away okay. Casanova comes away 4th, and Harvey Wallbanger drops out to last and is already 8 lengths off the lead with 1 lap to go. Hard to Be Good out to set the pace. Take charge, Doro's going to prompt from 2nd. A little bit wide into that turn, trying to back off the leader just a bit. Ransack over to the inside to be 3rd. 3 lengths back to Casanova. And 8 lengths back to Harvey Wallbanger, who's outrun in the opening quarter mile. The leader is Hard to Be Good. Assumed control early and cruises onto the backstretch run. The opening quarter in 23 and 4/5 seconds. Hard to Be Good heading down the backstretch. Take charge, Doro and Ransack. They're together 2nd and 3rd. Hard to Be Good trying to back down that pace just a bit. The lead's down to a length with 5 furlongs to go. 6 lengths back to Casanova and still 8 lengths back to Harvey Wallbanger at the back. The half-mile time is 47 and 4/5 seconds. There's 4 furlongs to go. Hard to Be Good's heading for the far turn run. Take charge, Duro's putting in another bid now. Up into 2nd, a length behind. With that, Hard to Be Good lets it out just a bit. Opens back up a length and a half. Take charge, Doro. Under pressure. Ransack 2. Casanova's 4th and trying to close into a soft pace. Still a ways back to Harvey Wallbanger. They're at the quarter pole and Hard to Be Good turning for home in front by 3 now. Take charge, Doro has lost 2nd to Ransack, who's putting in a run. Casanova comes alive, and Harvey Wallbanger sneaking up the rail. 1 furlong to go. Hard to Be Good. The lead is suddenly tenuous. Here's Take Charge, Doro, Casanova, Harvey Wallbanger. Ransack is there. 16th, Casanova comes away with the lead. Take Charge, Doro finishing well. Harvey Wallbanger, here's the wire, and Casanova won it. Casanova by half a length in the end. Take Charge, Doro was 2nd. Harvey Wallbanger was 3rd. And Ransack 4th.
What a reversal of fortunes in the stretch. The horse in front, he's going to wind up last here, Hard to Be Good. And it's Casanova, goes from last to 1st.
Yeah, and it looked like Hard to Be Good was on his way to victory. He got pretty much what we thought he would. A pretty easy lead, was cruising along, kicked away, turning for home, and then you could just see he started to weaken, and down the outside, here comes Casanova. Good, strong run from him. I'm just surprised that Hard to Be Good gave it up so readily.
1-6-2 finish. Yeah, had things exactly the way he wanted them, but as you mentioned, sometimes, and it was a good to point out, putting it at the same claiming level, maybe there were issues. Yeah,
just that, well, you got him for 25. If someone else wants to give it a try, we're not opposed to doing that. Harvey Wallbanger was well back, rallied along the inside. Looked like he got a little bit intimidated until he got through inside of the 4 Hard to Be Good, but Casanova, well-timed ride.
Meanwhile, we'll see if anybody bit and wound up claiming Hard to Be Good or anybody else in this race. We'll try and get that information for you as soon as we can. Back to Aqueduct here. Take a look at the odds for the 7th coming up as we approach the 8-minute mark to post. 1 turn mile, allowance optional claiming field, 3 technique. He ran huge last start. He was 4 wide on the turn, just missed against Money Moves for Pletcher. Let's head downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Greg, you said it. 3 technique ran too good to lose last time. And again, here in the paddock, looks amazing. He did in his last start. I picked him that day, and he'll likely be my pick here again. But you also have to wonder, was it the fact that he didn't get to save ground? Maybe that played a big role in him just not finding that late punch. Or did he hang a bit? Or did Money Moves just find that much more, dig down that much deeper? I like 3 technique again physically. He's just a good-looking horse. I love the 1 turn mile for him too. I think that is his true kind of distance that he's most well suited for. As we'll take a look at the horse who finished 3rd behind him last time, that's Americanus, who took a lot of money that day. I remember he took a lot of early money for Shug McGahee, first start for the barn, and coming off of a layoff. I thought he looked fit that day. I wasn't sold on the fact of him looking fit enough for the mile coming back. Because, to be fair, he's a horse that has had success more like the 6th furlong to the 7th. But I can say that today he actually looks a bit more tucked up overall. And he actually ran well. He looked like he was gonna swallow them all up, turning for home, and then he just really flattened out, indicating he was a horse that probably needed the race, at least from a fitness perspective. And I think he does move forward this time around. Will it be enough to reel in 3 technique here, or even a horse like Tis He the One, who ran very fast last time, albeit in the slot? But another one I want to take a look at is number 2, High Velocity. He'll stretch back out in distance. It feels like Connections have kind of realized that this horse might do his best running when he is up on the engine. So they add blinkers back on today, just a shortcut cheater blinker. I do think physically looking at him, he's one a little smaller, a little bit more compact, that he should be quicker, and I thought that he would like the turn back. But I think it's more about the way he runs that leads to success, or at least that's what they're hoping for. Maybe they're just grasping at straws with the equipment change. But a horse who has run fast enough at times to be effective here, and I'm thinking that they'll be aggressive from that inside post position, Greg.
Yeah, that horse is intriguing. Used to be with Bob Baffert, the 2 High Velocity, and was 3rd in a couple of Derby prep races behind Thousand Words, who at one time was pretty high up on that ladder of Bob Baffert's Derby contenders. You can play this race coming up. All the action we show you each and every day on the show by playing with Naira Bets. Get a $200 deposit match at sign up with the promo code MATCH200. And bet any track, anywhere, anytime. You can go to NairaBets.com to get signed up and started. You can also download the Naira Bets app. Let's take a look at 3 technique and that race last time out. Meg, I want to get your take on here on what Maggie thought of. Did he run huge or did he hang a little bit late? I thought this was a huge effort.
Well, it was a huge effort, and let's not forget, he was facing a Todd Pletcher horse, Money Moves, who took all the money. And, you know, Todd's horses have shown that kind of fight. They keep finding air. It did look like he had the race won, though, didn't it? And he just kind of, I think, a little of both. I think he hung a touch, and I think Money Moves fought back a little bit.
Money Moves, yeah, who very good horse, by the way. But
Sure.
yeah, in that position too, how difficult is that to be on the inside like that when you're behind and battle back?
Well, you know, some horses do get emboldened, and that horse obviously had a lot of fight in him. Sometimes I think the best thing you can do when you're the outside horse is drift away from them. It's like that old theory in boxing. When you've got the round one, don't engage the guy. You don't make him game. When he got close to him, it looked like it got him re-engaged. Sometimes you're better off just putting a little separation.
3-2, so there's 3 technique. And obviously that was a tough customer that he was dealing with. Money Moves had been second to Prioritize earlier in the summer in a race that sort of propelled Prioritize to the woodward when he finished third.
Yeah, and that was him facing a really, good older horse at that point, kind of mid-season, if you will. Although I will say this, I interviewed Jeremiah Engelhardt earlier, and he said that this was his best shot today, and he won the first.
Wow. All right, 13-1 here, little commissioner for Rob Atras.
Yeah, horse that can certainly have a say in the pace, particularly from the inside post.
High velocity, 6-1, the former Baffert runner, now with Kelly Breen.
I agree with Maggie. Adding the blinkers, stretching out distance, they want this horse involved.
Americanus, he was in that 3 technique Money Moves race. He was 4 lengths behind the current favorite.
Yeah, but he was coming off a layoff, and I think he can take a big step forward, and I like the way he's trained since.
Yeah, I'm with you. That was his first start in 6 months for a Hall of Famer, Shug McGee. He famished. John Kimmel has Joel Rosario aboard.
Yeah, Famish has shown ability at times, but his last race he looked a little hungry to me.
Tim Hills will have Dylan Davis on Forever Mo, 11-1 from a 20-1 morning line.
Yeah, I mean, his race 2 turns at Monmouth was real good. Last time he really didn't show much.
Tis He the One, 5-1. He was the 5-2 morning line second choice here for Linda Rice.
Well, a horse that ran extremely well in the slop last time, and he has fast enough dirt races to be a competitor here.
There's 3 technique, 3-2, gets the Hall of Famer John Velasquez aboard.
I tell you, though, it's just tough to watch him lose, even though that was a really good horse. But, man, he looks good on the racetrack.
Wow, does he look good. And, by the way, for Bill Parcells, August on Farm. So hoping as he can get a winner here. He's got a real nice 3-year-old. And then Chili in Charge. This horse, I think, has a big shot coming in from Parks. This horse has talent.
He definitely has talent. I just wonder, is he maybe a little bit better going a little bit shorter, intensify his late turn of foot? I mean, I know he's run well at the distance, but some horses give you that impression they're just better one-turn sprinters, or one-run sprinters, excuse me.
All right, he's 18-1 coming in again from Parks. He was in a stakes race at 7-8. He just missed against Honest Mischief. That's a horse who was actually favored in last year's Woody Stevens and was second to Volatile in the Aristides, for what it's worth.
Yeah, no, some good company.
Meanwhile, Tis He the One, Linda Rice, second off the claim. And what do you think? Was it the off track that moved this horse way up? This horse's run figures in the 90s before, but this was a 95 Buyer ran huge and was last early, kind of stayed out of trouble, stayed wide, and kept the mud out of the way.
Yeah, seemed to really enjoy it here, kind of running over the top of the ground, a sealed, sloppy surface, and he got it done. But he's got races just as good, if not better, on fast dirt tracks. So, I think he's a major player.
Out with more on Tis He the One. Let's check in again with Maggie.
Yeah, he's run fast enough several times in the past to be better than many of the horses in here. He does have a little bit of that age edge, as he is a 6-year-old, and there's several kind of more up-and-coming 3-year-olds in this field. But he's a horse that does tend to live on his nerves a little bit, and not that it's out of character, but he was a little hot under the collar. None of the other horses were like that. It's pretty chilly today, a typical November day here in New York. Like I said, I just feel like maybe there's horses that are kind of more new on the scene, a little bit of fresher faces. He can win, like I said, but I just wasn't enthralled with him. Like, I think all 3 of us were drooling over 3 technique, even more so on the racetrack, right? He looks amazing out there, moving so well, too.
He looked jaw-droppingly good.
He looked tremendous, and I love when, I'm always talking about the warm-up. I like when horses get good warm-ups. He left the pony, his head was bowed, galloping so beautifully under Johnny Velasquez, a lot to like.
Meanwhile, here's the 3. So here's Americanus, and as you mentioned, this horse, when he was facing 3 technique last start, that was his first start in 6 months. He has every right to make a big forward move. He's going to need to make a forward move to make up those 4 lengths on 3 technique.
Well, yeah, I mean, 4 lengths is significant. I don't think he had much excuse other than maybe he needed the race. That's what I'm going on. I love the way he's worked since his last work, a sharp half and a sub-48 time. Shug McGahee, a guy who kind of rounds horses into form, doesn't crank them up. And this horse was always highly thought of. I mean, obviously he broke his maiden on debut, ran right back in the Nashua. What's a little problematic for me, and I understand it's a Nashua and tougher company, it was his worst race, and it was 1 mile here at Aqueduct. The only time he ran here at Aqueduct.
That was the second start of his career off a maiden win, stretching out to a longer distance off a 6-furlong sprint.
Asking a lot.
Forgivable.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, obviously, I'm forgiving it. I'm picking him.
Yeah.
But, you know, it is – I look at things like that. It make me take pause when a horse has one poor effort and it would happen to be over that racetrack. Although then he did have a little bit of a freshening, so maybe there was, you know, an issue out of it.
Yeah, there's so many interesting runners in this race. Obviously, this 4-5 favorite at the top of the heap here, 3 Technique for Bill Parcells, Augustin Farm, son of Mr. Speaker. But high velocity, too, that horse that used to be with Baffert and showed that talent when he was on the Triple Crown Trail, and then he went to the bench for a while, new barn, and he just hasn't shown that he's moved forward in a couple of starts since. Maybe it's just taking them a little time, and now they're going to make that equipment change, and maybe that'll be the difference.
Well, you know, it feels like they're trying to get back to what it seemed like he was going to be. Or was it that he was just precocious?
Could be,
He was just more mature than everybody else. When he was younger, everybody else caught up.
Baffert seems to have a lot of those precocious ones that somehow most of them continue to just keep moving on, don't they?
Not only are they precocious, then they're good at 3, 4.
It's amazing. Pick 4 starts here, over $200,000 in the pool. And a 4-5 favorite, the 7, 3 Technique. Jeremiah Engelhardt, as you mentioned, already with a winner on today's card. He's had a tremendous start to this meet here at Aqueduct.
He has, and he's really had a good year overall. 56 wins now in the year. I think his outfit was particularly affected by the pandemic. You know, usually having his home base out of Saratoga, a lot of uncertainty. They were just a little bit kind of spread out. And once things kind of calmed down, he had his horses in one place. Things started going the right direction for him. Listen, this horse makes a lot of sense, and he looked beautiful on the racetrack. Would you know, is 3 Technique a football term?
Yeah, so it's defensive lineman who lines up over the outside shoulder of the offensive guard. They call it 3 Technique.
Interesting. Yeah, usually you see a lot of names from Coach Parcells that have a football reference.
Yeah, I love this name, and great to see him associated with Parcells. We'll see. He's loved this game for a long time. Someone who loves Saratoga as much as anyone in this game. Had a chance to interview him at a dinner a couple of years back and talk about some of his great stories in horse racing.
It's nice when, you know, sports figures and celebrities kind of cross over into our world. Racing has always kind of been that place where we'll see a lot of different actors and athletes come. They enjoy the races.
3-5 now. On 3 Technique, we're set here for the 7th from Aqueduct. John Imbrial with the call.
They're all in line. And they're off. High Velocity is sent out for the early lead, and Little Commissioner is now moving up quickly. High Velocity in front by 3 lengths, now by 4. Little Commissioner runs in second on the outside. Chile in charge, along with 3 Technique. And then comes Forever Mo, followed by Americanus in 6th. Tis He the One is in 7th, and Famished trails the field in 8th. And they're moving up the back stretch. And High Velocity is moving right along here. Ran the opening quarter in 22 4/5 seconds. Leads by a little more than 3. Little Commissioner is in second. And then it is Forever Mo in third. The favorite, 3 Technique, runs in 4th and is moving up just a bit now. Extreme outside, it's Chile in charge. Americanus down at the rail. Then Tis He the One and Famished. The half, quick, 46 1/5 seconds as they begin the run around the far turn. It is High Velocity leading here by 1.5 lengths. With Little Commissioner still giving chase in second. 3 Technique is now moved up into third. On his outside is Chile in charge. Then it's Forever Mo in 5th, followed by Tis He the One, Famished, and Americanus. They are at the top of the stretch. 3/4 went in 1:10 3. On the outside, here is Little Commissioner now to take the lead from High Velocity. 3 Technique is being asked for more as they pass the 8th pole. On the outside, Tis He the One is now coming on, along with Chili in Charge. Little Commissioner on the outside, Tis He the One towards the rail, High Velocity and 3 Technique. Little Commissioner has pulled off a big upset, 28-1.
Biggest price on the board. Little Commissioner, as you heard from John Imbrial, 28-1. Manny Franco, Rob Atras, and just did not see that punch in the lane from 3 Technique that we saw last start.
No, and you could see around the turn, Johnny Blesters was asking him. He was in between horses. He just never looked like he was carrying him, that he was having to ask him. And he ran on evenly. But how about the winner, Little Commissioner? He was the one chasing this very strong pace by High Velocity. And always looked like a winner, and he ran. He did all the dirty work, doing the hard chase and still getting it done.
Well, High Velocity tried to steal it on the front end, and actually he hung around late. But in the end, 28-1, Little Commissioner, 8th win of his career, Maggie.
Yeah, and Rob Atras won a race earlier today with, albeit a favorite, but in impressive fashion with setting very fast fractions. He was over heading into the start of this 3rd week here at Aqueduct, and then suddenly things are heating right back up where they were, much like at Belmont and Saratoga. So a barn that goes on streaks, their horses win in bunches. I think we're seeing that all over again here. A horse I couldn't like. I mean, I remember when this horse was favored in the face of horses like Live Your Beast Life, Candy Tycoon, to name a few. And I mean, was not well beaten, but ran 5th that day. And then he comes back, and I guess that money he took 3 starts ago was deserved, as he easily handled a field that looked pretty competitive on paper, Greg.
Last 2 times he has gone turf to dirt, and he's been an impressive winner. And he does it here at 28-1 to start off this late pick 4. 1, 6, 7, 2, the even money favorite. Can only manage 3rd here, 3 Technique. We'll be back with prices right after this.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Win, you win. Has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Adrenaline pumping, hearts racing, the thrill of winning. And it all happens right here. Twin Spires, from the team behind the Kentucky Derby and the destination for horse racing wagering from around the globe. From beginner to expert, Twin Spires is betting made fun and easy. Use code GET200 to start earning your $200 new player bonus when you join Twin Spires today. Twin Spires, racing into your home. Download the app now. See site for details. Void where prohibited. Please wager responsibly.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
You're watching America's Day of the Races on Fox Sports 2 of the Fox family of networks. Good to have you with us on this Thursday afternoon. Program brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. 28-1 on Little Commissioner, Rob Atras, Manny Franco, Sandy Goldfarb.
Yeah, and again, he was the one in the position of having the chase, the loose on the lead, high velocity. A lot of times horses get discouraged or get tired with that hard chase, but Little Commissioner kept finding air. And then along on the scene late came the 6-horse, Tis He the One, who closed so well last time to get it done. Looked like he was never getting by this horse, though, was he?
Did not look like it. It's a big run from this horse. $58 for the win for this 5-year-old son of Field Commission. As mentioned earlier, his 8th win in 27 career starts. That's some big numbers to go back to, but really not on par with, Tis He the One, 3 technique. Everybody overlooked him. Most did anyway.
I did.
We move on to race 8. Start over here. Mile 16th on the inner turf. 50,000 starter allowance. She Throws Heat. Shug McGahee came off a lengthy layoff to win for 75, maiden claiming on the turf at Belmont.
And another horse owned by Coach Parcells, August Dawn Farm, and a little disappointing effort in the last race from 3 techniques. So maybe She Throws Heat can turn things around.
All right, we'll see if this one can bounce August Dawn Farm back into the winner's circle. We're going to get back to Churchill Downs right now. In that 4th, it was Cashinova getting the win at 4-1. We move on to race number 5 here. Start of the late pick 5. Mile and a 16th, 50,000 claiming race. Horses who've not won 2 lifetime and Sharecropper. Current favorite coming out of a race in the slop. That was supposed to be on turf. It was taken off. But prior to that, in against this very same level, just missed against Modagali, who ran 3rd here yesterday in a first level allowance race. That was off the claimed off of Chad Brown. We ran for Juan Cano.
Yeah, I guess you can just forgive the last race because it was in the slop. Maybe this horse just didn't care for the surface.
Here's Box of Chocolates, John Ortiz, Gabriel Saez.
Stretching back out off a good run, going 7 furlongs, good inside post. Expect this horse to be a part of the pace coming out of some sharp sprints.
Talked about Juan Cano with Modagali. Here is Frontman. He claimed this one off of Danny Pites.
Yeah, first time off the claim, goes back to the dirt. Going to have to see some improvement.
8-5 favorite. Here's Sharecropper. We'll show you that performance from 2 back we've been talking about.
Yeah, that performance or any one of the ones behind it, well, those are on the turf, or certainly make this horse the horse to beat.
Congrats to Mark Cassie. He trains Blue Ridge Mountain the 4 here. He just achieved his 3,000th career win earlier today at Gulfstream Park West.
Yeah, already basically given the honor, just hasn't been inducted into Racing's Hall of Fame yet.
Criminal Defense, Buff Bradley, Calvin Burrell team up.
I got there last time in an off-the-turf event. We get that inside Calvin Burrell trip.
Motown Music, Chris Hartman just claimed this one off of Victory. That was maiden claiming at Churchill.
Yeah, and then steps up in distance.
And Indian Counselor 6-1 on the outside. Brian Hernandez Jr. rides for Kenny McPeak.
Yeah, horse wasn't that far away from Sharecropper, and you're getting a much more generous price.
All right, if you want to bet this race, you could do so with Twin Spires, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby, offering you that $200 new player bonus. Again, you can go to twinspires.com. You can also download the app. Use the code GET200 at sign up to get that $200 new player bonus in your account right away. So let's take a look at that Sharecropper performance back at Keeneland on October the 18th. Wound up second, beat less than a length against Modagali.
Yeah, and made a nice run here. You know, had dead aim under Florent Giroux. Just didn't have enough the last 1/8 of a mile to get to the winner, but certainly ran extremely well. Then comes back and fits an effort in between, which wasn't good in the slop.
And, it was in a slop. It was 1.25 miles as well. So do you think a race that we can be a little forgiving with?
Oh, absolutely can be forgiving about the race, but that was coming back in 11 days. Now this is coming back in roughly 20 days. It's a lot of racing in a short period of time. Horse like Indian Counselor, who was beaten, about 3 lengths to Sharecropper, just short of 3 lengths, has a little more time to recover, gets an outside post, and 5-1 as opposed to 7-5. Is that a horse you maybe look at as an alternative?
Yeah, 3rd off the layoff makes that horse interesting, and so does the much better price at 5-1. Definitely could see improvement from that outside runner. Meanwhile, here's Box of Chocolates. John Ortiz, and would need to step up a little on his best. He just 1 for 19 lifetime. That when you get to have that kind of record in this condition, you've been stuck there for a while.
With 5 seconds, too. That's always problematic to me when you see so many seconds start to pile up. Horse like this, though, coming out of a sprint that maybe is reluctant to pass horses, just put them on the lead. They don't have to break through that plane. Sometimes they get brave. Horses got to chase them. Gabe Saez is aggressive. Box of chocolates. Coming out of sprints. Some speed from the rail. Go.
Looks like he's quicker than Sharecropper if he wants to be. And as you said, he's got an aggressive rider in the irons. So that, if that's the game plan, seems like a good move.
To me, I would look at it and say, am I actually think I'm going to pass Sharecropper? Maybe I got to make him be the one to try to pass me.
And meanwhile, here's the Kenny McPeak runner. So this is a 4-year-old son of Painter. Third off the bench for him. He was second in that first start back. That was at the same level of 50,000, non-winners of 2 lifetime. Then faced, as we mentioned, Sharecropper, ran 4th to him. The winner, I should say, Moto Gali, he was 4th to. Sharecropper was 2nd that day. But he certainly could move forward.
I kind of like this horse. I think this horse is
the 7.
The 7, yeah, Indian Counselor. I think he's a little bit of a overlooked. I think 5-1 is a fair price for him. I think he can take a step forward, third off the layoff. I also think he's going to get more pace to run at than he got last time because I really do expect the 1 to show speed.
He's going to need it because, yeah, he comes from pretty far out of it, Indian Counselor. As does the 5. As well, we'll see. This Motown Music, the 6 at 6-1, has only been so far in a couple of sprints, but has been a mid-pack runner in those. Had to chase a really hot pace last time out. Really set up for him, it seemed like, in that maiden claiming victory last start.
Well, another horse that probably could show speed is the 4 Blue Ridge Mountain coming out of a sprint. I mean, he wasn't that far away from a 21-4, 45-2 half. A lot of times you see horses coming out of sprint show a tremendous more amount of speed as they stretch out.
Well, meanwhile, for Motown Music, what do you think of his prospects here? Tough going, coming out of a 30 maiden claiming win, first time against winners here?
Yeah, I do think, that there are questions here, particularly first time going 2 turns, only 2 sprints. Just did break his maiden, going 6 furlongs for maiden 30. Now steps up to 50, so against winners, changing distance. A lot of new things they're throwing at the 6 Motown Music.
Pedigree, though, you would think is going to like the extra ground. We'll see if that's the case. Here's the 4 Blue Ridge Mountain. Again, Mark Casse just getting his 3,000th career win. It's an incredible career he's had. And let's not forget what he did last year in the Triple Crown.
Yeah, won 2/3 of the Triple Crown last year with 2 different horses. Was voted into Racing's Hall of Fame this year. They didn't have the induction ceremony because of the pandemic, but he will take his rightful place in there, hopefully in 2021.
What about this horse's chances here? 7-1 on Blue Ridge Mountain. Another sprinter. I know you said, too, another one coming out of a sprint, but when we've seen him in longer races, he's not on the lead, but can be forwardly placed at least.
Yeah, but a lot of times a race back in a sprint will sharpen one up, make them, just show a bit more speed. I'm not for him. I think horses like this stretching back out, if they get to control things, and I just don't see that happening in this scenario.
Surprising to see Sharecropper at even money. He's the horse to beat, but even money seems awfully short.
Yeah, it seems short to me as well. I'm not convinced. If he runs his race 2 back, of course he's going to be tough. That was leaving the Brad Cox barn. He goes to a good barn, Mike Maker, who tried to put him back on the turf. The race came off. But it's tough to improve off of Brad Cox.
Well, if anyone can do it, Mike Maker can. We'll find out. Was that slop race last time out and then 1 1/4 taken off the turf event a throwout? It is easier company, you would think, here today, obviously, with him being even money. We'll see if Sharecropper can get it done. Kyler Gaffleone in the irons. Start of the late pick 5 from Churchill. And Travis Stone with the call.
An Indian Counselor. There in the gate. And they're off. Bit of a bumble for Sharecropper, Box of Chocolates racing quickly. Box of Chocolates sprinting to the front. Opens up by 3, maybe 4 in the first 16th of a mile. Motown Music is on the chase from second. Sharecropper angles to the outside into third. Frontman settles in toward the rail wall fourth. Blue Ridge Mountain comes away fifth. Indian Counselor sixth in the early stages. And at the back is Criminal Defense. No doubt about the leader. It's Box of Chocolates, who skitters clear by 5 for that backstretch run. Motown Music second at this point. Sharecropper third, Frontman fourth. At opening quarter in 23 and 3/5 seconds. There's 5 furlongs to go. And it is Box of Chocolates throwing it down early. Motown Music now second. Sharecropper third, Frontman fourth. Blue Ridge Mountain moving up from 5th within 5 of the lead. Then it's Indian Counselor at the back with Criminal Defense. The half-mile time in 48 seconds flat. They've caught up to Box of Chocolates. The lead's down to a length. Here comes Sharecropper moving up. Motown Music's between them and up close third. And then it's Frontman down inside fourth. Blue Ridge Mountain under pressure, moving up 1 spot. Coming for the top of the stretch. Sharecropper saunters up alongside a Box of Chocolates, and they turn for home together. Sharecropper puts the black blinkers in front. Box of Chocolates has to fight back in second. And then it's Blue Ridge Mountain and Motown Music. Now Motown Music comes up on through. Motown Music, the new leader, furlong to go. From far behind, Indian Counselor down the center of the track, 16th to go. It is Motown Music, Sharecropper, Indian Counselor, and Blue Ridge Mountain, and it's that way on the wire. Motown Music from just off the pace beats Sharecropper, Indian Counselor, and Blue Ridge Mountain.
Motown Music, son of Quality Road, out of a Tis Now mare, did like the extra ground.
He certainly did. Got a terrific ride from Corey Lannery, saving every inch of ground before coming out in the stretch and running by your favorite Sharecropper. But I thought there were a lot of questions this horse had to answer. Well, he answered them with an emphatic yes. He was good at the distance, stayed the trip, handled the winners, and something we talk about a lot too. A horse that hasn't run that often, hasn't have a lot of form to go on, that hasn't proven their level yet. There was a lot of upside, and I completely discounted it.
9-1. Motown Music was in for 50. By the way, we're still trying to find out. I wonder if we can go back and find out in that 4th race if Hard to Be Good did get claimed or not, because I know I promised that. Back at Aqueduct, 8th race, starter allowance, and it's on the turf. Mile and a 16th. Current favorite, She Throws Heat. August Dawn Farm, Shug McGahee, and Jose Ortiz. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, I don't have anything really creative to say about this one. The horses that look best on paper look best here in the paddock. As we'll start by talking about number 1, Kitten by the Sea, who they left in last time with a race rained off the turf. I had my doubts, despite everybody else thinking she could run on the dirt. And she didn't. So she's back on her preferred surface today. She is a filly that does tend to get a little bit hot, a little bit nervous, and fairly energetic. And today she's kind of controlling that a little bit better than what I've seen from her in the past. So I like that for her. This is an ideal type of situation for her. She can save ground. She is tactical. She can be on the lead. She doesn't have to have the lead. She looks to be in the right type of position, right conditions today to possibly pounce. But the horse taking the most money is number 6, She Throws Heat. She won that maiden 75 off of the long layoff, going a mile and an eighth. She'll turn back a little bit here today. Wasn't in the paddock the day that she came back off that layoff for Shug McGahee, but I like what I'm seeing here. Now, whether she's moved forward or if she looked fit for that debut, I don't really know, but she looks extremely fit here. Big, good-looking daughter of Honor Code. So, Greg, like I said, the short price horses, they look best in here. I really don't have anything too world-changing here in the paddock.
It was a tough race to begin with. I mean, I thought thanks, Maggie, there's a lot of ways to go in this race coming up, but She Throws Heat, 6-1 morning line, but a Hall of Fame barn, off a win, has right to move forward off the bench with that performance. Going to be tough right back, taking a lot of money right now. This race starts the cross-country Pick 5. It includes racing from here in New York and from Churchill, all in one Pick 5 sequence. If you're looking for it on your Naira Bets app, go to XCP5 for cross-country Pick 5 in your wagering menu. You can also go to naira.com/cross-country and get free past performances to do all your handicapping for the sequence. Good luck to everybody playing. Oh, here's another contender. This one for Tom Morley. Horse was a winner sprinting at Saratoga on the dirt. Was claimed by Tom Morley out of that race, and he stretched him out, put him on the grass, and went gate to wire for a win.
Yeah, very clever training job by Tom, claiming a horse for 20, putting her on the turf and being responded with this victory. And she was just kind of waiting on horses. Every time something got close to her, she'd find a little more. Now, she got to set a very controlled pace, but it looked to me like every time there was a challenge, she was capable of doing more. Got to keep an eye on this filly out on the racetrack going to the gate. The first time Tom went to run her, she actually turned herself over on the way to the starting gate. It was a late scratch. She minded her manners last time, acted very good, and got the job done. So that's just something we'll keep an eye on as they get closer. She looks like she's acting terrific in the paddock.
There's those prices from back at Churchill. Motown Music at 9-1, returning $20. Corey Lannery, Chris Hartman off the claim for Quarter Pole Club and a 3-year-old son of Quality Road. Sharp claim from that man right there. That's a horse racing family for you.
Yeah, Tom conferring with his wife, Maggie Wolfendale, there in the paddock, and she's actually really acting good, this filly, from what I could see. So hopefully, again, she keeps her composure, because we saw what she's, capable of doing when she minds her manners.
Now, to get that kind of trip this time around, she got loose on the lead, and she went gate to wire for the victory. You got My Candy Girl in this race, who I actually thought was interesting at a huge price. She's 30-1 right now. That one has some speed. The 9 Candy Flower has some speed. And even on the outside, Princess Fozzie, the 12, is not slow.
Yeah, no, there's speed in this race. It appears like it'll be a much faster pace than what Flashing Red encountered last time. I don't think she necessarily needs the lead, but when a horse goes wire to wire and wins as nicely as she did, you sure hope that she's able to run in the same fashion without having to change the style very much. But I think, unfortunately, with the amount of speed signed on in here, that she probably will have to come from just off the pace. The only thing you hope that, especially with inside posts like Junior Alvarado, Kendrick Carmouche isn't going to come out backwards. Don't come out with too much of a preconceived notion that, well, there's other speed I'm going to lay forth, because then inevitably what winds up happening is they fold over and slow it down right in front of you. At least if you let your horse run away from there, make them commit to that idea.
We'll see who plays that game best here coming up. Quite a few who have the potential to have that option in here. Right now it's the 6 who remains favorite, who would love to see a few battling up front. Here comes Kitten by the Sea to kick things off. Kendrick Carmouche riding for Todd Pletcher.
I think she's a major player. Put a line through her one race off the grass last time, and all of her other races are good. A good second to Robin Sparkles.
Yeah, who's won 3 in a row, by the way. Here's a 3, Impress the Professor, Phil Serpy.
Yeah, trying turf for the first time is going to have to improve a great deal with that surface switch.
This horse to me was interesting at 9-1 coming out of that Kitten by the Sea race 2 races back.
Well, it tracks Joel Rosario. His agent, Ron Anderson, doesn't chase any empty wagons. Horse has some good back turf races.
Had some trouble in that Kitten by the Sea race in which she finished 4th. She throws heat coming off that maiden score. Shug McGahee and Bill Parcells, August Dawn Farm.
Yeah, and Shug's a trainer. Horses get better with racing. Looks good on the racetrack.
This horse coming in from Laurel I thought was really interesting in this race. Has speed as well and is a huge price.
Yeah, and I think she is a big, major pace player here, and will have a say in how this race is run.
Micro Million used to be with Todd Pletcher, was claimed by Mert Cancantermasi.
All this horse's turf races are good. Last time off the turf, not so well, but 2 for 4 on the turf with a second.
Yeah, big price on a capable horse. Candy Flower, Graham Motion, another one who's quick.
Yeah, it was quick last time. Again, slow pace, maiden 40. It's going to have to step up a little bit against winners.
Comes storming, another major player. This one's Mike Maker off the claim. That's always dangerous.
Yeah, it comes from a good barn in Tom Bush, but Mike Maker off the claim. We've seen it time and time again. Leave him out at your own peril.
Sands Point, huge price, is coming out of a grade 2. Now, granted, she was way overmatched in that field.
Yeah, I mean, this is a much different group, but she did just get up with a very fast pace at Mom, the 3 back, if she gets that kind of pace.
And John Velasquez riding for Linda Rice. Princess Fazia coming out of, again, that Robin Sparkles race. 4 runners are coming out of that race. She would finish 3rd.
And she was the one on the hard chase, and Robin Sparkles is a tough one to chase and have anything left.
And more Mango also eligible, draws into the field 35-1. It's James Ferraro off the claim.
off the claim from a good barn in Mike Maker and a tough post position. Both her and Princess Fawzia have to work out trips from those posts.
And by the way, finished ahead of more Mango. We're talking about the 13 at 37-1. Comes storming the 10, who's 5-1, 2 starts back.
Kind of interesting, yeah. So they've been keeping each other company.
It's an interesting race to kick off this cross-country pick 5. So here's Princess Fawzia, Linda Rice, Johnny V will be back aboard. He's been on board each of the last 2 tries. This was 2 starts back August 28th at Saratoga. Had the lead in the stretch and gets caught.
Yeah, and had, I thought, a perfect trip this day. Took the lead, just wasn't quite good enough. But the horse that came running was the horse from well back making the last run. And the one out of all the ones that were involved, Princess Fawzia was the last girl standing. She basically held off everybody else around her. It was the horse that making the late run.
And took sort of that second place, Kitten by the Sea. I'm sorry, she took that, Prince Fawzia, excuse me, took this weird, like, kind of stutter step in the stretch. Did you notice that?
Well, it looked like she jumped leads
Yeah.
there and just
All right.
didn't do it very smoothly.
I don't think it cost her, did it?
No, I think she was second best
Yeah.
the way the race was run. And Black Swan Stable, managed by John DeStefano. They always seem to have a couple of nice horses running all at the same time. They just seem to do a really good job managing their stable.
Meanwhile, there's Come Storming. So again, Mike Maker off the claim, incredibly dangerous whenever he does. That's such a good turf trainer. This horse just 1 for 10. And we mentioned several beat this horse a couple of starts back when this horse is in a different barn. Kitten by the Sea, Princess Fawzia. That long shot, more Mango, but then comes back and runs 3rd behind Micro Million with the same kind of number she'd run before, but usually this barn moves them up.
Well, that's the thing. If you like this horse, it's probably because you're looking at Mike Maker first off the claim, and he does terrific work. Now, Tom Bush does a great job, too, and this filly's been competitive with several of these in here, as you pointed out. So if there is a little forward move, that makes her even tougher.
She's 6-1. With more on this group, let's head in downstairs again to Maggie.
And we'll take a look at her, guys, as I've always liked Come Storming. And going out for the Mike Maker barn is always going to make her dangerous. She'll have to work out a trip, being posted a little bit more towards the outside. She looks great physically. And, two, I just thought that the 9 furlongs was a little bit too long, a little bit of a stretch for her. I think she's probably best at a flat mile, but we'll go the mile and a 16th here today. And I think she's just very, very dangerous as the horse to her inside is number 9, Candy Flower. She broke her maiden after dropping in class at Belmont, and she wants to be forwardly placed. She kind of was quick in the opening fraction, then the Manny Franco was able to slow it down for the internal fractions, which I think let her have a little bit left in the tank to seal the deal and finish things off. She's a good-looking filly, and again, I like her, and I think she's actually taken maybe a step forward out of that race physically. We'll see, though. There's going to be several horses, you would think, vying for the lead early here, but around these parts, you never know, Greg.
Yeah, we'll find out. We talked about it. There's a bunch in here that want to go to the front that looks like they do their best running on the front. So it's going to be interesting to watch as they break out of the gate. Looking at the speeds and the riders who are on those speeds, who do you anticipate being in front, Mig?
Well, Johnny Velasquez doesn't take anything away that comes easy to a horse. And with that post, I think he's got to go forward. I think the 12 certainly will show speed. I can't count on anybody else, to be honest with you. I think Kendrick will come out running from the rail to secure position.
Going to play a big part in how this race is won early on out of the gate. John Imbrial with the call to kick off the cross-country pick 5.
Number 10 Comes Storming, broke through the gate. We'll have a slight delay. Come Storming moves back in. Once again, we're set. And they're off. My Candy Girl away well, joined on the outside by Candy Flower. And it's Candy Flower to take the lead. Down on the inside is Flashing Red, and from the outside it is Come Storming. So it's Candy Flower, Come Storming heads apart for the lead. My Candy Girl is next in third, and on the inside Flashing Red runs in fourth. Then it's 2.5 lengths back to Princess Fawzia, who is in fifth. Kitten by the Sea down on the inside runs in sixth. And Overheated is next in seventh. A break of 3 to Impress the Professor. On the outside is a Positive Power. Then we come back to She Throws Heat. And at the back of the pack are Micro Million and More Mango. The quarter 23-3, and the field is heading up the back stretch. It's Candy Flower with the lead here by 3/4 of a length. Come Storming is second by a head, with My Candy Girl in the clear on the outside in third. Just in behind the front runners is Flashing Red next in fourth. Princess Fawzia runs in fifth. At the rail is Kitten by the Sea next in sixth. And then it is Overheated in seventh, followed on the outside by Positive Power with Impress the Professor. And then comes She Throws Heat. Farther back, it's Micro Million and More Mango. The field is coming for the head of the stretch. It is Candy Flower still with the lead here. Candy Flower's in front. Now Flashing Red is coming on through. Kitten by the Sea looking for a way to come on up. But as they come through the stretch, here comes Flashing Red on the outside of Candy Flower. Princess Fawzia is gaining ground. Kitten by the Sea has room down at the rail. On the outside is Overheated. Here is Princess Fawzia to gain the lead in deep stretch, and Princess Fawzia is the winner. Candy Flower held well to be second. It's a multi-horse photo for third.
Princess Fawzia with a win. Linda Rice, John Velasquez, Black Swan Stable, who you were talking about earlier.
And this horse worked out a really good trip. Johnny let her run away from the gate. The 9-horse Candy Flower, Manny Franco, very aggressive, was intent on the lead, but it created enough separation where Johnny wasn't too wide. He 3 wide tops the first turn, which is really good from that post position. She worked out the trip, came out for the stretch drive, and powered home. Very game run from Candy Flower, who just kept fighting everybody off. The 1 horse had some traffic. Kitten by the Sea maybe would have got up for second or third. Don't think she was going to beat the winner, who was just best on the afternoon.
And give credit to Manny Franco on Candy Flower. He was the aggressor in this race. He went to the front and winds up in second there at 14-1.
Broke running, and you could see he had a plan, and he was intent on going forward. Sometimes a big race, like with Tis the Law, where he wasn't as aggressive as some people thought he should have been, kind of puts it in a young rider's mind. You know what? This is how I'm going to ride, and it almost steals them up and makes them better. If this makes Manny Franco better for this experience, I think it's a great thing because it shows what a tough constitution he has.
Let's head downstairs to Maggie.
He really race rode, Manny Franco did, because he came out to try to meet the challenge of the 2 in here, Flashing Red. And when he knew that she wasn't going to go by him, then he kind of came back in and drifted in on the 1 who was rallying up the rail, made her tap on the brakes just a bit. But it provided clear sailing for the 12 Princess Fawzia, who was best today. She ran very well for Linda Rice. But as you were saying, Candy Flower really was the beneficiary of a great ride by Manny Franco. But Hall of Famer John Velasquez in the irons, perfectly timed ride with Princess Fawzia. Guys?
So 8-1 over 14-1, waiting to see who was third. It was a photo for showing here, and a lot of times, you say it all the time on this program, Mig, a lot of times, not necessarily the case here that the best horse didn't win, but you can give the horse the perfect ride, do everything right, and it still doesn't work out. But Manny Franco in that situation did everything he could.
Well, all you can ask of a rider is to put a horse in a position to win from, and then just ride as hard as he possibly can. And both of those things were on display for Manny Franco in this race.
John Velasquez, though, the win for Linda Rice in Black Swan Stable. 8-1 upset to start the cross-country pick. 5 prices coming up right after a break. Stay with us.
Over time, the Alapa story has been interwoven with its prestigious neighbor, the mighty Claiborne Farm. The recent massive and meticulous renovation at Hill and Dale at Alapa will usher in the farm's next chapter with a clear vision of the future, which sees a modern, efficient, vital, and vibrant nursery, alongside its world-class stallion operation, all the while respecting the history of this important estate. In fact, the stall door numbers remain claiborne yellow as a tribute to the illustrious racehorses that once trained on Alapa's 1 mile oval during the mid-century modern era. One such name is that of a coal-black filly who would be named Ruffian and would come to be known as one of the greatest racehorses to ever look through a bridle. Such is our heritage. Such is our inspiration. Here, the obscure becomes obvious.
Cloud computing in the Preakness.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Programs brought to you by America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Princess Fausia kicks off the cross country. Pick 5 for Linda Rice with Hall of Famer John Velasquez in the irons. And the second one in 6 career starts for this 3-year-old filly.
Yeah, and Johnny did just such a nice job giving her a smooth journey. He was able to find some position in the first turn without being caught too wide, was saved ground throughout the second turn, was able to come out between horses and got a very, very nice trip. She had run and he made the most of it. Good battle for second, but it was Manny Franco kind of willed that filly. I'm sorry, lost my place here. Candy Flower to get the place.
12.95 finish, $18.60. Again, Linda Rice, Black Swan Stable. John Velasquez, team up for the victory. $54,000 in this cross-country Pick 5 pool. And already an 8-1 start. If you're alive, well done.
Kind of a generous price for her, no? Maybe the post?
Yeah, it's 9-2 morning line, and with these connections, that was going to take even more money coming out of that Robin Sparkles race. Not the case. It was a tough race. 9th at Aqueduct. Current odds you're looking at Duress, who we talked about at the top of the show when we came on. For Tom Albertrani, Jose Ortiz will ride from the rail, face Maxwell Esquire last time out, has won 3 of his last 4 for Christophe Clement. Before that, faced the incredibly talented Faya, was second to that horse on the turf, who's undefeated on the grass and won a stakes race out of that performance when they met.
Yeah, went to Maryland on Maryland Million Day, won the stake there, and didn't handle the ground. It was very soft ground, and he wasn't handling, and he was still able to win. So that kind of speaks to his quality. I'm sure we're going to enjoy seeing him next year.
7-2 right now. There's some other talented runners, though, in this race, and we'll get to them in just a little bit. We're going to head back to Churchill Downs right now. And real quick, want to wrap up that 4th race. Mentioned Hard to Be Good, who Tom Amos had just claimed and had to lead in the stretch, backed up to last. Claimed out of that race for $25,000. Wesley Hawley put in for the claim.
So it's a bit of a poker game, kind of represent you got a weak hand or a strong hand and hope that somebody reaches in if you're looking to move one along.
6th race here at Churchill kicks off the late pick 4. It's a $150,000 maiden claiming event. 7/8 of a mile, Storming Lion. Mike Maker off the claim. He pulled blinkers on here in a turn back in distance after missing by 3/4 of a length.
Well, we talk about this all the time. Mike Maker does such good work and usually he claims when he has a plan. It seems like he had a plan. He saw something, wanted blinkers on this horse.
All right, we start off with Mean Machine at 14-1.
Mean Machine ran once, showed some speed. Comes back as a gelding. That's a major equipment change.
Definitely could see improvement from this one for Tom Amos, 2nd time out. Funny actor, 2-year-old by Danza. Well named here, Wayne Catalano.
Very well named, is not taking any money at all, so it doesn't lend confidence. This horse has shown a lot in his training.
Mount Athos, Sky Mesa first-timer for Norm Cassie.
Out of a mare that's had 3 foals to race, all winners.
A lot to like with the 4 in here. Jonathan Thomas, career start number 3. First 2 came at Monmouth.
And showed high speed, going a mile, turns back. 7/8's a tricky distance. This horse certainly has the foundation.
Our favorite, there he is at 2-1. Blinkers go on for Mike Maker again, who just claimed this horse.
Mike Maker, almost 240 winners on the year, hitting at 20%, 25% at the current stand at Churchill. A lot to like here.
Started from the bottom, now he's here.
Well, I kind of like this horse. No knock on a 7-pound apprentice, but the horse was a little bit obstreperous leaving the gate. Journeyman today, little drop in class.
Take it you don't know that song.
No.
Koufax at 6-1.
Koufax ran okay first time. Could improve off the first start.
5 Dreams, Steve Asmussen.
Steve Asmussen, leave him out at your own peril. Interesting, though, his main man, Ricardo Santana, is not aboard this one.
Mark Cassie sending out Hard Asset 5-1 for start number 2.
And another horse showed good speed first time, takes a slight drop in class, and Mr. 3000, Mark Cassie, earlier today.
Got to feel good. We have a couple of creative causes we're going to see next. Here's one of them, pretty creative. First-timer for Keith DeSormo. Wow.
Yeah, looks good on the racetrack. Like the way he's warming up under Corey Lannery. Keith DeSormo is a master at buying horses for not a lot of money and making them really good racehorses.
And horse purchase for $20,000. Here's Devoted to You, Bayern first-timer for Ian Wilkes.
Ian Wilkes, a trainer who can win with first-timers, doesn't crank them up to win first time, but this horse has got a good, steady work tab.
And Hush of a Storm at 21-1, another creative cause. This one for Bill Morey.
Yes, a New York bred, Berkshire stud, not far from me, Dr. Cook's place. Another one with a good, steady work tab. Outside draw going 7/8, always a good thing.
Time for our Twin Spires Market Mover. It's Storming Lion, our current favorite at 2-1 in here. The dirt debut, it came last time out at Churchill in a $50,000 claiming event and had the lead in the stretch, got caught late, shied away from, looked like a horse who was coming in on him, got bumped around a little bit, and then still finished strong. Blinkers on today. If you want to bet that horse or anyone else in this race coming up, get signed up with Twin Spires. Go to twinspires.com, download the app, use that code GET200, and start your $200 new player bonus right away. So let's look at that dirt debut from Storming Lion at Churchill back on November the 1st. Pick it up here in the stretch. This was after the little trouble and issue he had in the backstretch. And it looks at this point like he's home free.
Yeah, it was a little late getting on the right lead, got on his right lead, looked like he was going to get it done. And the winner just is relentless here, just keeps coming at him. But he was very game, and he tried to fight him off, came out into him a little bit, tried to engage. With an effort like this, the 7/8, you know, should be well within his scope.
So between horses, this was on the backstretch, and just kind of a ricochet with a few horses, and it looked even more dramatic on the pan shot. Didn't seem to impede him a whole lot.
No, it looked to me like he just saw that wide swath of shadow as he was getting to it. Not sure if he needed to jump over it because horses don't have the same depth perception as you and I. He wasn't processing that was a shadow. It was just a difference in the color on the dirt, and I think he just got to get scared, like, whoa, what is this? And he started putting his toes in the ground. Think about when horses used to run on the downhill turf course at Santa Anita when they get to the dirt, that bright green to the tobacco brown. They just can see the difference in the shade of it. Maybe not so much the color, but the shade. That's what I saw there, a horse that was just kind of spooked by a wide swath
What
of
does
shadow.
that do to his rhythm within the race?
Well, it looked like it threw him off for a stride or two, but he caught a stride pretty
Yeah.
quick. I honestly don't think it cost him much.
He's still your 2-1 favorite here coming up. As we take a look at the 7, one of the greatest of all time, Koufax. Greg Foley, second-time starter here. This horse was nearly 12-1 in the debut. And again, that first to the second start, you can see a ton of improvement.
Ran really well at Keeneland for the same price. $150,000 claiming tag is, unusual. We don't see claiming tags that high. To me, it almost feels like a lateral move to a maiden allowance race. But Koufax ran so well at Keeneland with the track, had a little moisture in it. Now it's a dry track at Churchill Downs. Maybe Koufax will like it a little sandier.
You just keep topping yourself. That is the best you've ever given us on this show. And end of the year, before we sign off, we need to put a whole list of these together. We're going to put it out on Twitter.
I thought that was a good one. No, I actually enjoyed
Did
that
that
one.
just come into you, or were you thinking of this last night?
No, it actually just came to me.
You're good. You're really good.
I think on the fly.
So Koufax, 5-1. In the end, where are you going to wind up?
I'm taking a swing with the 6. 9-1. Started from the bottom. And then what'd you say? Here we are.
And now we're here.
And now we're here. Yeah. I used to be the MIG.
You started from the top.
That actually happened to me in Saratoga. A guy came up to me and said, "Didn't you used to be the MIG?"
I say it to you every day. I think it's the funniest story ever heard.
So yeah, I used to be.
How do you answer that?
That's how I answered it. I used to be the MIG. I used to be somebody.
Yeah, so we need to do some musical history with you after the show. I have to have you listen to a little Drake.
Okay.
It's a Drake song.
Well, we talked about Tommy James and the Shondells yesterday, which led to a live
I'm
and
going to catch you up to the 20th century.
So we can't then go to Three Dog Night, work our way through James Taylor and Jackson Brown.
I used to play a little Three Dog Night back in jazz band in high school. This 10 to me, look, this is going to be a huge long shot. The 10 looked tremendous on the racetrack. 27-1. Keith DeSormo, maybe a horse to use underneath.
Keith DeSormo has made a career out of bargain horses at the sale. He's like a great scout who can spot the kid in 8th grade that's going to be the good athlete. Horse did make a really nice impression on the racetrack.
It's Storming Lion, though, the market mover and the favorite and the one to beat in here based off that last performance. And now moving to the Mike Maker barn, claimed off of actually Tom Drury, of course, the trainer of Art Collector. There he is moving in the 5. Kicks off this late pick 4 from Churchill, and Travis Stone has the call.
Waiting for Started from the Bottom, Devoted to You, and Hush of a Storm. They're in the gate. And the rough. Storming Lion racing out for the lead. Started from the bottom is there. Koufax is showing some speed too. Hard Asset for that outside post races up. 5 Dreams in that mix as well. Scramble is on early. Started from the bottom. Short lead. 5 Dreams right there now. Koufax takes over second. 5 Dreams is racing third. Storming Lion is back into fourth. So dialed in is keyed up while 5th. Hard Asset 6th on the outside. Funny Actor comes away in 7th. And then it's Hush of a Storm moving up into 8th. Mount Athos toward the inside racing 9th. 3 lengths back. Mean Machine is now 10th. Devoted to You is 11th. And Pretty Creative is the last of them all. 12th. And 12 lengths off the lead for the far turn run. Started from from the bottom, and Koufax going head-to-head through a quarter in 22 and 3. 5 Dreams hovering to their outside, so dialed in, comes on 4 wide. Storming Lion locked and loaded in behind, while 5th. Funny Actor comes up on through 6th. Hard Asset is there, 7th at mouth. Athos is 8th. Mean Machine cut the corner 9th, only 4 lengths off the lead. Off the turn, into the stretch. 5 Dreams comes away with the lead. Clear sailing for Storming Lion, and here he comes in between. Mean Machine's coming up the rail. Mount Athos is there. Koufax battles on. 16th pole, 5 Dreams, and Storming Lion heads up and down. 50 yards to go. Storming Lion, 5 Dreams. Storming Lion won it. Storming Lion up over 5 Dreams. Koufax and Mean Machine.
That was 2 real good barns and 2 real good riders throwing it down in the stretch. Mike Maker barn, Steve Asmussen barn hooked up, and Tyler Gaffleone out dueling Brian Hernandez Jr.
Yeah, keep relying on Tyler Gaffleone. Finds a seam between horses. Horses on his left lead. They're going to come together here. Watch him make this horse change his right lead right there. That was the key to success right there. If he had let him hang on his left lead through the stretch, he wouldn't have had enough to get by that horse. That adept move at a critical juncture in the race made the difference.
2-1. Storming Lion wins, is your favorite to start off that late pick 4 at Churchill. We're back at Aqueduct here in South Ozone Park. And this race is a good one coming up. 6 furlongs on the outer turf, entry-level allowance. Duress, we talked about, has faced 2 real good runners the last couple of starts, has run second to both of them. Is today his day to shine? Let's go downstairs to Maggie.
And a really good field assembled here in the paddock. A good-looking bunch at that, too, Greg. And I've always been a fan of Duress. I even remember thinking that somebody by the name of Tom Morley should claim him, but that went to Tom Albatrani, and he's done very well with him. He's just a good-looking horse. He fits his condition well. I thought last time with the course being very much on the yielding side and breaking away from him, didn't compliment him. His head kind of went up late in the game there as it slipped out from underneath of him. He's back on a firm course today. He's very, very dangerous. But taking a look at some other horses, primarily ones coming in from out of town. Number 3, Nothing Better. Tried the turf for the first time, a little late in the season for that for trainer Jorge Duarte, and was quick away. The running line doesn't suggest that, but he was well in front of the field at the break by about 2 to 3 lengths. Then another horse came up on the outside of him, and he battled that horse the entire way and just kind of gave it up late at the end. There's other speed in here. He doesn't have an easy job, but physically, this is a good-looking son of Munnings. I mean, he is so well-muscled. He is that massive, very well-defined, 2 perfect kind of hind-quartered muscles to him. And I think he fits very nice physically, at least with the group here. Now, number 6, Last Opportunity, he is turning back in distance. His lone win, which was in Ireland, came at 6 furlongs. He's a smaller, shorter coupled horse. I like this turn back as he'll make his first start for Todd Pletcher. He looks sensational here in the paddock. He's sharp, too, and nicely on the bridle for cutting back in distance. Number 7, Lynchburg, he's one that is coming in out of a stake, granted a restricted stake. I think a little extra ground is going to help this guy. Yeah, they've tried to run him on the turf going a mile, Mike Trombetta has, but he's one that maybe the 6 furlongs helps. He's big, he's rangy, and he's very laid back.
All right, Maggie, thank you. Here's Duress, our current favorite, 2-1, Tom Albertrani, Jose Ortiz.
A lot to like. He's been facing good company. He gets a good inside draw, and he's tactical.
Yeah, Faya, who beat him 2 starts back, got 100 Buyer speed figure that day. Here's Bourbon Currency. It was a long way back to him in 3rd last start against Duress.
Yeah, that was more yielding ground. I think there's some give in the ground, maybe not as yielding. He should appreciate this turf better.
There's the one Maggie liked from a physical standpoint, Nothing Better.
Well, horse has got speed and could be the one that makes the top. Horse outside of him might have something to say about that.
Yeah, this horse is quick, too. Noble Emotion, Jonathan Thomas.
Yeah, this horse can show really high speed at times. Didn't last time, but that was on the dirt.
More pace with the 5 ahead of Plan, who's won back-to-back starts at Saratoga and Belmont.
Yeah, another one that adds pace to this and a contender.
And look out those silks. Klarovich Stables, that means Chad Brown. Last Opportunity, Todd Pletcher, and Irad Ortiz aboard.
Yeah, Maggie makes a good point. This horse won going 6 furlongs over good ground in Ireland last year.
I like Lynchburg in this spot. This horse has a big chance. He's 6-1. Kendrick Carmouche for Michael Trombetta.
And a horse that's tactical. He's got speed, but he doesn't need to be on the lead. He could find himself in a good spot just off the speeds.
Meanwhile, Shiraz, Mike Maker, 3 for 29 lifetime on turf. He always runs a good race, though. He doesn't win a lot.
Yeah, 4 wins as opposed to 9 seconds lifetime. But he's another one that projects to get the right kind of trip. Not on the lead, but close.
El Primo Soleil, David Duggan.
Is going to have to improve, but I think there is an improvement there. He was coming off a very long layoff, was only beaten, just under 3 lengths, and he showed some class over in Europe.
Here's the 10. God Loves a Sinner for trainer Susan Cooney, comes in from Maryland.
Well, we talked about Duress being defeated, by Faya. This horse also was 3rd behind Faya, albeit on a turf that had even more give than this turf does.
Yeah, that's a huge price on a horse who's shown ability. So here's Duress, 2-1 favorite. Let's take a look at him back on October the 16th. This was the most recent start. This was a yielding turf course, going 6 furlongs at Belmont against Maxwell Esquire, and again a long way back to 3rd in Bourbon Currency.
Well, he kicked away like the race was over, like he was on his way to victory, and then that patented last run, well-timed Joel Rosario ride on Maxwell Esquire runs by him. He ran extremely well. He's a
Do you
major
look
player.
at that as a negative, that he had it look like it was wrapped up and gets past in the stretch, or it was so far back to 3rd, look, that the horse was just better than him?
I think he was just second best on the day, particularly with the way the course was. You look at the time of the race. They went 23, 47, and 3. That's very slow for a turf sprint. That talks about a lot of give to the ground. He kicked away, and he just got tired. I think if the ground had been equal, he might have got the measure of Maxwell Esquire that day.
Meanwhile, here's the 5, ahead of plan. One of a few speeds that we've talked about. It looks like they're all lined up next door to next door to next door to each other, the 3, 4, and 5.
Yeah, and sometimes that really leads to them engaging because they're right next to each other. They stay competitive. They don't have any separation. Ahead of plan, 2 for 2, going to the lead on the turf with Javier Castellano. Javier Castellano had surgery on Monday, so Manny Franco takes over. We've seen Manny riding with a vengeance over the last few days, and I don't think he's going to be taking anything away from this horse.
And this horse had the lead in winning. It was granted it was a 40 maiden claiming race, so a low level, but on the front end, 21-3, 44 to the half. That was this summer at Saratoga. The quick of the quick, in your eyes, who do you think it is?
That's a great question. I honestly don't think it's ahead of plan. I think it could be the 4 Noble Emotion. All of his turf races, he's shown such good speed. Maybe it turns out to be him, although Joel tries to be patient most of the time. Nothing Better showed good speed last time. And that was at Monmouth, where everybody tends to send. We'll give the nod to him. Nothing Better is the one that goes to the lead.
All right, let's head downstairs, check in again with Maggie.
They're changing where we go on for the 6 furlongs. Last 2 weeks we've been going on here at the heading into the turn here, and now we're going on the backside. Whatever. As number 10, God Loves a Sinner. You look at your favorite Duress, who was beaten 3.5 lengths by Faya. So was God Loves a Sinner. And he is 34-1, and the one is 3-2. Now, I don't necessarily love God Loves a Sinner from the physical perspective of things, but this was the only horse to make up any ground in that Maryland Million race. I think he deserves an outsider's look here, Greg.
Yeah, we thought the same. Talked about it, 36-1. This horse is way too big a price.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, he ran extremely well in the Maryland Million Sprint. And he's a very proficient horse, turf sprinting. He always seems to run well. I wound up inside of him on a real long shot. Il Primo Soleil.
Here we go. John Imbrial with the call.
And they're off. Noble Emotion going out for the lead with Nothing Better. Ahead of plan is right there. Duress, the favorite, down at the rail, runs in 4th. The front 4 have 2.5 lengths on God Loves a Sinner, who's on the extreme outside in 5th. Then Lynchburg in 6th, Bourbon Currency down at the rail in 7th, followed by Shiraz in 8th. The trailers are Last Opportunity and Il Primo Soleil. The quarter in 22 seconds as Nothing Better takes the field into the far turn. Noble Emotion running in second, ahead of Plans on the outside in third. Duress down at the rail in fourth. God Loves the Sinner is next in fifth. And then it is Bourbon Currency, followed by Lynchburg and Last Opportunity. Here comes Noble Emotion coming through on the inside to take the lead from Nothing Better. On the outside is Ahead of Plan and Duress out in the middle of the course, followed by Bourbon Currency. Last Opportunity continues to gain down at the rail. Here is Duress and Ahead of Plan, and the two of them are heads apart for the lead, with Bourbon Currency in third. They're coming down for the finish. Duress drifting out, holding the lead here. Bourbon Currency on the outside. It appeared to be Duress to get to the wire first. Bourbon Currency was there, and Ahead of Plan in third.
Duress with the victory. What'd you see here in the stretch?
He came out an awful long ways. It was a pretty steady drift inside the last eighth of a mile, last 16th of a mile. He worked out a good trip. He was able to come out for room when he needed to, but that sustained drift, until we see a head on, you really can't tell, but it was obvious on the pan shot. Usually if it's obvious on the pan shot, it looks even worse on the head on. You can
Oh, go ahead.
No, but you can see he's kind of established a position way out there as it is. Now, the two thought about going inside of him, but he comes outside of him. I don't think he ever really got to a point where he was coming out into him. I think he was out there already.
Well, here's the head-on. So those copper silks with a black cap, that's your eventual winner, Duress. And now here comes the two. Two is outside, and those black silks, John Velasquez.
You see, Johnny thought about going inside of him there and then made the decision to continue on that outside path outside of him. Now, Johnny's hitting left-handed. He's drifting, but there was never any contact. There was always separation between them. Johnny drifted as much as he did.
Looks like this result will stand. By the way, even money in the end on Duress. It was 7 lengths behind when they last met to Bourbon Currency. This time makes it a lot closer. Looks like still comes up a little bit short, Maggie.
Yeah, Bourbon Currency took his best run at him. I think the course condition had a big influence on that improved effort from him to be runner-up here as I'm checking out the simulcast feed. And as you guys were saying, it really, truly looked as though Duress was just out there. And Bourbon Currency went to go inside, and then he corrected him and went outside in the end. Miggs long shot getting up for fourth, ran well in defeat there. A little bit of a kind of blanket finish, maybe one we really have to go back and watch the replay of if there were any trips. And there's so many things happening in such a quick amount of time with these turf sprints, guys.
Even money on Duress, 16-1 on Bourbon Currency there in second, and then it was Ahead of Plan and Il Primo Soleil at 44-1, checking in fourth. But your even money favorite with the win here in the 9th at Aqueduct.
Yeah, worked out a good trip from that inside post and got out when he needed to for run. And Duress is honest. He's basically showed up and run every single time.
We're going to take a break. We'll have the prices from this one when we return. More from Aqueduct, much more coming up from Churchill as well. Duress, after back-to-back seconds, picks up the 3rd win of his career. Stay with us.
Chestnut wins by 6 on debut, with the promise of bigger things to come. Justify, he's on a dizzying ascent to greatness.
What do you do when the experts compare you to legends?
Justify has won the Kentucky Derby. He's unstoppable. He won the Preakness. Justify is the 13th Triple Crown winner.
You justify it.
Since 1913, the Petaluma Creamery has believed that the best dairy products come from happy cows. It's why owner Larry Peter insists that every cow we milk is born and raised naturally to produce the finest non-GMO 100% organic cheese and butter for your family. Shop our delicious line of Spring Hill cheeses. Pick your favorites, and we'll ship them right to your front door. Visit SpringHillCheese.com today and start serving your family the highest quality cheeses available. Petaluma Creamery, the best dairy comes from the happiest cows.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Great to have you with us. Our program brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa, home to some of the world's leading stallions, among them the great Curlin and Kitten's Joy as well. Duress. Third win of his career, wins for Tom Albertrani. Chalk Racing, Jose Ortiz. It got tight with Bourbon Currency. And by the way, Duress is son of Violence, part of that Hillendale Stallion lineup with this victory here. Here comes, again, John Velasquez on the 2 in those black silks. As you mentioned, looked like might go inside, opts to go outside, and in the end comes up just short.
Yeah, he did, and the Ford Duress was already out there, had established his path. Johnny made the decision. Maybe these guys think the ground's just a little bit better out there. But Duress now is 2 for 2 over this Aqueduct turf course.
Even money, $4 for the win. Horse was in a 40 maiden claiming race. Tom Albertrani said, yes, please. And now this horse won twice for him with a couple of seconds against incredibly talented runners like Faya and Maxwell Esquire. So 8-1 start to our cross-country Big Five. Storming Lion as a favorite and an even money favorite in Duress. But as we've seen with this cross-country, it just takes one price, and it has paid incredible.
Very generous prices. Feels like Bourbon Currency maybe starting to want to be a horse that wants to be second minor awards. That being his 8th second, 3 wins.
10th here at Aqueduct. Our Nightcap, 6 furlongs on the main track. It's for non-winners of 2 lifetime. I love this race. I thought it was wide open. Freedom Force, certainly one of a couple to beat in here. Jeremiah Engelhardt dropping out of a 50,000 starter allowance, going to make this horse very tough.
Yeah, and a horse that possesses speed, and he gets Hall of Famer Johnny Velasquez on board.
More on this Nightcap from the Big A in a bit. We'll also have more coming up from Churchill Downs. Their late pick 3 gets started in the 7th race. 5 furlong sprint on the main track. Entry-level allowance. Seems like a 2-horse race. Palomita the 1 for Chad Brown. Sequin the 4 for Wesley Ward. They might be throwing down on the front end. We'll be back.
Warfront. This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires. With Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf and star performers both at home and abroad, Warfront's success as an international super sire is unmatched. Recent stars include War of Will, a classic winner on dirt and now a Grade 1 winner on turf. Plus Halliday, winner of the Grade 1 4-star Dave Handicap at Saratoga. In the auction ring, his progeny continue to command top dollar. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice from professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick in the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. America's Best Racing is a sport for you. Live it, love it, bet it.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
You live it, you love it, you bet it. It's time. Vote it. 4 lucky voters could win a $1,000 Amazon gift card. Your favorites of the sport and lifestyle. Vote now. It's the America's Best Racing Fan Choice Awards.
We're back. And our program brought to you in part by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We are at Churchill. 7th race, post-parade here coming up in a moment. Again, a 5-furlong sprint. This is a first allowance level condition. It seems like Palomita from the rail, Sequin the 4 for Wesley Ward, who's actually going to break from post 3. They're the 2 to beat by a mile in this race. They both have speed, and the 4 Sequin putting on blinkers is going to make it even more so. That look like they might want to go head-to-head in here.
Very good chance that these two hook up, and they're both quality. So it's not as though someone's pursuing a cheap speed, and when they cave, they get a breather. These two can get locked in an intense duel.
So here's Palomita. This one for Chad Brown. E5 Racing was beat by Lady Rocket after having the lead last start. Lady Rocket's undefeated for Brad Cox.
Yeah, she's fast from the rail. She's got to go forward.
Cabo Dorado, big price.
And adds some speed to the fair as well.
Wesley Ward putting blinkers on the already fast Sequin.
Yeah, and his horses usually break running, and with the blinkers, you got to think she's part of the pace.
Blinkers also going on this long shot next door, head first.
Yeah, her dirt form leaves a lot to be desired.
16-1 on Tap and Sway.
Another one that just would be a big surprise on the dirt.
She's quick, too. I don't know if she's as quick as the 2 prior we talked about from the rail and post the 4 as well. Here's American legend Bernie Flint.
I think if there's be an upset, this would be the one I would look at because I think she can get the right trip. Sprinting from the outside, she's going to get outfooted, but things get hot on the front end. Maybe she's the one who can pick up.
Yeah,
the
so absolutely, it looks like it's going to happen on paper that the one in the 4 just go. So she's the one that benefits.
Yeah, and listen, the 1 and the 4 just might be too good, and they put on a match race and they run 1-2 around the racetrack in some fashion. But I think if anybody's going to close to pick up any pieces, it would be the 8 American Legend.
You want to bet this race? Get signed up, started, play along with Twin Spires, the official betting partner of the Kentucky Derby. Use that code at sign up. Get 200, and you'll take advantage of that $200 new player bonus at twinspires.com or with the Twin Spires app. Good luck, everybody. So let's look at Sequin for Wesley Ward, her most recent race. It was back on October 23rd. It was meant for the grass. It was taken off and run on the main track. And she showed in this race how quick she could be early. She had the lead. It actually built a 2.5 length lead in the stretch. And she'd get run down by a pretty good one named Aunt Nadine.
Yeah, she was just sailing along. It looked like she was just going to continue. Almost looked like she was happier when the rider was just kind of hands and heels holding her together. But she got run down, 16th of a mile less today. They add the blinkers. And honestly, you could see another big margin back to the 3rd horse like you saw there with her and the 1 Palomita. They just look like they're head and shoulders above everybody else.
And as you brought up with that performance that we just saw, so that was 5.5 furlongs. She only needs the last 5 furlongs today, also adding blinkers. So the only problem is she's probably not going to get away like she did in that race because of the presence of the filly on the rail.
You wouldn't think so. I mean, Palomita's shown that she's very fast as well. She's got Tyler Gaffleone, who's very aggressive, and he has the rail. So doesn't that simplify things? I have the rail. I have to protect my inside position. I have to come out running. And the fact is that the other horse to beat is the other speed. So it's not like you go, well, that's a horse I can go pick up later, and you've got to worry about someone passing you. You got to worry about beating her.
And there she is in those very familiar E5 Racing Thoroughbred silks. Because she has the inside post, is that, and obviously it's Chad Brown as well. Is that why a little bit of an edge here in terms of the odds?
Well, I would think so. The fact that she has, the other filly Sequin ran great when it was supposed to be on the turf. So maybe people are thinking, well, what beat her in there was okay, but what else was in there?
She still ran what she ran.
Well, she did. No, but I'm just trying to handicap what the public's thinking. And why she's the shorter price. Palomita's been running exclusively in races meant for the dirt and running extremely well in all of them.
She too, early speed and then backed up a bit. She was, as I mentioned, beat by Lady Rocket last start, who's 2 for 2 for Brad Cox, who got a 93 buyer when she beat Palomita in that last start. So she won't have to last as long as she tried to last time. It's going to be fun to see what these two do early on in the race.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's not like they're looking at the rest of the field going, well, if I go too fast, I got to worry about this one. They got to worry about each other. And that's when you see intense speed duels.
Meanwhile, Here's American Legend, who would love to see those two throw down on the front end and set it up for her late closing kick.
I mean, she seems a little bit on the slower side compared to them, but pace does make the race. And if things get crazy, and they'd have to get crazy, I think she's the one that can benefit. Because your horse like Cabo Dorado, the 2, she has speed. So she's going to be in a hard chase mode or involved with that. Head First has laid close. I think she's another one kind of in a chase. Tap Sway lays a little closer. American Legend's the one that can just drop out. Almost ride like, I'm just going to ride to get a check. And then if they make mistakes and go too fast, you pick up the right check.
When you had a race like this and you knew it, there was just two clear-cut better horses in the race. It appeared on paper, who were both going to be in front, looked like the lone speeds. Would you ever talk to the other rider or rib each other leading up to that race at all?
Nah, I wasn't.
Just kind of keep your space?
Yeah, I didn't like to talk to them. I was hangry. Yeah, nothing to talk about.
No?
Go out there and try to beat you. You know, listen, I give like David Flores all the credit. I beat him in neck in the Pacific Classic, and we stood up, and he fist bumped me. I wouldn't have done that if he beat me. I'd be happy for you another day. Right now, no.
You want to just keep your moment to yourself.
Yeah, you know, it wasn't nice. I'm not saying it was nice. It's just what it was.
I think we see that all over sports right now. There's a lot more friendship and brotherhood in terms of intense rivalry that we saw between teams back, 10, 20, 30 years ago.
Which is odd to me as well. You're on a different team. But how about jockeys? They got to go back to the same locker room. Could you imagine the Philadelphia Flyers and the New York Rangers going back to the same locker room?
That would be ugly.
Nice to have a camera in there.
That would be a good reality show, actually. 4 to 5, Palomita. Keep your eyes on the 1 and the 4 Sequin in here, who's actually going to break from post 3, and what those two do early on in this race out of the gate. That's where this race is going to be won or lost. Travis Stone with the call. Here's the 7th from Churchill.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Slow start for Palomita. Good start for Sequin. Sequin straight to the front. Tappan sways on to second. American Legend comes away third outside. Then it's Cabo Dorado down toward the rail and a bit tight for that run to the turn with Head First. Palomita's very keyed up at the back, and Restive switches to the outside after that slow beginning. Sequin rounding the far turn. Opens up to lead by 2.5. Now it's 3. Tappan sways on the chase from second. Cabo Dorado down inside third. American Legend is fourth. Palomita moves up from fifth, and Head First at the back. At the quarter pole, Sequin trying to see it out. Turning for home in front by 3. Palomita runs up into second, trying to close in. Tappan sway toward that one's inside is now third. There's a furlong to go. Sequins leads down to 2. Palomita's running a good race today, now second. And then it's American Legend and Tappan sway. Sequin got the jump, opened up. Final try, Palomita. Time running out, and Sequin does it. Sequin goes gate to wire. Tough luck for Palomita, who finishes second. American Legend was third.
This race was over out of the gate with the break you're going to see right here from the inside post with Palomita. She still ran huge to get second.
Yeah, she just kind of blew the break completely and spotted the field lengths there, and Sequin got a free ride on the lead. But how good did Palomita run, and how much the best was she after that compromising position? The fact that she ran on, now she's wide, the other filly got very comfortable on the lead, and she still made it close in the end. Palomita, shame for her and her backers, because she was the best. But hey, Sequin, Wesley Ward's horses usually break running, and she certainly did.
Yeah, don't ever really see Wesley Ward horses. That's their specialty, breaking out of the gate and being quick. When that horse got to the front alone, it was over. But Palomita, you said it to me off the air. Do you think they found a new running style for this? She ran huge.
Yeah, maybe because she's been showing speed all the time. They learned that, hey, you know what? She might be even better taking a hold of her and making one run without giving a head start away.
Yeah, that would help. Nightcap in New York, again, for horses who have not won 2 Lifetime. It's a 6-furlong sprint. It's still Freedom Force for Jeremiah Engelhardt, who is favored off the big drop in class. 2 back, won a $20,000 maiden claiming event at Belmont. 5-2 favorite right now. And that is that can't be a jackpot horse. Wow.
Huh.
How's that possible? 6 in the 8 jackpot horses taking home the Empire 6. Let's go downstairs to Maggie Wolfendale.
Well, I think they're the ones you want. Greg, as Freedom Force, he looks great here. I have no complaints with him as he'll go out for Jeremiah Engelhardt, who's looking to bookend this card, winning the first and hopefully winning the last. But I want to take a look at number 8 in here. That is Dangerous Ed, first off the claim for Orlando Noda, and he is also a first-time gelding. He's a horse that from day one, when he debuted as a 2-year-old, I thought should be a gelding. Always wanted to act up with the pony, always wanted to be overly aggressive, and then in his races he would loom up like he was going to run by the rest of them, and then he'd just throw in the towel. Just needed an attitude adjustment. We'll see if that does, if it does the trick here. He looks great in the paddock. I mean, bigger, stronger, muscled up behind, great coat to him. I like what I'm seeing. The front wraps do go back on for this effort. They've been kind of on and off throughout his career, but that first time gelding angle with him, I think hopefully should make quite a difference. Also getting back to a fast track isn't going to hurt either. And then one coming off of a layoff is number 5, Blues City, another new gelding. This one, okay, fine. I mean, he's just not going to be a superstar. He was never a bad actor, never one that was too heavy or hard on himself from that perspective. Looks pretty fit here for Linda, who is looking to continue a good day. Hasn't changed much, though. He looks pretty much the same as he did as a 2-year-old. Maybe he's become a little bit more athletic, kind of evened out that frame a bit more. But he makes sense in this spot. As one is going to be a little bit of a price, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. And it absolutely makes sense. The 6 and the 8 are jackpot. We had, okay, kicking it off, Western Advantage in the pick 6, 27.60. In the 7th, full commissioner, we saw $58 winner. And then Princess Fazia was $18.60. So, yeah, 2 logicals in the last are going to be, if the 6 or 8 come in, $142,000 was in the pick 6 today. 1 unique ticket taking it home. Oof. So good luck.
Nice.
No more miracles. David Knock, Manny Franco kick off our post break here at 16-1.
Big price. Horse showed good speed last time. See what he does from the rail.
29-1 on this long shot, Our American Star.
Horse that likes to be second, 1 win, 9 seconds from 50 starts.
I thought the 3 had a look here. Larceny for Joe Lee and Dylan Davis rides.
Joe Lee, former assistant trainer to Kieran McLaughlin, looking for his first winner. Yeah, I thought this horse was a little interesting as well.
Bank Gala, 26-1.
Yeah, another long shot, turning back in distance. Took him a long time to break his maiden 3 starts back.
Another intriguing runner at a price. New gelding for Linda Rice and a big drop in class.
Big drop in class, returning that new gelding off the layoff. I agree.
Freedom Force has been the favorite throughout for Jeremiah Engelhardt.
Yeah, drops in class, gets Johnny Velasquez, has good speed, a lot to like.
Another intriguing long shot. Macho Boy actually cuts back in distance, and this horse, bullet work coming in.
This horse always runs better sprinting. They keep insisting on trying him long, but he won sprinting back in June. He was 3rd most recently sprinting.
Yeah, and that was at this level, too. He's a huge price right now. Dangerous Edge, Irad Ortiz Jr. and Orlando Noda, another gelding, new gelding.
Yeah, makes first start for the Noda barn with that gelding, and a barn we've seen doing good work.
Beachfront, big drop from 40 to 16, non-winners of 2. And where is he?
Well,
still looking at Dangerous Edge here, who, by the way, looks great.
Yeah, he does look good.
We'll skip to the 10, charge ahead for Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, a horse that has been running against Lesser at Laurel, Monmouth, would be a surprise for me.
1 for 12 lifetime, almost 40-1. And it will be the 11 we get next here. I Saw It All, son of the lumber guy, who was just 4th for 25 non-winners of 2 in the mud last out.
Yeah, actually, the numbers don't, kind of stack up. I mean, I've been around so long, I've pretty much seen it all.
You pretty much have. You need to write a book about your exploits on the racetrack. Number 1, Dylan, contender with Kendrick Carmouche for Robert Falcone.
Yeah, owner, breeder, Patricia Generazio, husband, Frank Generazio just passed recently, but they just do a great job. The Generazios, each of the last 8 years in the top 10 New York Thoroughbred breeders.
Passed away at the age of 91 on Saturday, I believe. Great loss for this sport. Principal dancer, James Bond Barnes, 7-1.
ran extremely well. That was up in Saratoga. The Bond Barn has cooled off a little bit since then, but this horse certainly on his best race is a contender.
It was just second against the next out winner at this level. That was at Saratoga. And then huge price on Right Down Gentleman on the outside at 56-1.
Yeah, he would be a major surprise.
Still waiting, and there he is. Finally, the 9 here. Beachfront, another major player in this race, despite the fact just 1 for 18. He drops from 40 to 16 non-winners of 2.
Yeah, but he was claimed for 16, 2 starts previous from the Rob Atras barn off a very good effort. I think this is his level.
So he's 7-1. That race you're talking about 2 races back, Macho Boy was only about a length and a half behind him. And Macho Boy is what? 18-1.
Big disparity in price. And you're right, Macho Boy always runs well when they sprint him. And then for some reason, they inexplicably keep trying to stretch him out.
Now let's take a look at our favorite in action, Freedom Force. This was back on September the 25th. This was the maiden claiming win. They kept dropping this where they tried him against New York Bred Maiden Specials. He faced some good runners, dropped him for maiden 75, and then in for maiden 20, and he got taken that day by Jeremiah Englehart.
Yeah, Jeremiah reached in, took him, and, you know, looks like a good claim here. And Jeremiah's just being realistic. He tried him in a starter allowance. Horse ran okay. Now he puts him in for 16. Certainly the horse to beat.
At 5-2. Again, if this horse wins, someone's taking home the entire jackpot pool, the Empire 6. Same case with the 8 as well. And Freedom Force in that win, you know, we picked it up in the stretch, but he went gate to wire that day. You would have to assume with the drop, too, facing a lot easier than when they hiked him up in class, he's going to be forwardly placed again here today. Who else goes with him early?
Well, Macho Boy can show good speed. He always does when he runs his best race. And, you know, even despite the fact that they keep stretching him out, when they turn him back in distance, it doesn't dull his speed.
And it just seems like, and you tell me because you would know better, that November 16th drill, 3 furlong bullet drill, so the quickest of anyone that morning, is that usually that 3 furlong drill to put a little more speed back into him?
Oh, that's definitely to open up their eyes, their lungs, kind of put them, you know, right on fire, if you will. You don't blow a horse out like that unless you really want to wake them up.
So we'll see. Macho Boy, he could be maybe the one out in front early. It looks like he's going to be right there with Freedom Force. Nightcap from Aqueduct here. John Imbrial with the call. Again, the 6 and 8. Either of those 2 win. Someone taking home the entire jackpot in the Empire 6.
Waiting for Principal Dancer and Right Down Gentleman. There in the gate. And they're off. Principal Dancer going out for the early lead. And now moving up is Macho Boy, along with Beachfront. Macho Boy has the lead. Beachfront in second. Principal Dancer on the outside in third. Freedom Force down at the rail runs in fourth. And Charge Ahead is next in fifth. Followed in between horses by Larceny in sixth. I Saw It All on the outside in seventh. No More Miracles down at the rail in eighth. Right Down Gentleman moves up a spot from the outside in ninth. And then we come back to number 1, Dylan in 10th. Followed at the rail by Bank Gala in 11th. Then it is Our American Star, along with a Dangerous Edge. And then on the outside is Blues City. The quarter went in 22 and 3 as they hit the head of the stretch. Principal Dancers on the outside, Macho Boys down at the rail, and Beachfront in between those two, so it's 3 of them across, with Charge Ahead racing in fourth. And now they're coming down for the 8th pole. Macho Boy at the rail. Beachfront is alongside, and Beachfront hooks ahead in front. Macho Boy continues to battle on. Principal Dancer is next and third. They're coming for the finish, and it will be Beachfront in front. Macho Boy was second. Then Principal Dancer, and coming on to complete the superfecta was Dangerous Edge.
Beachfront with the win. Jose Lezcano, we talked about it earlier, though, in a turf race with Manny Franco. Mike Luzzi, he did a nice job here on Macho Boy.
He really did. He got the horse out of the gate. He hustled him to the front. He saved as much horse as he possibly could. And look at the last time they ran against each other. Beachfront was second. Macho Boy was third. Today, there's no Dr. Devara's way, and Beachfront gets the money. Macho Boy second at a big price.
At 23-1. Yeah, Mike Luzzi did his job, did everything he could, and in the end winds up second. But that's how you create value in a race, too. Beachfront, one of the major players in this race, one of the most likely winners, does so at 9-2, and then 23-1 underneath. 9-7, 13-8 here in the Nightcap.
Yeah, good ride from Jose Lezcano to get it done, but Mike Luzzi, give him a live horse. He knows what to do with it. It just needs more opportunity.
And did the Belmont meet with a winner as well?
Yeah.
And yeah, showing nearly getting a big one here. I should say at 23-1. Well, the prices from this when we come back. We have more coming up, so don't go away from Churchill Downs. We'll be back.
America's most dominant stallion, with over 80 graded stakes winners and more lifetime Grade 1 winners than any sire in the nation. Recent stars include multiple stakes winner and Grade 1 victorious Valiance, and 2-year-old sensation Essential Quality. In the sales ring, his yearlings topped both opening sessions of Keeneland September, including the $2 million sale topper. A breed shaper, a dream maker. Tap it, standing at Gainesway.
New York breds are New York tough, like Tis the Law winning the Florida Derby, Belmont Stakes, and the Midsummer Derby.
Tis the Law! He's going to win the Run Happy Travers!
Learn how you can be New York smart by becoming a New York breeder or owner to take part in a program that offers tens of millions of dollars in purse money and awards for owners, breeders, and stallion owners. Get with the program at nybreds.com.
Back on America's Day at the Races, our program, it's brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual, unusually well. That's such a great shot.
Love to see those babies playing in the fields, roughhousing.
Back at Aqueduct in the winter circle in the Nightcap, Beachfront getting by Macho Boy for the victory, who tried to do a gate to wire. Jose Lezcano, Patrick Quick, Paradise Farms winning connections.
And just a good run from Beachfront. Congratulations to the connections there, $11. But Macho Boy, what an overlay. And the exacta for $1 pays $147. These horses were a half length apart the last time they met.
Amazing. Well, let's go back And take a look at something you saw with the favorite here, Freedom Force.
Yeah, look at the 6 horse here. When we talk about kickback, horses reacting negatively to the throat, this is to the throwback. This is what I'm talking about. This horse hates the dirt in his face. He's going up and down. He just wouldn't take it at all. And once he got outrun and got all that dirt in his face, and you could see the mud and dirt all over his, chest and face, he quit. He wanted no part of it. That's what we call climbing. That's when we talk about kickback. That could be the negative effect it has on some horses.
Yeah, you see, he just completely checks out of it, just leaving your screen there right now. So Freedom Force not a factor in the nightcap. It goes to Beachfront and 9-2. Late pick 5 at Aqueduct, not the cross-country pick 5, but the late pick 5 here at the Big A, just over $16,000.
Nice days handicapping.
Back at Churchill under the Twin Spires in the 7th, it was Sequin, Wesley Ward. Palomita just blew the break. It looked to be a speed duel up front between the 1 Palomita and the 4 Sequin. When Palomita blew the break, good night. It was all Sequin's race to lose. Palomita ran huge, though, circling the field to get second.
Did incredibly well to finish second. And when the break came and Sequin popped out and Palomita didn't, I turned to you and said, game, set, match.
Palomita made it a little bit interesting.
She'd give her a lot of credit.
Yeah.
She gained more in my eyes in defeat than she would have if she had won the race, going wire to wire.
Our ABR race of the week, marathon on the turf in the Grade 3 Red Smith. Mile and 3/8 over the inner turf, and the reigning champ in this race back for more, and he's going to be a heavy favorite to do it again.
Yeah, he's been facing tougher company, Grade 1 company. He was a good third in the Turf Classic last time. And he won this last year off of a really good third in the Turf Classic. Gets Joel Rosario for the first time. Javier Castellano had surgery on Monday, reportedly doing very well. Tricky horse to ride. When he hits the front, thinks his job's over, wants to pull up. Is there anybody better at timing a run than Joel Rosario?
He's so good. Timing to perfection. $2.6 million in earnings, Sadler's Joy. Looks like, does his B effort win this race?
Yeah, I think so. He doesn't have to bring his A game.
Well, this is a look at the Sycamore, the top 3 finishers coming out of this race to line up the Red Smith. Won by Red Knight. Postulation was second. Zayed was third. A lot of upside, it would appear, with Zayed. That was his State's debut for Grand Motion.
Yeah, and certainly he could improve with that effort. Although it felt to me, though, like Red Knight was decidedly best in there. And he also sports a win over the Aqueduct Turf Course. So I think Red Knight is the horse to beat.
His last 2 starts for Bill Mott, 101 and 100 Beyer speed figures.
Yeah, very strong. And, Bill Mott's a guy when his horses get in good form, they kind of stay in good form. They've all got to beat Sadler's Joy, but we've seen Sadler's Joy kind of get there and either pull up or hang a touch. So he's going to have to, run well, but he's been facing much better, too.
He's going to be a short price, the old veteran, Sadler's Joy. Fun to watch him back in action doing his thing, trying to get his free. He got DQ'd out of a graded stakes win at Saratoga this summer. We'll see if he can get his first true win coming up on Saturday in our ABR race of the week. 8th from Churchill. Look at the current odds here in this allowance optional claiming group. A 1-turn mile ahead and gun it to the outside. Steve Asmussen, Julian Leperoux's been off since September. They put him on turf at Kentucky Downs last start. But his last start on dirt, he was second to the talented Strike That, going 7/8 at Saratoga.
Yeah, he's very talented. Gets a good outside draw going the mile. Lot to like.
Post parade will begin with Dreams of Valor. Robertino Diodoro, right as his 9-2 morning line, comes from the West Coast. Used to be with Craig Delasse, now moves to the Diodoro barn.
Been showing good speed out in California. Gets the rail and David Cohen. I would anticipate him showing good speed here as well.
And you know what they say about West Coast speed?
Kills.
I actually don't know what they say, but I thought you're going to finish the sentence for me.
We just made it up.
It's usually the speed of the speed. We'll see. Sir Alfred James, Al Stahl, and Adam Biskitza.
Who are stretching out, who's been steadily improving throughout his career.
This long shot, I think, has a chance to get a piece of it here. 29-1.
Well, you know what? Every time you said that to me, the horses run extremely well, so I'm going to go with you.
Kazaringa, blinkers on. Corey Lannery at 17-1.
Has been running predominantly on the turf as of late, but has a couple good dirt races.
Savvy put together back-to-back wins at Keeneland and Ellis earlier this year.
Yeah, it's kind of had to step up and face a little tougher. Hasn't been quite as successful.
Hembry's more certainly of a turf horse, 2-1, capable on dirt, but it's a lot of money for this horse.
Yeah, I don't see this horse at that short a price.
And then our favorite, same price as Hembry. This is Gun It for Steve Asmussen.
I really don't. I can't figure that out. There's no way they should be the same price. Gun It makes a lot of sense. A horse that gets a good draw, has run well at Churchill Downs, run well on the dirt.
Time for our Twin Spires market mover, and it's that gray right there for a Hall of Fame barn of Steve Asmussen, 4-year-old son of Tappet. This horse cost $2.6 million. Keeneland September yearling sale of 2017. Got a long way to go to earn that back. He's made $200,000 so far. He has talent, though. He's good. But wow, did they have expectations for this horse. 2-1 favorite if you want to bet him or anyone else this upcoming race. You can do it with Twin Spires. Get signed up, started. Use that code GET200 at twinspires.com, or you can download that Twin Spires app and take advantage of that $200 new player bonus. You don't see that kind of purchase price very often.
No, you don't. But the pedigree is, incredible. The mare was a stakes winner. Comes from a really strong family, and being by Tappet, I'm sure from a physical perspective, he must be a very impressive individual. He ran well on the turf here too, kind of rallying up the inside. Kind of a tough turf course there. A lot of undulation.
Yeah, a bit of a rough trip.
Had a steady late there. Never looked super comfortable inside. That's why the outside post probably makes him even more formidable.
And he might have a future on that surface. The two runners in front of him both came back to win again. That was a tough group, and that was his first try on the grass.
Yeah, first try on the grass. Looked intimidated inside. Had a steady a bit late. A lot to like out of that race, but he does have good dirt form as well.
Meanwhile, this is a horse who has all turf form. Hembry. He has won on the dirt, but it was on a wet track.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not seeing this horse. He spent his life on turf. I know that they've suspended turf racing for a little while at Churchill Downs while they sort their course out, but I couldn't take this horse at a short price changing surfaces.
This was on turf at Kentucky Downs, so take it for what it's worth as you watch this performance in here, but 5 of his 6 wins have come on turf. As we mentioned, the other came on an off track. Look, he's still running some of the best numbers of his career now as a 6-year-old. And he has won on a race on dirt that was wet, but I just don't see it. 5-2, he's taking way too much money. He might win. He has talent to do it, but that's a short price to take against horses who are meant for this surface.
I'd be surprised if he won.
I would as well.
And listen, you make great points. He's a 6-year-old in great form. But a lot of that has to do with the fact that he is a turf horse, and we see turf horses have that longevity. I think it's because they get true breaks during the season. At some point, they get a real break, let Mother Nature, kind of handle any little aches and pains they might have.
You do, with a horse who's primarily been on turf for a long, long time as well, do you try and give him more of a warm-up on the surface to see how he's handling it?
Yeah, well, I just believe in the warm-up anyway. It doesn't really matter to me unless it's a super nervous horse that you're going to put over the top. But I would say vast majority of horses need to warm up.
Here's the 2. Here's Sir Alfred James. He's, unlike many of the runners in here, pretty lightly raced 4-year-old for Al Stahl, who won first time out. They actually put him in for maiden claiming 50 at Churchill, and luckily nobody took him that day.
Yeah, and that opens up options for him too. Then he's got the starter allowance condition open to him when he running for 50. Like his name's by Munnings, Sir Alfred James Munnings.
Great artist, right?
Great artist. But he kind of looks like, from a physical point of view, more of a sprinter frame on him.
And that's what he's done up to this point. This will be the first time for him going beyond 7 furlongs. As you look in the distance there at the one-horse Dreams of Valor, kind of taking everything in those white blinkers, adding those shades back on after he took them off last start for a different barn.
Yeah, and the inside post, David Cohen, that California speed that we talked about, you got to think he's going to the front. Only bad race recently is when they overmatched him in the Del Mar Mile. Just horse is too tough for him. And
Mo Forza is,
Yeah.
he is good. I was so disappointed he was not able to make it to the Breeders' Cup Mile. He won off an incredibly long layoff at Del Mar this summer.
And that was turf, and this horse was part of a very fast pace. So if you put a line to that, doesn't he look a lot more attractive? Just wipe that race off his form.
And he's going to be forwardly placed, probably on the lead. Is he quicker than Sir Alfred James, do you think?
I don't think they'll try to be aggressive with Sir Alfred James. I think they'll be, worried about him getting the mile, so they'll try to let him get into the race quietly. But he's coming out of sharp pace races too. But knowing David Cohen, Robertina Diodoro, training not bashful about allowing horses to flaunt their speed and the blinkers on.
And being from a West Coast where he's shown that speed.
He's got the rail.
9-2. He's probably going to be the one in front here, it seems. Attractive price on a horse who is likely to be in front.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, listen, there's a lot to like about Gunnett, but I don't think he's a layup by any stretch of the imagination.
9-5. Showed you that Kentucky Downs race. That was on turf. Before that, the dirt start. Strike that. He's very talented. So is Dynar, that he nosed out for second in that race. We'll see. They had high expectations for this horse. Put him in the Risen Star last year against War of Will. That didn't pan out. He had to face Owendale as well.
But even more to the point, this year he's been running well at Louisiana Handicap. He was third, came back in second in the Mind Shift. So he's running graded stakes and run well.
His best running certainly been at Fairgrounds. Silver Dust is a top horse. Older horse who's been around for a while. I believe Brett Calhoun runner.
Yeah.
Last in line, the favorite, Gunnett, and Travis Stone with the call.
They're in the gate. And they're off. Off to a pretty even start. From mid-pack, Madison's Luna is there. Dreams of Valor showing speed. So too Kazirenga. Gunnett for that outside post comes on for across the track early. Sir Alfred James backed out of there and settles in behind as they hit up the chute and race for the main track. Madison's Luna and Kazirenga joined by Gunnett. Now these three go on with it. Dreams of Valor backs off into fourth. 3 lengths back to Hembry, fifth. Sir Alfred James and Savvy. Backstretch run, 5 furlongs to go. Kazirenga comes on through to take a narrow lead, but the company is still there. Gunnett outside, Madison's Luna at the rail. That opening quarter was swift. 22 and 4/5 seconds of speed to along to the far turn. The opening half was 44 and 4. So these three really doing battle up top. Meanwhile, Hembry gets into the race from 5th. Savvy down inside right there too. Then it's Sir Alfred James. Dreams of Valor has dropped out to last. Around the far turn, Gunnett trying to survive this early pace, comes to the top of the stretch in front by a length. Kazirenga second, Hembry in third. Madison's Luna gives it up in fourth, losing ground to Sir Alfred James and Savvy. Top of the stretch, Gunnett still in front, but Hembry is bearing down. Here comes Hembry after Gunnett. Gunnett still with a short lead with a furlong to go. Hembry's wandering about the track and trying hard to get by. Savvy's up into third, 16th pole. Hembry's now in front. Hembry the leader. Gunnett's now wandering about the track. Savvy is third. Here's the wire. Hembry won. Hembry from off the pace over Gunnett, who ran well. Savvy third. Sir Alfred James fourth.
These are incredibly sharp connections. Mike Maker, 3 Diamonds Farm. Tyler Gaffleon, the horse with all the turf resume, does it on dirt.
I didn't like him. He got it done. Got a great pace set up to run it down. The horse that ran the best race was the 7 Gunnett. You see him, big lead change there. He was a part of that pace. Last man standing, lost the battle, won the battle, lost the war. Hembry, got to give it to him. Ran well, got it done, even despite the really good setup.
Yeah, they were flying early in the 44 and 4 to the half mile.
Yeah, I mean, there were no breaks on the front end there, and Gunnett was taking Julien Leparoux into the race. It wasn't like he was asking him to do it. He was just kind of dragging him into the race. We looked at each other around the turn as fast as they went. We were looking behind. Said, well, Hembry's certainly looking like he can win from there.
How conscious were you when you were in a speed duel like that, and insanely fast fractions? Would you be well aware of it?
Oh, yeah, you knew when you were going too fast. If you didn't, you're not doing your job. But, you know, I've said this a lot, and I'm not saying that's the case here. I think a younger generation of riders have not developed as strong a clock in their heads as guys used to. And then not only do you have to develop that clock in your head, you've got to keep it tuned by working horses constantly to keep that timing in your head.
And are you actually figuring out how fast you're going, or you just have a feel for it because you've done it so
No,
much?
you have a feel for it. It's not like you're counting or you're looking at poles. You're just how a horse travels underneath you. You know what an 8th and 12 feels like. You know what an 8th and 11 feels like. You know when a horse is trying too hard to hold their position, working too hard at it, or they're doing it easily. And something I always say, it's not how fast you're going, it's how you're going fast. If a horse is going quick, but they're comfortable doing it, leave them alone.
But sometimes, too, going really fast can feel very different on a better horse, right?
Well, you have to know that as well, and you have to be able to adjust. I would always say when I worked horses in the morning, first time I might be a little off. It won't happen a second time because now you know if a horse has a longer stride, they do things easier, or if a horse has to work harder to do it.
And would you keep notes on all that?
Nah, that was more a mental thing with me. It's the only thing I thought about.
Hembry with the win, the turf specialist, showing he can do it on dirt as well, and does it as the 5 to 2 second choice. That's a pretty looking runner right there. 3 Diamonds Farm with another winner, Mike Maker as well. Prices when we come back.
Hello, you've reached the offices of West Point Thoroughbreds. Please leave your name and your number, and we'll get back to you as soon as we can.
Okay, starting to move now. He's fourth. He's on the outside now. He's pressing him now. There's the 1, the 7, and the 6. He's on the lead. There's another horse on the inside of him. He's pulling away. He's going to win this race. Oh! Oh!
They're off in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and there goes Promises Fulfilled onto the lead, blazing first fraction. It's Strike Power taken on by Promises Fulfilled, a half mile in 43.92 seconds.
Good Magic has been defeated. The leader, Promises Fulfilled.
Promises Fulfilled is still there close to home. Promises Fulfilled is going to win the Allen Jerkins.
America's Day at the Races, it's brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Back at Churchill, Hembry got a very wicked pace up front, and Tyler Gaffleone took advantage.
Yeah, worked out a good trip. You could see Tyler was very confident as they came into the stretch, waited to tip out, started after him, and ran extremely well. You could see the effects of the speed to ungun it. Julian Leperoux goes after him left-handed here. He kind of swerves out. He's got to correct him. That's just a tired racehorse at that point. But listen, I didn't like Hembry at all. First time you're getting a fast dirt track at a very short price. So it proved me wrong, but I think the horse that was best was the 7 Gunnet.
Hembry wins for the 7th time in his career. It's his 2nd win on dirt. Again, Mike Maker, 3 Diamonds Farm, Tyler Gaffleone, 6-year-old son of Proud Citizen out of Langford Mare. Nakatrina, 6-7-5. In that 8th, Nightcap still to come. Let's take a look at the cross-country pick 5. It's in the books. $297 payout, was extremely formful, and I think Princess Fazia probably played more to that 9-2 morning line than that 8-1 that she went off at.
Big overlay there, I thought. That was a big price for her.
Storming Lion, Duress, Sequin, all favorites, and then Hembry co-favorite, slight second choice in that race in the final leg. Final race of the day at Churchill. It's a $15,000 maiden claiming event, and a horse who won at this condition last time out is right back in it at 8-5 because Montigny was DQ'd out of that victory. Virtually gate to wire. This horse is quick and probably going to be on the front end again from that inside post.
Yeah, and this horse knows the path to the winner's circle, albeit they didn't let him keep it, but he certainly knows how to get there.
All right, we'll talk more about that race coming up if there's anyone to pressure him on the front end, make life difficult here in this nightcap. Big race coming up this weekend at Churchill, the Chiluki, Grade 3, 1-turn mile. I brought this up on the show with Maggie the other day. This used to be known as the Churchill Distaff Handicap, but it was renamed the Chiluki for Chiluki. That was stakes record in this race with Gary Stevens.
Yeah, very fast filly, trained by Bob Baffert.
She was
Cherokee Run filly.
Yeah, she was so fun to watch. Here's Finite in action for Steve Asmussen. This was in the Raven Run at Keeneland. She was almost 10-1 in this race. Grand Cru Class A was a huge price in here. It was undefeated. Winds up 3rd behind her. Both of them beat by the ultra-talented Venetian Harbor.
Yeah, very talented filly that won it, but Finite was game. She was kind of having a rally through traffic, didn't have a real clear path until probably inside the 8th pole, about the 16th pole, and really rallied on well. I think Finite has shown that she's maybe a better kind of closing sprinter than even she is going long, and she's accomplished going long.
And remember, back earlier this year, she was the points leader for the Kentucky Oaks. She reeled off 5 consecutive wins. I think a lot of people thought she was going to be, or at least getting to be, one of the favorites going to the Oaks, and she got defeated. She went to the bench. She had a little minor physical ailment that set her back, but she has a lot of talent.
A lot of talent, and what she showed there, courage. Because she never really had that comfortable, clear lane until very, very late. And she was coming on. I think with a clear run, she might have gotten there. And listen, let's give Grand Cru Class A some credit. You know, that was a big step up in company for her, and I think she definitely ran well enough to make her the horse to beat.
Showed she belongs with this kind of
she
company.
belongs in the upper echelon.
Meanwhile, Gold Standard, it's going to be a big long shot in this race, but Brad Cox sends this one out, 15-1 morning line. Comes in off a win at Churchill, going a mile last start, and is 2 for 3 at Churchill.
Yeah, so she's shown certainly a propensity for liking Churchill Downs. She's very game. You know, Florent Giroux and Brad Cox are such a formidable combination, and you could see the confidence that Florent has riding for Brad. This filly kept coming, very resolute. A little different company she's facing, but early in her career, it looked like she might be set to take off and become a superstar. So who knows if she can kind of build off of this win, make herself a contender.
Tom Amoss going to be represented with Risky Mandate. And then Wone Nelly for Larry Jones. She comes in off a long layoff. She's 5 for 10 in her career. And the last time we saw her was all the way back in February at Oaklawn, Grade 3 Bayakoa, where she was second by a neck as the favorite.
Yeah, and she rallied up, blew to the lead like it was over. I thought she made a little bit of a middle move. But actually, this was the Pippin.
This is the Pippin,
This is the
win.
Pippin. Yeah. But in the Bayakoa, I thought she kind of maybe made a little bit of a quick early move, and then she got caught. But the Pittman, she was very, very good. A 1 mile, 1 turn mile should be well within her wheelhouse.
She'll be fun to watch coming back. Finite's going to be a lot of fun to watch coming back. If she can get back to what she was showing us earlier in the year, not just one to watch in this race, but one to watch for next year, too.
I really like her around the 1 turn, too. I think that's kind of plays to her strength. Even though she's been very proficient going longer, what I saw there, that kind of finish that she had, I really liked it. And a filly that shows that kind of courage, 5 for 10 lifetime as well.
Let's take a look at the remaining stake schedule. Some big prizes still out there the rest of the year at this Churchill Downs meet. Of course, the major one, Grade 1 Clark Handicap Code of Honor for Shug McGahee, pointing to that race, along with Mr. Freeze potentially. Can Code of Honor bounce back?
Yeah, I believe so. I mean, Shug McGahee is the professor on this. I like what he does and gets horses good. Used to hate to ride the Fall Cities because it was always on Thanksgiving Day. You have to fly down to Churchill, early post, be stuck there all day. Forget Thanksgiving. Although Thanksgiving for a jockey is not a good holiday anyway. But why do they always put the Fall Highway to New York on Thanksgiving Day? Shouldn't they put it the day after Thanksgiving?
Probably should. That's a great point. And we see some toting quite a few pounds in that race.
Yeah, but at least give guys a chance. You're doing it on Thanksgiving Day, then they can't go home and eat.
We're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to look all the way ahead to Sunday even. Thunder Rumble. My boy Tate going to look to defend his title for Michelle Nevin. Been first or second in 11 of his 18 lifetime starts. Comes in off a big one as well at Parks. We'll be back.
An undefeated graded stakes winner on the track, Algorithms has sired over 70% winners from starters. His top runners include multiple stakes winner and Grade 3 victor Recruiting Ready, multiple stakes winner and graded stakes performer Taylor Spirit, and juvenile stakes winner South Bend. In the Pennsylvania Derby, Algorithms notched his first Grade 1 winner with a thrilling victory by Matt Wizard. In the ring, his juveniles sold up to $275,000. Algorithms, standing at Claiborne Farm.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Set for the start of the Vanderbilt. And they're off. And Volatile is right on the lead. Volatile with the lead as they come down for the 8th pole. Volatile in front by 2. Whitmore is down at the rail. Forense Fire and Mind Control. It's Volatile in front as they pass the 16th pole. Volatile victorious in the Vanderbilt. Won by 2 lengths.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
My Boy Tate and Binkster, and here is Binkster, and here is My Boy Tate, and the two of them are right alongside of each other. Coming on late here is T Loves a Fight as they move for the 16th pole. It is My Boy Tate in front. T Loves a Fight moves to second. My Boy Tate. Manny Franco gets his 3rd win today.
My Boy Tate looking to do it again in the Thunder Rumble, who you have a history with.
Yeah, I had the pleasure of riding Thunder Rumble for Richie O'Connell, won the Saratoga Cup on him. Real good horse. My Boy Tate, 7 furlongs, good draw in a short field in Thunder Rumble this year. And he's just honest. He's a lunch pail horse, just brings his lunch box and goes to work.
He's got to deal with a loaded group. I know it's only a 5-horse field, but we've got some runners in this year's edition. We'll get to Funny Guy in a moment, but Bank It for Steve Asmussen. Man, I've been waiting for this horse to break through for a while. He's just 3 for 24 lifetime, but he always runs big races. He's earned almost $800,000 in his career.
And a big second here in the Empire Classic, going a mile and a furlong behind Mr. Buff, who we've just seen become so dominant. The one-turn New York bred races going long. He's such a good horse. Bank It, though, 3 wins, 8 seconds, and he had speed when he was a young horse, and he's lost all that speed. So the turn back, is that?
He was a speed sprinter when he started
I know,
out.
when
now
he
he's a
started.
dead closer.
I mean, now he has absolutely no speed now. But and I'm not seeing a race that's going to set up for a big close. You have some quality horses that have speed, but I don't see like a cutthroat speed duel developing.
Yeah. Meanwhile, you got Funny Guy, who this horse got so good this year for John Terranova. They put him in the Grade 1-4 go, and he actually ran a very good race that day on that just mess of a track on that rainy day at Saratoga. He is good. He was second to Firenze Fire in the Vosburg as well. And then they tried him in that Mr. Buff race, tried the mile and an eighth, not what he wants to do.
No, I've been of the opinion that this horse really never wanted to go that far, and I like him going 7/8, and I think the turn back in distance is going to make him ultra tough. Also gets Joel Rosario back aboard, who just seems to have a really good affinity with this horse. They seem to get along really well. He's quick enough to put himself in the race, and coming off that mile and an eighth race, he's going to have a lot of air. I think Funny Guy is very much the horse to beat.
Meanwhile, more than the New York Stallion Series Staten Island division. Going to take a look at a couple who went head-to-head recently. Prairie Fire, Officer Hutchie in the Iroquois. So it was back on October the 24th. Prairie Fire would wind up second, just missing against Collegeville Girl, and Officer Hutchie would wind up fourth for Rob Atras.
Yeah, and she ran extremely well. This was on New York Showcase Day. Made a big run, and it seemed like the horses that were making the last run were getting the best of it. You see the filly on the far outside is going to kind of gun them all down, but you saw that Prairie Fire had to kind of just alter course just ever so slightly, a little bit, shifted her momentum. Maybe it cost her just a little bit, but she ran well. 7 furlongs for her here too should certainly suit. Officer Hutchie, I think last time got caught up inside, and I don't think she's a filly that's very brave inside. I think she's much better when she gets in the clear.
All right, so we'll keep our eyes on that one coming up over the weekend as well. Let's take a look at what's remaining at this Aqueduct Fall meeting. That Red Smith, our ABR race of the week, that's on Saturday, and then New York Stallion Series Staten Island division, as we just previewed, and that Thunder Rumble with Funny Guy on Sunday. It's going to be a fun weekend.
Good weekend of racing here and at Churchill Downs.
And we still got more live action ahead from Churchill Downs. Their Nightcap coming up. Monty Ney, 9-5. Again, he was DQ'd out of a win at this condition last start. Crossed the wire first. Wound up getting DQ'd. Let's take a look at the performance.
Yeah, good speed from the inside. Corey Lannery on board that day, a different rider today. And you're going to see, he gets to drifting. And Corey's getting at him left-handed, and he's coming out into the eventual runner-up who was placed first, and he hampers him. We covered this race. We were still at Belmont, and we watched this race, and we both kind of knew when he came out like that, it was such a long, steady drift that he was going to come down. It was a shame, too, because it looked like he was just waiting on horses, and anytime he felt the challenge, he went forward.
So what do you do and try and correct that next time out?
Well, you definitely want to keep his attention, get after him pretty hard. Now, there's been a change in ownership and trainer. At that time, it was John Ed Anthony, Shortleaf Stable. And now it's a new owner, so it must have been a private purchase because I don't see any claim. New trainer, Ron Marquette, and Whitmore's trainer.
Yeah, gets to hang around at least some good runners, hopefully, in the barn. Breeders' Cup Sprint winner. He's quick, though, too, and he's got the inside. So as you look at the rest of this race, doesn't appear to be anyone as quick as him, and he's got the inside.
Yeah, and that kind of tells you he's got to go forward. That's how he won. I thought the 6-horse, Scocho, if I'm saying that properly, I thought he was interesting. He's taking a slight drop in class. Real good run first time for 16. Ran okay for, showed some speed and stopped for 30. Now back for 15. I thought he was maybe a little interesting.
Yeah, it's not just all about this horse, Monty Nay. We'll see. But it looks like he's going to be able to dictate inside on the front end. And again, he did cross the wire first, even though he was continually drifting out down the stretch in that last race, and rightfully was DQ'd. Here he is.
Yeah, looks sharp on the racetrack. He knows how to get to the winner's circle. No one else in this field does. Maybe they'll let him keep it this time.
In Genico, blinkers come off. A horse who comes in from Belterra.
Yeah, he just looks like he's a little bit slow. A lot of those buyer figures kind of negatives.
Dino's Cape, Chris Hartman.
That horse taking money. He was running on the turf, sharpened up in a maiden allowance, where he finished third at Belterra. Now drops.
Your secret move, 42 to 1.
Horse that showed some speed last time in the same race, chasing Monte New.
Monkey Zone, 38 to 1. Drops from 30 to 15, lowest level he's ever been at.
Yeah, it's been a kind of a steady slide for him. He's going to have to improve.
6 horse, 701 here. Edgar Morales rides. Scocho.
I thought this horse made some sense. I thought his first race was really good. He kind of regressed. If he can get back to that first race or even improve.
No, made a decent appearance, too. Hooper drives the boat. Second-time starter and a new gelding drops in class.
The Jaws reference. Hooper drives the boat, Chief. First-time gelding, too. Ultimate equipment change.
The 8, Bold Cowboy. Another class dropper from Prairie Meadows.
Yeah, been running against the Maiden Allowance Company, showing good speed. This could turn out to be the speed of the speed here.
Yeah, he's a player big time in this. I'm surprised at that price from the 8. First-time starter of the 9, Sam Miguel. He's the son of Ghost Sapper.
Real good trainer, Danny Pites, but usually a trainer that doesn't crank him up to win first time. They usually kind of round into condition.
Start for Betsy, a first-timer, went by for Dale Romans. Broken Val Colt, who's a 4-year-old first-time starter. And then Peddler's Pride here on the outside.
Yeah, go back to last year. Ran first time out, finished third. And Saratoga in a maiden allowance. Now,
yeah, a maiden special.
Against
Zeramid for Steve Asmussen. That horse was highly touted.
Yeah, and he was, he's a horse that doesn't show a great deal of speed, but he is drawn outside, so maybe that gives him an opportunity to get in a rhythm.
Zeramid ran in the Hopeful, I believe, too.
I think you're right.
5 to 1 on the outside. There's absolutely reasons to like that horse. If you want to play this race or any of the action we show you on our program each and every day, get signed up, started with Twin Spires. Use that code GET200 at sign up and get that $200 of instant money in your account. Go to twinspires.com. You can also download the Twin Spires app to get started. If it's not this horse on the front end, gate to wire, there's quite a few you can make a case for, but this looks like the horse to beat by a long ways if he can repeat what he did last time out.
I think Bold Cowboy is every bit as fast as him, if not faster. And do you trust this horse from the rail at a short price?
Yeah, I don't trust many 15 maiden claimers.
Right. I mean,
yeah.
that there's a reason why they're lower level horses, right? So, yes, the horse improved his last 2 starts. I could see why he's the favorite. I think he's a horse worth taking a stand against.
I'm with you. In terms of just straight value on the board, the 8, there's no way he should be 13 to 1. That is way too good a price on this horse. So a lot of times we talk about it when you're wagering, let the value help you determine where you're going to put your money. And right now that looks like a good spot.
Yeah, I think that horse makes sense, and to me the 6 horse makes some sense. Those are the 2 horses that I would be trying to beat the favorite with.
Meanwhile, this is Dino's Cape. 4 to 1 on a horse who was in a maiden special at lower level Belterra last start. He was 3 to 5, and he was well beaten in that race.
Yeah, but he was coming off of turf races, and maybe that race, turning back in distance, will sharpen this horse's speed up a little bit, kind of wake him up for what he's going to face today.
He's been in the big leagues, too, at Fairgrounds, at Oaklawn, going longer. He's actually hit the board at Oaklawn, going longer against better.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, I guess the question is 13 starts, right?
Kind of a grinder, seems like, too, right?
Yeah, kind of a grinder, but Corey Lanny for Chris Hartman, it's a good combination. I think this horse will get out-footed early. Look for Corey Lannery. You watch him ride, and his first instinct is always to go to the fence, save ground. And he does a really good job of picking his way through fields.
2 minutes to post here in this nightcap coming up. It's still 9-5 favoritism on the speedster from the rail, Montaignet, who was DQ'd out of a win here in his last start. Now he clicks down to 8-5. So here's Bold Cowboy, the Prairie Meadow shipper who we were talking about. He has never been in for this low of a level. Now all of his races come to Prairie Meadows. Lowest he's been in for Maiden 30, where he did hit the board, but he's been in a lot of Maiden special races as well, and he's run well, including his last start.
Yeah, and he possesses speed. You know, from the rail, if Montaignet doesn't break great or something happens, a horse like this could get the drop on him.
And we just saw that happen in a race where we thought we had 2 lone speeds or co-speeds.
Yeah.
And the horse in the rail did not break.
Yeah, no, she got dead left at the break, and that was Palomita from the Chad Brown barn. Yeah, that's why they run the races. Horse could look like a standout on paper. They still got to run around the racetrack.
Meanwhile, Helen Pitts trains this 3-year-old son of Aconite. His debut, it was at Indiana Grand, was only beat 3/4 of a length, ran second, and then they came to Churchill, bumped him up to 30 maiden claiming, and that seemed like those waters were a little deep.
Yep, chased the pace, stopped there, chased the fast pace, and stopped there. Gets down to 15. I like this horse. Trivia question of the day. What really good horse did Helen Pitts train to win his debut?
I'm not sure.
I'll give you a hint. He stands at Hillendale.
Violence?
Curlin.
Curlin?
First time out at Gulfstream Park.
That's right.
Yep.
Wow.
Good trivia question, right?
Yes, it is.
Rafael Bejarano rode him. And he just kept widening to the stretch. I remember watching it. I was in the jockey's room someplace. Wasn't at Gulfstream. And I went, wow, who's that? And he just kept widening on the field, drifting out to the stretch.
How much are you guys paying attention to other races around the racetrack, around the country, when you're in the jock's room?
You know, I used to try to pay attention to a lot of that stuff. I'm a little nuts, though. So, like, I would have all my homework done, and then if a race was going off from another track, I wanted to see what was going on.
You have to. It's part, you never know. You could wind up on the horse one day.
Sure would like to wind up on him.
Not a bad one. 2-time horse of the year. 8-5 favorite, Montaignet from the inside, DQ'd out of a victory after crossing the wire first back on November the 1st. So 18 days later, can he do it again without drifting out? And will he be alone on the lead, or is it going to be, as you thought, maybe the 8, Bold Cowboy, putting some heat on early? Travis Stone with a nightcap from Churchill. Here we go.
They're in the gate, and they're off. Bold Cowboy, good start. Montaignet racing for the lead, too. Montaignet on through to the front. Bold Cowboys running in second. Secret Move up to grab third for that backstretch run. And Angenico advancing inside from fourth. Hooper Drives the Boat is right there, racing in fifth. And firing up on through is Socho, now sixth. Monkey Zone racing in seventh. Dino's Cape is down inside in eighth. Star for Betsy is ninth. San Miguel near the back in 10th. And the trailer is Peddler's Pride. The leader, Bold Cowboy. The leader by a length as they round the far turn. Hooper Drives the Boat, picks up the chase, racing in second. Montagnet's back third toward the rail. Socho is on the move, racing up into fourth, a little bit wide for that one. 5 lengths back from there. Dino's Cape is asked to go now. Peddler's Pride with a big move on the far turn, but is 6 or 7 wide the whole way. Off the turn, into the stretch. Bold Cowboy trying to see it out. Montaignet trying to get through in behind, switches back outside. Hooper Drives the Boat is there. Socho, Dino's Cape, and Peddler's Pride continue to close anyone's race. Final 16th, Bold Cowboy, narrow lead. Here comes Peddler's Pride and Dino's Cape. Peddler's Pride on the far outside, up for the lead. Peddler's Pride, wide throughout, but first on the wire. Dino's Cape was second, Bold Cowboy third, Montaignet was fourth. It's tight for fifth, Monkey Zone, or Hooper Drives the Boat.
He had, of this maiden group, the back class, that third in the maiden special against Zeramid for Steve Asmussen in his debut, and gets the win here.
Yeah, we talked about that, and he found a group he could handle, came with that late run down the center of the track. In the meantime, your favorite, Montaignet, was having a tough trip. Got outrun by the 8 Bold Cowboy, was stuck behind horse. When he came to split, he got buffeted about in between horses, but might not have mattered. The 12 Peddler's Pride, first time in the Tom Drury barn, gets the money.
And Dino's Cape winds up second. Bold Cowboy, he made a nice bid, wound up third, favorite, even money in the end on Montenay. Winds up fourth.
Tough journey for him. Once he got outrun for the lead, he was always kind of looking for position and did not have an easy time of it. Thought for a second the 6 horse, Scocho, was going to be involved, and this kind of flattened out late, but I'd give the favorite Montenay another try if he was drawn a little more outside.
4-1 on your winner, beating an even money favorite in the nightcap here at Churchill. We'll have the prices after a break. Stay with us. More coming up right after this on America's Day at the Races. Don't go away.
To be a champion, compete. To be a great champion, compete with the best. Bahrain International Trophy, where champions meet.
Well, you don't want to miss it. That program, Bahrain International Trophy, it happens tomorrow, Friday, 7:30 a.m. Eastern Time, right here on Fox Sports 2. Post time for the race, the Bahrain International Trophy, 8 a.m. Eastern, and they have attracted 5 Group 1 winners for this year's edition.
Yeah, strong to get 5 Group 1 winners, and always interested in races from what seem like exotic locales.
Going to be fun. Early start time, however. Again, that broadcast, 7:30 a.m. Eastern tomorrow on Fox Sports 2. Back in the Nightcap at Churchill, here comes Peddler's Pride. Wide around that turn, drifted out a little bit, but Brian Hernandez Jr. keeping him busy.
Peddler's Pride looked around. He got in the gate. He said to those guys, you know, I was in the show. I was in Saratoga. I made it to the big leagues. This is him playing AAA ball as he rolls down the middle of the track to get it done. Go back to that third on debut. It gets much better.
Wins here impressively and does so at 4-1 for his maiden-breaking score. Dino's Cape Bold Cowboy, who you liked a lot, I know, at 14-1, winds up third in this spot. $2 trifecta for that 12-3-8 combination. $471 for a $2 play.
Yeah, nice payoff there.
Not bad. Big 5, just over $1,600. So many organizations around the country that help find new homes for racehorses. Well, one of them was created by the New York Thoroughbred Horsemen's Association. Take the lead. They partner with accredited aftercare organizations, making sure that once equine athletes' racing careers are over, they're able to live happy and healthy lives away from the racetrack.
A racing career could be 2, 3, 4 years, 5 years at the most. They live to 20. The Take the Lead segment of the initiative is what I do, okay? And we basically transition racehorses from the racetrack into aftercare facilities. We'll get the process started on paper, we'll take some videos, we'll gather up all the medical information, and then set up a profile, and then we'll contact the aftercare facilities. We have a wave of horses that leave the grounds, and there's 5 in the on-deck circle and 4 in the hole, if you use a baseball analogy. Nice looking little filly. She's got a little bit of a tendon issue that should heal up in about 90 days. One of our older horses, Saul the Freud, who actually I trained, everybody trained him. He was a New York bred. He's been through up and down the claiming ranks and always put in a great effort. He's a candidate for Warhorse now. And I said, what a perfect horse, because he was a warhorse. He's a perfect type to help with our military veterans with PTSD. Thoroughbreds already have this innate ability to learn new things. Starting gait, big track, little track, jog the wrong way, go the right way. You're gonna learn something new. They already know, they're already processed for that. Take Two part of our initiative is a hunter and jumper thoroughbreds only league, if you will. And to be able to see what these horses can do once they're rehabilitated and retrained and adopted out, and to see them in the Take Two competitions doing jumps or dressage or a polo pony. Riders are doing handstands and backflips off. I mean, this is really, really cool. What we've tried to put forth and to get through to all the horsemen. I've been training horses since 1988 on my own. Call us one race early, call us one workout early, okay? If you think something's going, if you think something's going awry, and there's a chance that your horse may have an issue in the future, call us before that. Instead of trying to get one more race or one more workout or something like that, we can expedite this process within a week and get that horse into an aftercare situation.
Well, one of the many great organizations out there helping finding homes for horses once their racing days are over. You can make a donation at that address on the bottom of your screen, take2tbreds.com/make-a-donation.
It's just a great organization, and it proves to people just how good thoroughbreds are in other disciplines, that they can go on to second careers. People, I think, have misnomers about thoroughbreds. Well, they're too hot and they're too hard to handle. You see people doing handstands on them, you know that they can be retaught. And Rick Schosberg does an incredible job. He works tirelessly, not only training a big string of horses, but for so many causes, and particularly for the horses. I rode Rick's first winner as a trainer many years ago, a filly named Tim's Lady, that actually he and his family kept for many years. I mean, she might have passed on by now, but I know they had her whole entire life. So not only does he talk the talk, he walks the walk.
Yeah, no question. If you have the means to do so, great place to make a donation to see that these runners, a lot of them we talk about all the time, some of them that we talk about wind up going to these farms and living out their retirement days there. So if you can help out, much appreciated. We're going to take a break. We'll be back. More coming up when we return again. We're going to look again at our ABR race of the week and the old veteran, Sadler's Joy. It's been a tough year for him, including a DQ and a grade 2 at Saratoga. Looking to get his first win of 2020 this Saturday.
When you win, has taken command close to home. Win, you win.
They come down to the wire, and Minute to Stardom upsets them at 20-1.
Be a part of the racing action Saturdays at Aqueduct with live money contests available online through Naira Bets. A $250 buy-in adds $125 to your contest account, while the other $125 goes to the all-cash prize pool. Follow along with the races on America's Day at the Races while keeping track of your leaderboard standings on Naira Bets. After the contest, your bankroll and prize winnings are shifted back into your Naira Bets account to start betting or withdraw. Register to play today at nairabets.com/contests.
Ironicus. This graded stakes winning millionaire defeated over 20 Grade 1 winners. A Grade 2 winner and course record setter at Saratoga. He won 3 graded stakes and was runner-up in multiple Grade 1 events. Top first crop runners include stakes winner Helium.
Helium is stakes winner today by 4 lengths.
The leading money earner at stud for emerging Sire of Sires Distorted Humor, Ironicus, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Cataweo is within striking range, about 7 lengths from the lead. Gritty Sandy, it is wide open here as the field turns for home. Val's Prince strikes the lead. Understood, full out driving second. What a Brainstorm is third. Drama Critic is coming on. So too is Cataweo down the center of the track into the final 16th now. Understood, full out here. Val's Prince right there. Cataweo closing down to the finish. Understood, short lead. Cataweo final surge. Here's the line, the remarkable Cataweo.
No way, watching that race right now, did I ever think you had a chance to win this race on Cataweo, Mig.
Yeah, he was lugging in, giving me a little bit of a hard time through the stretch, but he kept coming relentlessly, and I was very wide on the turf. But before the race, Michael Dickinson, horse's trainer, came down to the jocks room to talk to me, and he had walked the turf course with his wife, and she had high heels on, and they tested where the ground was best because it was fall of the year, a lot of give in the ground here, and he said, I want you. He looked at me and said, Richard, I want you 7-8 wide in the stretch. So I angled out. The blowing was much better. But that's how incredibly detail-oriented he was. He just had to know where the best ground was and probably made us win. And I was getting Miggy with it. No.
Yes, that's the main part of it. But, yeah, trainer we've known that he does that, gets out there and walks those turf courses. I've heard that story from many different people. Incredibly detailed. And that's why he's has the legendary status that he has.
Well, and just an incredible guy. I mean, a genius. I mean, not just a fantastic horseman and understanding of horses, but, creating Tapeta and putting that in and the science behind it. And I've been to his farm on the Delaware border there, in Maryland-Delaware border, and just phenomenal. Sit in the car with him as horses are working on. He's got couple of different turf courses, gallops, and he's yelling out instructions, driving the car next to those. He's a wonderful guy. I just, I'm glad we showed that because a good memory of riding for a guy I was proud to ride for.
Well, this year's edition of the Red Smith, it's our ABR Race of the Week, and we have an old war horse lining up again. It looks to be the best of the bunch in here. Sadler's Joy. He won it last year, as we told you earlier in the program. He'll try and do it again as the 8-5 morning line favorite on Saturday.
Sadler's Joy, he's tough. He's coming out of much tougher races. He can be a little bit tricky to ride. You don't want to move too soon on him. Although last year, he hit the front earlier than is usual for him, and he kind of continued. And I think sometimes the company certainly makes a big difference. But he gets Joel Rosario subbing for Javier Castellano, who did have surgery earlier in the week. Reportedly doing extremely well, so I hope Javier's doing good. Who's better at time in a run than Joel Rosario?
Yeah, that's a great point right there. I don't know if that's anyone. And the horse chasing him, by the way, Red Knight, who he's going to face again. Is Red Knight a better horse now than when they met last year?
I do think Red Knight has continually taken a step forward. I think they're a lot closer in ability now.
Well, here's the bio and resume that Sadler's Joy has put together in his racing career. 7 victories, $2.6 million. Incredible for the son of Kitten's Joy. And what a job Tom Albertrani has done managing his career.
Incredible. It's a bank over $2.5 million if he was to win the Red Smith. Puts himself over the $2.7 million mark. And, he's a gelding, he's a whole horse, 7 years old, whole horse, but he keeps coming back.
And again, had to be obviously an incredible disappointment. Winning the Grade 2 Bowling Green, cross the wire first, only to get DQ'd. Looked like a warranted DQ in that case. Did you think it was?
Yeah, I did. He did bother horses, and his propensity to want to drift in a little bit. So you got to be careful about that as well.
Well, meanwhile, here's the Sycamore. This was won by Red Knight, a Grade 3, beating Postulation and Zayad, who ran second and third, who will face again on Saturday.
Didn't it just feel like Red Knight was decidedly best here? That's what it seemed like to me, the way he won. I thought he won in nice style. Obviously a long-winded son of Pure Prize, and he was second to Sadler's Joy in this race last year. I think he's a better horse, and I think the gap is narrowed, and if he works out the right kind of trip, I think it's these two for sure in the stretch.
You got Aquaphobia, who was in that race as well. He did not fire in that race. He didn't show up. He's better than what he showed in that race for Mike Maker. Rad Ortiz Jr. will be aboard. Do we see the best version of him as a 7-year-old on Saturday?
Well, it's a good question. I mean, this horse is a horse that's shown steady improvement all year until that race was a step backwards. He also raced up closer to the pace than he normally does. He was basically head-and-head for the lead. Maybe he's a little better being a little bit further off the pace. We saw that's how he won the United Nations with Joe Bravo.
7-year-old son of Giants Causeway, over $700,000 in earnings for Aquaphobia for the Mike Maker barn. Yeah, Grade 1 winner, just 3 starts back earlier this year. That was against Perrette, who we saw come here to Belmont, run a huge race at a big price. Different level of company, though, that he's going to have to deal with here with Sadler's Joy.
Yeah, I mean, these horses they're really good. And, something interesting as you look through the race, who's 7, who's 6, a couple of 7-year-olds, 5-year-olds. Turf horses that run long seem to have longevity. They come back, they stick around. I don't think the turf racing's as hard on them as dirt racing.
So that is our ABR Race of the Week. It's coming up on Saturday. We look forward to that one, certainly. And, we talked about the Chaluki at Churchill Downs. That one is going to be a lot of fun to see that race. We still have, at the end of this year, we're going to wrap everything up. We have the Cigar Mile at this meet coming up on December the 5th. But then we're going to see all these horse of the divisional honors, horse of the year come out and everything. It seems like most of these divisions pretty cut and dry.
It feels like that. Is there anybody that can step up and do something else before the end of it, make a case for themselves in any division?
We talked about, and it sounds like I'm not sure where it stands. I don't think it's going to happen because I haven't heard more about it, but potential for Monomoy Girl to go to the Cigar Mile, and if she were to win against the boys in the Grade 1, would that put her in the conversation?
Throws her hat in the ring.
I don't even know if
for
it's
sure.
happening. It sounds like it's not, but there was a hint about it.
If she came there and won the Cigar Mile, she puts herself firmly in that conversation.
Interesting. Right now, it's Authentic's award to lose, who's off to stud with a win in the Kentucky Derby and, of course, the Breeders' Cup Classic. And who knows what could have been. You had a chance to sit down with John Velasquez, and he said he thought there was a lot more in the tank for that horse. Hope you enjoyed it. We're going to see you tomorrow. We're back at 11:30 a.m. Eastern Time on Fox Sports 2. Embry, the turf horse, getting it done on dirt at Churchill for Mike Maker and 3 Diamonds Farm. Meanwhile, at Aqueduct, felt like a mini stake. This was a good group. And in the end, Duress, the victory for Tom Albertrani. Again, we'll see you tomorrow, 11:30 a.m. start time.